So today I'm going to be working on a very complex task with some reverse proxy, and I just want to record myself to show my workflow. So what is the task? The task is there's this website, Cha Car something. It's usually in Korean, but I translate it into English. The translation is horrible because it's not translating properly, but that's fine. For our purposes, it's okay. So essentially, this website has an API which is very complex and it's very unintuitive. It's on the right side. Let me just try to make it bigger for everyone to see. This API is very weird and complex, and it's also in halfway in Korean, and it's calling everything is calling more APIs, and that's how they look like. So we're going to be reverse engineering this in the shortest amount of time possible, so that we get to implement a proxy of the website over here with this website. So we're going to make a proxy for that website. Okay, so what is the basic idea of this? From what I've understood, there is this manufacturer piece of things where essentially we have the maker, the car maker, which could be like BMW, Toyota, Hyundai, anything else. Then once we select that, there is a class. So that could be like Genesis G70, BMW X6, or whatever class. And then once the class is there, then we have another one which is code. So this thing, from what I understand, is essentially calling an options API. So this is the first API, and this is the second API, options API. And then that's where this options sale comes in, which shows like once you select the options, how they change. So if I select, maybe I go check the colors, let's say, and there's 7,000. If I select one with 4,000 cars, it's going to reduce the options over here, and it's dynamic. And they are all these colors. Probably everything over that I see has some weird number to it, and we have to just reverse engineer what everything means. So that's the basic idea. Let's hope it works. Let's go back to see, and the website I have built is kind of built around the first three. It scrapes the brands and the model and the code, but then the options API is not. And nothing else is done. So I have to figure out how to do this and figure out what all this means in this very short video. So this now is code that I didn't write, and so another guy from my team wrote this code. So I'm just as familiar with this code as probably everyone else. What does this do? Okay. So translate it. So either we translate or we don't translate. This is models. Okay. Search. Makers. Trims. What is trims? Trims is the class. Okay, so he named it the class. Okay, that's fine. So let's go back. Control minus for anyone wondering. Let's go back. Quick. We don't have time. Routes. Makers. Okay, makers. We get the makers. We get search, we get trims. So who is calling this? Let's see where this is called. /makers. Come on. How do we API Cha makers? We need to find where this is used in the app, because we can't be familiar with the whole thing, start to finish. KV /. Okay, I found something. That's great. Progressive search form, use progressive search. Okay, let's see what this is. So perform search is going to call this with some parameters, essentially, and it's going to give us the things. So that's going to search. So what we want ideally, when you click on a parameter, it will call the options API. So this is not the place where we want to be doing this. So what about the progressive because in this website, what I have is like there's slash nothing and slash search, which if it's running, let's run it. This has it has a launch JSON, by the way. Like it's gonna be, there is a way to debug it. So wait, maybe there's a problem with the launch JSON. Must be within a liked. What does that mean? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So the point is, I want to relaunch it with the debug session. So relaunch again. It's going to launch something, and then we give it the URL of the application. And I'm going to put this maybe over here. So now that's debuggable. It should be. If I go route models and I put breakpoint, that should give me, I should be able to debug this. Waiting for debugger to disconnect. Is it gonna let me debug? No. Okay. That's weird. Okay. We need to enable debugging for this. This is very important. Unverified breakpoint. Okay, how about browser debugging? Does that work? If I go to the search progressive search form, what we found is this: if I place a thing there and I refresh the page, is it search? Is it going to drop on the breakpoint? Yes. Okay, that's fine. That works. Okay, so this is working. Now we want to disable that breakpoint and go back to the server debug mode. Okay, we need to see model. Maybe nothing is calling this endpoint. How about search? Everything is calling search. Oh, because I'm so stupid. I'd never search for anything, and of course nothing is going to call it. So route. This is Next.js, by the way. Route. Okay, search URL. If I just do this and then I refresh it, it should hit the server endpoint. When I click search, of course, that is. When I click search, it should enable the endpoint. Yes, okay, we got the breakpoint. Search, so this is going to search for some cars, okay. This is the URL, class, maker code, class code, car code, 3077. Okay, let's go, and it's going to get the date. Okay, so got something. That's great. Okay, we have a debugger now. So again, this is what we have to work with, and essentially every single time we press any of these things that change the car, what we want, it will essentially give us more information about the whole unit of things. So we need to find what brings back. There is a place in the code where we bring back information about essentially bring back information about the filters makers. Okay, use model. So we get, every time we click on this, well, we parse it. Initial filters. I need to figure out what happens when I select one of these. There's some use callback, which is getting called. Load, maybe this load models, load trims. Let's just quickly check it. I select a new car. Okay, and it calls this. That's great. And now this goes to models, and this goes over here. Continue. Boom. We're on the server now. Models. Okay, so this is basically what it's giving me is the maker code, which is already parsed, and it's trying to get the model of the cars which offer this maker, apparently. So we're going to also translate them. Just going to get the models. Maybe I should have got to get models to see what this car class returns and who is passing it. Or is this all passed? I don't think it's passed. Translate regular, so it's code. So we go models. If we just go like models, what is happening? So models. Okay. Results. Codes. Sale. There's a bunch of sale things as well. Top. This is very confusing because it doesn't mean a lot to me, but that's fine. That's how it's life. So car class, car code. Okay. Basically, we have the translated models, and essentially, what we have up to now with this thing is getting the code. Result.code. Okay, so getting the whole thing and then getting to the class name, which is this is the name, and then it's adding a translated name to the whole thing. Okay, that's basically returning the whole result back with a name. That's fair enough. What else are we doing? And that's what we're doing. So let's go back on the front end. If we resume that and go back to where we stopped, it's going to say set models. It's going to expect it to be with this structure, class car code. Make code. Okay, so let's go back and see what we were doing. Essentially, we need to start calling this other API. What is it called with a make code? That's it. We just call it with a make code, and it outputs. If we call it, what happens? We call it with something deeper in the structure. In that case, we have so option sale is called with. Okay, so both of them. That's very easy. Okay, for now, let's just focus and we have familiar enough with the code base. Let's just implement something. Every single time, basically, when we select any of these, we need to get the response, which is the actual car, probably, and then also like get the options. So let's make a route for this. Let's start coding. So we need options. And we're going to do like route TS. So, and now in that case, we're going to be like export async function get. Okay, so what is it going to have? So what we need is, we need to essentially, what API is this? This is this API. So let's just like go and try to get this as an API. Do we have the URL? Request URL. So we pass the whole, in the other function, they pass the whole thing normally. They do this, they treat it /API /trims. So we go to trims, trims the route. They pass the whole URL, and then they still have a function, which is, so we're going to have to make a function over here with a get, where everything else sits, and just be like export async function get car options, make a code, class code, and also we need as well make a code. Let's call it make a class and code, because that's how they class code and then car code. I think that's good. Options A, it's suggesting something to me. Is that correct? Is this correct? Is this the correct URL? Let me just paste the URL I just copied, and then replace it. Make a code, make a name, page. That's fine. Let's not. Do we need a page? I don't know. We'll test it later. Let's play around with it. If I get the URL and I open the Postman API, because I have this plugin over here, let's just test it and see what happens. Send it. It's going to give me back some request with all this nonsensical data. And then if I make the page 2, so does this even matter for the page? I think it doesn't matter. So 121 is 32. Okay, check again. So this page does not matter for the input. Does salty matter? No, it doesn't matter. Does class code matter? Oh yeah, it did matter. 121. So changed. So these matter, these don't matter. That's great. We have this information now. We can safely delete these 2 parameters from the request. And probably there's car code as well. Let's just, was it called car code? Class code. If I just do this. What is this? Why is this website so annoying? Okay. Maybe I should switch to Korean because the website doesn't allow me to click anything. Okay, now we're back. Okay, now that we are back, let's just click the one that's very down below, and then options. Let's see what called options sale. And also, can I filter by like this? Okay, that's much better. Options sale. There's too many things. Car code, yes, so just car code. That's great. Car code is car code. Maker code, class code is class code. So we have this implemented. That's great. Maker name. Amazing. So what does it return? We have no idea for now what it's returning. That's fine. Accept language. These are fine. I don't think we need any of this, to be honest. But they have them in the other requests, presumably. You have to copy this from this request, and it has revalidation. This is in seconds, I think, divided by 16 minutes, divided by 60 so 24 hours. So this is for 1 day. Let's not revalidate it for now. Option sale for these parameters. Do we want to revalidate it? We can leave this because I think this can execute on the server mainly, so that's okay. So this is not going to cache it now. This is just for the Next.js for Vercel to cache it properly. We wrote a function. Let's go back. KB Chacha. Okay, save it. Save. Create. Postman is making me make a collection. Save. Okay. Now, in the routes, progressive search form is going to also make a request. So we have a route which is for the options. Okay. So the route for the options is going to be, it's going to call that function. Right, I think. So let me just go back to this function. What does this one? Make a code. Okay, fair enough. Make a code. Doesn't matter. Car options. Car options. Oh, it wants them to be perhaps. Well, that's a nice suggestion actually, because it's always a marker code, but it's not always something else. So we might have to just add the parameters. Params is params, and sets the params. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's what we want. Essentially, because they might be absent. So we get the car options, and then it's going to make the request for the URL, and for the other ones that's already present for the models and whatever this is. Because remember, this is how it was: maker, class, code. And for all of them, you can call the options API with these parameters, as long as you have one of them in the chain, you know, from top to bottom. Like if you have a car maker like BMW, you can call and see how many colors of that car there are. That is essentially what it's producing. This is producing information about like car colors, price ranges, etc. Other information. Okay, so we're going to be back now. We are essentially going to see what to write here so it's correct. Let's see what they've done in the other routes to make sure we're not. So there's a point, we don't need to translate anything for our route. Why do they need to set parameters? Oh, to get whether they want it translated to all locale. So this is not gonna. This is just gonna call that and cache it. That's all it's gonna do. It's gonna do. So essentially, we are going to call it get car options and pass the maker the class code and the car code. Right. So we have to pass it like this. And you know the thing is suggesting to me, you know, that's going to return a response. Const response equals await. Okay, so we have basically, sorry, that's from Dart. Okay, response and then return next response. Okay, and then maybe put some caching on it. Revalidate. How was the syntax? Revalidate. So that's in the fetch. So within the fetch they do this. So it's already revalidated. There's no need for me to revalidate anything. That's fine. So now we have to get these parameters. So presumably, you know, yes. Is it gonna? Yeah, set param. Blah blah blah. Are we gonna pass them? I think we're gonna pass them, and also let's do the. This is perhaps null. So if make a code, we need to require at least a make code. Class code could be null. So this is returning nullable, but we have undefined. Let's just make it nullable then. Let's just make it like this. Amazing. Okay, we're done. Now we have the route. Now we go back to the progressive search form. Go to the where it's doing this and make a call. Set models. We're gonna be like options. Yes, options. To see what this looks like, and we have like we're going to be like const options response. We're gonna get the options response option class code. So does this have the code, models, trims? I think the trims was the code. I don't know why they named it like this. This was the code. So make a model trim. Make a model trim. Route trim. Trims, route. So that's going to be make. So no, trims is going to be with the maker in the code. So trim is the last one in the chain. So they've essentially been like, okay, code trim. Why it's named like this, I don't know. But that's the same thing. So the trim is the last one, essentially, and we have car model trim. So make a model trim is what we have. We have to do the same thing. Make a model. The selected. We have a few selected. Can you select? The thing is, can you select multiple models? If we go here and be like, no, you can't. So you cannot do that. Or this. Of course, yeah, you can't do this. You can't select multiple models in this. So, which one is the selected one? Once we select the, I should probably rename this because this is very confusing. The maker. Once you select the maker, imported and domestic. Oh, there's also like a which is this is not used at all. Is it this used? Oh, this is also, both of them are in the list, both domestic and imported. Because, you know, this website, apparently, when I translate it, on the side it has like domestic and something else. And these are also like different amounts of cars, which is also like not the easiest to understand. Okay. So maker. We have the maker, we have the maker, we have maker. Because we're loading the models from the maker. But also, we probably need to add more filters. What? Okay. Models. Class cards. Okay. Make a model trim. So for all of them, I assume like to get through this, to pass the parameters, we have to give more parameters, because like to load the models, we have to also have the global information about everything, not just I mean, it could be two separate calls as well. Load options like that. Just load options and give it the. I think that's better. I like this more. Okay, and let's just do it. Can't load options, use callbacks. Yes, that's kind of what we want. Is it, wait, no. That's not. Can't make a code, class code, car code, where this could be null. We agreed that this could be null. Like this. Loading options. Do we need to load the options? Let's not worry about that yet. Let's just let's just do whatever we're doing the other one. Options. Was it options? Options. Yes, it was options. So this guy, we're gonna make a request to the options now. And this is the same thing that we did before. So okay. Response is okay, set the options. We don't need loading for now. And when is this callback going to run? By locale, apparently. But locale is something that refreshes with a page. So there's no, this is fine. This doesn't matter, but that's okay. So whenever any of these change, essentially model filters dot maker filters dot class code. Okay, exactly, that's how we want it. And now we did it, and then we're going to set the options and also console log options loaded, and maybe put a breakpoint there. Is it going to let me, is the question. So I'm going to refresh. And now go back, and I'm going to go to the search page, which is the progressive search as we saw. Hello? I think it just takes a bit more time in the beginning. Okay. So now, once I select this, where is this callback? This callback made to load options is gonna be like, but it doesn't even like work for now. It doesn't even like. Oh, because it's undefined. Okay, so we have to convert to nullable. Why would you? If I do this, property car does not assign to a string. Let's just not worry about details for now. Let's just leave it like this. We'll fix the parameters later. Let's do this, and then this is made to load on the models. So whenever there is a maker code, so if I click this, something should happen. Yes, we are on the back end now. Now, what do we have? We have the make code, and then maybe some translate options and whatever that we passed, which is okay. So now, okay, this is the car models. We actually don't care about this. This is full slack. We don't care about this endpoint. Not serializable. Okay, so it went to this thing. I should have clicked like the browser thing as well, browser debug mode, and then click something. Then now I have probably as well on the, okay, so it didn't hit the browser one for some reason, but that's, because I'm an idiot. So once we get it, then it's gonna hit the browser endpoint. So okay, never mind, I'm just an idiot. Okay, go back. So we're gonna get the marker code. We're gonna do, so we're gonna call our thing that we wrote. Okay, we're gonna get the stuff. And then, okay, no, we can't do this. We can't do this. So if classic code, why did it become null? Like what? Let's go back to the stack frame. What are the params? Yeah, it got passed up as something bad. Okay, so we don't want that. Oh yeah, because we do the same thing here. Okay, we have to fix this as well. Const params URL params, and then do this as well, because otherwise it's gonna do that. Set locale, that's okay. And now, no, we don't need the locale for this. So now we're gonna put a breakpoint there. Undo this breakpoint. Refresh. Continue. I mean, no wonder it wasn't working. Refresh. So refresh is fine. Okay. So now I click on one of the cars, and boom, I'm on the front end, debugging the front end. Why am I debugging the front end? Because of the launch JSON, which is allowing me to debug with Chrome. This is the key. Debug is going to launch a browser, which you guys can get this as well. Very nice snippet. Now we're gonna, what is the parameters look like? It just has one parameter and URL params. Which is going to be size 1. It doesn't let me see the params. But anyway, let's continue. Now we're on the server. Next request. Let's see the parameters. Size. So we have the maker code. Which is 189. Click, and get car options sale. Let's go back of the function. Let's see if it gives us a response. Undefined. Why? Oh, because I didn't return. I was an idiot. Do we need to say .json? I mean, everything else is probably saying .json as well. So yeah, we don't need to do that. This is already in a response. I mean, yeah, we have to, if this returns an error, we have to say about that. Do they do it like this? Error? No, this is bad. I mean, at least throw some error. We're gonna lose some of the stack trace, but at least like URL, maybe a code error status text. That's fine. That's enough. Now we're gonna reboot again. Go back, and then click, okay, clear, and then continue, and then go all the way to this, and see, response. Do we get something? Okay, we did get something. Result, okay, and now the fun part begins. Now the fun part begins. Okay, we have to reverse engineer all of this. City code. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. We need a schema for this. Is there a way, I'm wondering, like, is there a way for me to get a schema from a random JSON? If I give the JSON and I just, is there a way for me to just simplify the results part of this? There is debug mode as well, which I don't need. This is for their debug mode. Okay. Page size 10. Page 0, page size. So there's more of this. Let's just hope it doesn't make any difference. Maker codes. Again, we have to understand what all this means, which is fine. Okay. Results. Can I copy this? JSON pretty fire. Okay. It's gonna allow me to copy the copy value. So copy a value. Okay, nice. Valid. That is the response. And now from this, I need a schema for this. So what is the easiest way for me to get a schema for this? So colors are always this code is always going to be something. I need to pass this response now into some structure which makes sense. Okay, so how do we do this? Option code array. So JSON to schema. Is there a way for me to, if I get this, is there some simple way for me to do this? Okay, so do this, generate schema. I don't like the schema. I need to generate TypeScript interfaces. JSON to TypeScript interfaces. That's what I want. Okay, I think that is a bit better. And now, this is not great, and the reason why it's not great is because these things are hard-coded and they sometimes mean something. Let's check what they mean. If we have a number over here, for this CALM model, let's say 40, let's say 50, what is this even? Is it color? This is marker code. It says over here in the thing I'm reversing, Volkswagen. So for Volkswagen, there are this many domestic ones and this many imported ones. Oh, it just hides the list. Now there's two lists. We're gonna okay, that's interesting. We are gonna do this. Volkswagen. So we forget this number, and then go to the network tab. And then there is a way in the network tab to open a search. If I click, no, I shot myself in the foot. Oops. This is some Figma design. If I click this, okay, so let me refresh this page. Is it gonna, I disabled preserve log. Yes. Let's do it again. Let's close this. Let's reopen inspect. And now click Kia. Okay. What we need essentially is there is another thing which is for oh, I found it. Okay, the searching. And now we type in, let's say, if we have the one of the things, let's say the colors, let's say 1152. It's going to tell us it's this 1152 is this. So it corresponds to this. So that's, what does that correspond to? Essentially what we are asking. This is the white color, and it's corresponding to just white. So this is, now we know this is static. Let me write this somewhere in a note, maybe. In a note, I'm going to use a note. The colors are static, not used anywhere. And maybe there is a map in the code somewhere where they have it. So what was the thing I searched for? This thing could be somewhere in the sources. If I search for it. Can't I search for it? Workspace. Elements. This seems to be server-side generated. Okay, data value. This ID. I need more about this ID. Label. I could just get this whole thing. Edit as HTML. I can get this thing and be like, maybe go some, okay, maybe go to some AI. Let's go to Gemini and be like, give me a mapping from color to, what is it, to code. And it's going to do that. There it is. Let's save it. We need this as well. Great, because it's for showing it. And now, that's for the color. If we go back, like, let's just go back to the structure again. What about, what is interface? It goes to this city code. Let's search for it. Network. City code. So I think we should like divide and conquer. This is too big. Result has color, which is easier to work. We understand what color means. For now, we understand the color. The city code, I don't really understand where anything is for. Maybe I need to open everything and be like, oh, area. Is it the area? I think it's the area. So, okay. If we have a city code of 211 something, and Google it in the source code, we got to this. Ulsan. Wait. Is it the whole thing? Yeah, Ulsan is in 64. Is it? It says, oh, count 64. Oh, that's how we see it. And it says like 364. And then for that, essentially, it doesn't find anything about that. But I think that was a color now. Okay, so from that, let's continue writing, taking notes. So how was it? Let's go back to check it. So the area and sales complex has city code. So how is the whole structure? City code, result, city code, and then for a bunch of static ones, they are also static. I think they are generated. At least I don't have access to what's generating them for now. I mean, I can generate them later. You know, that's fine. Let's take this and be like, hey Gemini, let's generate me this map as well. Generate map from city code to, let's say, to code, from city name to city code. And there it is. Boom, we get it. We have this map as well. These are all static, or at least what's generating them is unavailable to me. Nice. So now, area and sales complex has city code. basically we need a count. Let's just make it bold. Count results city code at code dot count is the path to reversing the location for this. Okay, great. What else do we have? City code. Let's go back to the interface that we reversed. This thing is gonna be like, what is this? This maps back to this. This is the city code. Okay, another city code. We don't need that. What about that one? Oh, for all it's just dumb. For all city codes, it's giving me like mappings for things which we don't need. That's fine. That's like it's just being stupid, which is okay. User code take men. Oh, it has a thing called take men. I mean, cool. I think from here we can just get this structure and get it and put it in our code base. Where is everything else stored in this case? Let's check. Option sale, progressive, and then it's going to be any for our case. It's in the same file. Okay, let's just put it wherever it's put for everything else. We have options. And now we need to fill in this data structure. These are the options for the current parameters. Options for options for filters. Okay, so now delivery, payment, premium, whatever, blah 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 blah. Hits. So which one do we need? We need the city code. We already mapped that city code is a static structure, so we get the city code structure. And we map to, we need to also localize this for other parts. So we're gonna get this. For now we're gonna use the same file because that's fine. And be like, okay, we need to make me a mapping from common. Do we need to localize? That's the thing. Do we need to localize this? There's localizations in this file. You know what? Let's localize it. I'm not going to do this by hand, of course. I'm not an idiot. Let's just localize to English. Let's localize it. We need this to localize to English. That's cool. City. Let's have it options. Options, city, something. And now also for the other language, we're going to do this as well. And get these. And boom. Great. We are done. Amazing. So now, go back. We're not going to do now, we're going to pass it the actual translation. These keys, we need the keys, and from the keys we need a mapping to map from, is it the code? What do we even have in the response? It's in the city we have a code, and the code we map to a city, and the city we map to a count. Okay, great. From the code on the right side, which is static, don't worry, to we need to map from the code on the right side to the localization. Localization code. No, that's bad. That is not great. Let's just do it by hand. AI doesn't understand today. So we need something like this, yes, string to string. Do we even need it to be a string? It's a number. And we have option city sol. Is it, that's how it's called? Option city sol. Yeah. Is it difficult what I want? What is wrong with this? Decimals with leading zeros. Okay, I understand why it has to be a string now. Okay, and this more blah 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 blah. More. Okay, I think this is correct. This looks correct to me. If it's not correct, it's going to blow up, which is great. It's okay for it to blow up. Is there any other place in the project where this can be placed so it's not annoying? Libs, okay. Libs, analytics, config, proxy. Okay, we're going to clean up later. This is okay for now. We're going to map for the thing for the city, and then we're going to be like, what does this look like though for the city code? So type export type city code is going to be the key. Is it the key? That's the thing. Is it? It's not just the key. It's not the key, is it? It's the whole. It's the key, and then from the key we get to another structure. I'm pseudocoding here, but like basically, it's the count number. This is kind of what I need. It's from this structure. It goes back and there is a count and a bunch of other things which we don't care about currently. At least I couldn't figure out what any of this is for. So this is some internal things it's returning because the API is very disgusting, which is okay. So key of this, what is the problem? No, how do I do like from this key a type which is okay. Let's use some help. I need to map from essentially from the. I need a structure. What do we even need? Because like, well, let's figure out what we need. We have the code. We have the. So on the left side we have. Basically, the structure is going to look like this. It's going to be like city code, and then now we are on our own. It's going to have something like this, which is typed, and then count. This is very simple, but it doesn't look that simple. This is the structure. We only care about the count, and we only care about this. Is there a nicer way to do this in TypeScript? That's some quite complex TypeScript. So code in key of this count. This is complicated TypeScript, but I think this looks okay to me. Color. Let's do for the color. Color code localization. Yes. Now I'm gonna get the color that we figured out. Get the color. Go back to the localization, and then do this. Options color white, silver, blah 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 blah. Great, perfect. BG, and then go back and do the same thing. I assume it's going to produce the same response. Amazing. And now we go back and be like, what did I do? Oh, I can't do this. Great. So now close it and be like, we need from, let's paste it above so it's like, so it sees it. It's suggesting correct things. We need to map from this to, yeah, that is exactly how it's 12, 12, purple, 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 purple. Great. That works. Amazing. That's fine. Perfect. Now we have to also get to city code. So this is color code. We need to make one for the color. And then for the color, what does it actually look like? What does it look like? It's just a color, and it is a count. So it's not like it's mapping to a thing. It's mapping to a number, literally. Amazing. That is done. We are making progress. Actually, even faster than I thought. Okay, what's next now? This is city. Was this city codes? Can we close this tag to see what this is? Close it. How do I close you? Can you please comply? Thank you. Options code array. There's more things. options code array. Let's go back to the reversing and let's search for this thing and see what this means. Because we have, what does this number mean? Let's go back to this. Is it mentioned anywhere? That's confusing. Okay. If I download this page just to have it, but that's not, I don't. This is not giving me enough information. This looks like a very specific thing to reverse. Let's check it. Options code array. Do we have it anywhere else? No. Do we have this anywhere else? Do we have this in general over here? So it's just there. No other request is using this. So it's not. So it's probably somewhere in the list. If I Google in the page, it doesn't show up. If I histogram, that is years. Do we have years? If I Google 2024, there's no response. A lot of the things are not used at all for this. Sheet color. Okay, so vehicle color and sheet color. Let's reverse the sheet color as well. I like this. Let's continue reversing this. What does this mean? This is a 4,000 something. I think that was exactly what we were searching for before. I Google this. Oh, sheet color. It translates to sheet color 52 beige. So that's where is this located? Oh, in the same structure, in the same level of the structure, because this is the line of the structure over here. This line result. So this is the main line. Anything on that, anything like after this line is on the same structure. The line finished over here, result. Oh, what is this bug? Like, what's this bug? It's just the line is hovering and now it's not hovering. Anyway, this thing is called seat color code, and we're gonna get this seat color code. Do we have it in the thing? Seat color code. Yes. So let's get it from this, and we're gonna be like seat color code. And now, to make it easier, we're going to go back to the website and ask Gemini again to give us the mapping, because it's annoying work. It's not like I can't do it, it's just whatever. Okay, let's go back. Now for this. Now for the seats. The seat colors. Great, we're going to go back, paste. And be like, okay, get this. Go back to the localizations. We're going to need localization for this. Great. JSON. We're going to need one for here as well. Whoops. Yeah. So we're going to need... Okay, we did this. That is great. Now. Seat color, we don't have this structure yet, so we're gonna have to generate it. Export seat color, blah 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 blah, and we don't know if it's correct. So let's just give it this, because I think it remembers what we were doing. Now, is the last one yellow? The last one is yellow. That's correct. I mean, it's kind of 1 2 3 to 10. 1 2 3 to 10. They made it logical, at least to some degree. To some degree. Being the key word. Okay. Now, we have the seat color code structure. You know, essentially, we're going to pass it to this seat color. That works. Use code. What do we? Can we reverse what use code means? Use code 3,500 whatever. So we don't need to see any use for it. Let's go back. What's the next thing that's used? We see more. Oh, so there's another API that's called. Oh God. If I click this. Oh, it's giving me more names. Okay, but I don't really need this for now for the website. This is not necessary for me. Fair enough. This is giving me another area, city code, because if this website is like, but the website I am building is for import cars. So import cars. Where is the website? This website. They're all imported. It doesn't matter where they are. As much. So we don't need to do this. So we don't care about that, fundamentally. We don't care about this. Leased vehicles, KB guarantee. What is the KB guarantee? 431. If I go this, I'd be like, warranty. So warranty year number is this passed already? Warranty. So this is basically guaranteed by KB cha-cha-cha. Leased are 633. Lease vehicles. Take men. I have no idea what take men means. Marker code. Okay, this is very important. This is very important. So a lot of them are not important for us. Marker code is very important for us because it changes. Once you click something, it's going to change how many things are available for you to click again. I think. Maybe. What's the how does it look like? Make a code. For each maker, we have another number. So for something, all the makers, we have a number. What about the class? Car code. Let's clear the filters and start again. Starts doing it again. Clear. Now, we have nothing. We have JSON. And then we clear. So we have basically we're all clear and set now again to kind of try to reverse it. Hyundai and then the option sale is before we do anything. Maker. There is a maker code and it's 934. Is there a 934 there? For each maker, but wait, I think that's for the. If I click this, it makes and now 48717. Yeah, so that's the. I understand what this is. This is like basically for all the makers. Let's just make a structure quickly for this because I understand what this is. This is essentially type maker code. No, not like this. This is like just a code to a number. That is how it looks like. And this is how you write it, apparently in TypeScript. This is this to a number. And this basically means how many returns like manufacturer, top level, make code to count. Apparently the options API is returning, basically returns the top ones count every time. Okay. Make a code, that's fine. The thing is, how do we, we get back from another API called car class, we get this, how many of these there are. But now, the question is, if we press, let's say, we didn't do fuel type. We need to do fuel type. If we press, so these are like 4,000 Hyundais. If we want to get the red ones, we made a request. And what happened? It all reset. Okay, it reset. And now reset, and it probably is going to be 569. Okay, now, okay, so it resets every time you click one of the options, but that's so confusing. If I do this and I also click, now I click Hyundai, the car class is gonna pass more parameters. Oh, now it passes the color. Okay, I understand. Now, okay, basically, the way it works is let me explain it. The way this works is it gets the. We have a bunch of things. We have the options API. We have the car class API. And then we also have the changing color. So when you change color, what's happening is it calls the options API. Basically, and then the options API resets, does a reset. This reset then calls the other API, which is it calls again, and then if you choose something, if you choose the card, so anytime, so does this mean like anytime I choose any option, basically the way it works, it's very difficult to draw, but it's very stupid how it works. You select your kind of like brand, what you want in the website, and then whenever you select any option, it clears your selection. So now the question is if I select area, what's going to happen? It called car class again with a city code. Okay, what if I select a more specific car? So I can't select any of these, apparently. Then in the car name, it puts all the options. Okay, I understand how it works. So basically, I don't like this API, but we select a bunch. It's very confusing how it works. We select a bunch of things, and then every time you make an option, it has saved up onto where in the structure it is. Like I'm confused. Like if you put years in, what is it gonna do? Like if you put a year in, it's going to. Okay, car model. So the options it passes are the same everywhere. Do you see how the options are the same? Kind of like the same options. If I clear this for everybody and I make it like minimum, this is what it's going to be. The options are the same. The filters are the same, and it just passes the filters and then resets. It's actually not that complicated. It works. It gets the filters. There's basically a relationship between filters, and then there is, and then there is the options, I think. So basically, every single time we click any option, it calls the current API, makes two calls. Let's just save it as text because I'm very text based. Every single time we click an option, e.g. color, we can give it to AI as well later. Color, mileage, fuel, etc. It makes two API calls. One to show the remaining cars on whichever level it is at. Could be makers, could be class, could be what should they call it? It could be car name. Just one. And another one for the options API to get the new options for those options. I mean, overall, it's not that complicated how it works. If you understand it, it's kind of like very overwhelming how it works. And also, it also passes, I just like summarizing in text what I'm thinking, passes the exact same parameters to all APIs. That makes it simple. How do we solve it is the question. For now, I would say let's fix the structure, because how it works is it comes later. Let's just like reverse the structure completely for now. So, we have fuel. Do we have fuel? We don't have fuel. So how does the fuel work? We're gonna go get the fuel. Okay, let's do car type. Edit as HTML. I'm gonna go to Gemini. Give me the types. Give me the codes. Gemini is gonna be very nice and gonna give me some codes. I assume, because we did this like from the other ones as well. How they were encoded in the HTML. Come on, Gemini. Is it writing code? No. Don't write code. Yes, that's what I want. Like car, use code. That's what we need. I'm not going to paste it. I am going to paste it. I am going to paste it. I'm going to go back, go to common, and be like, go back, see like, okay, we need to make a car type. We don't need to do the value. I mean, it's not going to be stupid enough to do the value. Car type light, car type whatever. So now, this is how it's going to be localized. Let's go to let's just save all files. Command Shift S. Oh no, it's not saved as a shortcut for me. I have to do this. I have to save every file individually. Oh, it is. Oh, Command Options. Sorry, Command Option S. And now we're gonna get the other one, which is this one. Do the same thing. I'm gonna get the localizations. Get the localizations, and basically, okay. Now that we have localizations, we do the same thing. Export type. Now we need to find where it's used in the structure, because this is a very complex structure. We have to find where it's used. So there is some 6. I see a 6 there. Let's go search for a 6. Well, look how nice, how small this became. When we got back to 0, it became very small. So, medium. This is for medium. Use code. So this is how it looks like. But because it's just 1... Oh no, I clicked something. I lost everything. But, we understand how this works. We're going to reset it now. And we're going to go back to use code. This is how the structure looks like. Did we save it, by the way? I think we did save it. So use code. Use code. What does that mean? It means basically, I think it was car type. Yeah, car type. Car type equals, and now we need car. Let's just, by the way, let's just quickly save our changes for now. Car type localization. Export type car type code localization. This is the thing we wanted, and now from 101 to 101.16, it's going to map to this. The codes are wrong. The codes are wrong. We need to fix the codes. The codes are actually so 0 to 1 to 13. So there's 13 of them. How many did we generate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Perfect. That's how it looks like. And let's get the up to here. From 002 001 up. Done. We're done. Okay. That looked great. Car type. Which one is the car type is the question. We're going to go back. It says use code. Let's just go use code. And where it says use code, chart type. Yes. I don't need this. I don't think I need that as well for now. Take men what? Gas. What's gas is the question. Oh, I think that's the fuel. Let's get this. We are going to get the fuel now. Hybrid. Oh, it even has like hybrid gas, like diesel. Get this. Edit as HTML. Go back. Give me codes. We're reversing the thing. We need to map it to actual fuel types, which is diesel, gasoline, to the thing that the stupid API is using. Now we're gonna go back to save, maybe even like check this. Does this compile? Yeah, it's sort of almost compiles. Gonna stash it, stage the changes, come back, boom. Okay, and for the other one as well. I'm save generating it like this because it's obviously gonna generate the same thing, so I'm not afraid of having to copy it. Okay, next one that we're reversing, the fuel type. So gas, they call it fuel type. Fuel type is essentially code in this, and then we generate the structure type. Sorry, type, and then we're gonna generate. I'm gonna extract this from another file soon because this is getting very unmanageable. Is it 3? No, it's not 3. This is wrong. What does it look like? It's 401. Okay, so we're gonna get 401, 402, 403. Yes, electric, etc. Electric, etc. Electricity, etc. Etc. CNG, CNG. What does CNG even mean? Does this even have a translation? CNG is apparently fuel type. Who knows? Anyway, it's a fuel type. Doesn't matter for us for all intents and purposes. Seller amount, whatever this is. Can we get something for that? So 15. Oh, 52. This is this number. How many cars? This is an amazing number. How many cars are there in total? So let's export type cell amounts. And now this is basically a very nice. This is an interface. It's gonna be like basically has like domestic. They've just made it like so over-engineered. Like, why do you even need codes for this? They've made it they've over-engineered it, so I have to make it over-engineered on my end as well because it's over-engineered anyway. So I'm gonna be like export const cell amounts localization. So I'm gonna be like, I'm still like haven't even passed the structure, so I have to do this now myself. Get this 207 to this. I think this is, which one is 207 for? So I only know this one. This one is gonna map to, how does this look like? Total. It just says like total. Big. It just said big. I don't know Korean. Maybe that's a wrong translation. Total cell amounts. I want to map it to, what are we even mapping it to? Like a string. So at the end of this, I need to essentially have like, basically get this as a map this, because this is how the structure looks like, but we're going to convert that structure to something more usable, I think. We should. Using all this information, we have to make a very simple function that transforms and parses it into something usable. So we shouldn't worry about how this looks like for now. We're just like getting rid of the stupid numbers they've put everywhere to confuse us. This as well is something. Wait, total cell amounts. Unknown amount. Cell amounts to do. Let's put it to do. And then the other one is 110 total cell amount. We're gonna map it to something. And then for the code in this, the key for this, we are going to output a number. Yes, a number, which is the amount. How many cars in total are listed on the website in total for this category, whatever this is? I still haven't figured out what this means completely, but that's okay. Price, mileage, sheet color, sales category, use. Okay, this is very useful. This is probably using another one of these code thingies. So I'm not sure, but like 3553. Okay. Okay. So what about 66788? Payment premium. What about 36478? All of these are okay. So this is the sales category. We have to note this, how they correspond. Oh, this is a bit confusing. But what about 24558? Home service year. They've just. Why would you do this? Why would you not isolate this? This is like such a bad API. Probably the title of this video is going to be like reversing the most difficult API in the world, because that's how fucking horrendous this API is. What's this transmission? We even haven't got to transmission. Let's get to work. Let's get to work. First one. KB Cha-Cha something. 6788. The mapping is going to be like this. Can I make a table? This is going to be. This means KB star pick. Probably going to put some, nice badge on them. The next one is going to be. Next one will be 3553. Where is it? Oh, partner certified something. So the next one. Own a car, okay. Yes. I need to add another column. Direct. Okay, there it is. Reverse that as well. We're doing great work. Direct. This is where it is. Direct transaction individual. And the next one is 2107. Car Master Special. That's how it's called in their idiotic API. Special discount. $207 is the next one. What? Oh, maybe this corresponds to that. But that's so weird. Why would they just do it completely differently? I didn't really get what 207. Really, there's none of that. What if I pick Hyundai? It's gonna make a new request. JSON. Click. And now for the again, now it's going to be how many? 15. Yeah, that's exactly what it corresponds to. What? Why would they do this like this? That is like so preposterous. Why would they put the thing in a complete. It should be like this level of the structure, and now they just completely. Oh my god! Okay, let's. This is has. I need to just note this. Okay. We're just noting it because we can't do much with that now. 10566 is going to be accident. The one which have had an accident. Yeah, accident. So let's continue. Accident is going to be accident free. So no accident, apparently. Vehicle. 10217 diag. Okay, diag means diagnosed used cars. They have like technical inspection probably. KB diagnostic used cars. So this is how it looks like. This is for later once we reverse most options code array. We still have no idea what this means. Let's continue to transmission. Transmission. Okay. Gemini. Map. We need to do the transmission now. This is the transmissions. Paste. Go back. Common. Do the transmissions. We'll get the other transmissions going. Okay, so now go back, and then we have the transmissions. The same thing. Export. This is wrong again, I think. What was the code? 5002 is auto. They are all wrong, which is okay. AI does everything wrong sometimes. Fine. 5001. Then this is 3 is semi-auto, 4 is CVT. Oops. 4 is CVT, etc. Okay. Now we're gonna make this as a number of them, and how is it called again in the structure? Let's check it. It's called 44103. Auto GBN is the name. So we're going to do auto GBN. So we actually needed this. This is a transmission. Nice. We have the transmission. What else do we need? Passenger capacity. Let's do passenger capacity. Let's do passenger capacity. Gemini, you know what to do. You know what to do. And let's paste it as well. Reversing the things. Yeah, reversing the things. And now how to burn out in a few hours. By the way, this is a tutorial of how to burn out in 5 hours. So we need to see what structure this is held in before we do anything. So take men. Oh, take men. That's what take men meant. Okay, take take how many men, because women don't exist, of course, for Koreans. Or probably that, if this was a translation, I would have thought like, take men, okay, this is how the Google Translate translated it, it's fine. But no, this is how the field is named. Someone named this field. Someone very intelligent came here and be like, what should I name this field? Take men. Never mind. Let's just go. Take men. Take men. Common. English. Okay, do this. Okay, we're gonna get the people in, get the localizations in, and then once we have the localizations, we're gonna be creating another structure. I hope I'm not too quiet for this, because like this is annoying, but I hope I'm not like too quiet, because you know sometimes debugging. Okay, so let's copy this again, because this AI is gonna fuck it up again. This is how it looks like, and then we need to take this, give it that, and then it's gonna do it perfectly. I was hoping, at least. Okay, take men, and now we're gonna make another type of this, which is gonna do like the codes, and it's gonna map them to something usable, and then to a number, and then we're gonna make a function for parsing later. It's gonna be very interesting to do that. So we're gonna be doing take men. Take men is done. What else do we have? Oh, sunroof options. Even there's detailed options. Oh my god. Did we make a request? We haven't. Let's just reverse it up to here, and then we're going to figure out however this is mapped to anything. Click, Gemini, you know what to do at this point. Okay, reversing that, coming back, and we have to, what's the procedure? Paste it, and then come back, go to the, let's just save our work a bit, but make sure we don't lose anything. And I'll come here, boom. We're gonna make it pretty in the UI as well, but not, I hope we don't we'll get to there this one, because this is such a massive API. That's fine. Okay, let's go back, and now we don't have to repeat the same thing. I have to move this to another file, because this got like very quickly out of control. Let's make another file for this. We're gonna make another file where this is used here. So I mean, it's a service. Where do I put this? Where do I put this? Types. Let's do types. Options, API, types. How do I, types, maybe like this, and then get my stuff. All this disgustingness that we figured out, get it, and get all of that. Get all of that, and essentially get it, and then puts it over here. This is where we're reversing what the structure means. Nice. Okay. I am in the process of burning out. So now, does this have a name for all of them? Value 7,000 something. What about this? Oh, that's the options code array. Okay. Finally, I understand. Options code array. How we present it is regardless. Array. Option code array. So this is all the options. Oh, I see. That's not that bad. We get this. We're going to be like, again, let's give it, we don't want to fuck this up from scratch. We're going to get this. We're going to go back, get the HTML, and be like, edit, get it. Now for this. Come on, Gemini, I believe in you. Give me the mapping. because this is the map from the code. This means some feature, and this is the amount of cars that have this feature for the current selected filters. So hopefully Gemini understands this nonsense, and because this is, if it understands this, I'm, fucking hats off to Gemini for, understanding what this means. I can also try potentially something else, because why is it struggling so much? Oh, it did it. Great. Oh, and again, if this doesn't work, that's fine. We can debug it always. Does this? I think it's a small problem. Rainway sensor. What's his name? Rain sensor. Yeah, let's fix this. Okay, and now this is like overlapping. This is the full options array. Gemini saw and understood the full options array, which means now we can go back to the options, select them, and do this. And it should repeat for the first ones, potentially. Now we get this. Unknown option. Some of them are unknown. What? Okay, so unknown options. It didn't really understand what these options are for. Which ones? Let's check it. It says unknown. We do know what they are for. If I Google this in the code, come on, code. If I Google this, it's going to give me. So it didn't find them probably because they don't exist. That exists, but if I do this one, it's not really clear. Yeah, it's not in the code I've given it. It's not in the thing. So this option probably doesn't show up in the actual array. And it's not showing up for me while I'm searching it for it as well. There's no such option, which is okay. Now we have to do this for Bulgarian as well. All right. I'll go back to Bulgarian. Select the options, and boom. Translate all of that. No, incorrect. Not English. We have English in the other file already. Okay. This looks correct. Perfect. We have this now. Now we go back to search. We select the English options. We select that, get it, and then we go back and make to the types thing. Why does this not work? I need to go research how to use .d.ts files. How do we use this? Export CommonJS. We don't need CommonJS. So that's not very helpful. I leaked my email, that's fine. So it's for the whole module apparently. This is for the whole module. How do I make the files there? So this, I can't use this apparently because it's for the whole module. So I'm just going to be like, this is not going to be a module file, a regular file. It's going to be a regular file. I don't use the module thing for now. That's fine. Options code array. So export const options code array. And we're going to delete that for now and be like, you, my friend, are going to need two things we have to generate the thing properly. You are going to need all of that. And also you're going to need all of that, all these options, to generate something which passes the structure properly. Boom. And now to generate the thing properly. 4 is airbag driver. Is that true? Yes. So, and then let's check one more. Memory seat is 150, 7150. Memory seat. That looks correct. Okay, it generated the thing correctly. Amazing. Now, again, we do the export options array type thing, and then we are done with the options. All of the options are passed. What's the next thing we have to do? Transmission, financial products. Financial products. No types. Okay, let's go back to the network tab. 2507 is one of them. I'm looking at the fixed term products. This is called deferred year number. Oh my god, that's another table. Another table. Wait, we did this. Didn't we do this? Didn't we not do this? Sales category, and this is financial products. Okay. Financial products is the next one. I am a bit, not gonna lie, I am a bit tired from so much stuff. Okay. Oh shit. Close, please. Close. So now we're gonna we're gonna need another table. I can't make a table. Hey, why can't I make a table? Oh, now I can. What about here? Can I make a table? Oh, I think I need to first write something and then be like, table. Well, it's just not allowing me to make a table, which is fine. Transform to table. Anyway, deferred year number doesn't. Let's not get distracted. Deferred year number is essentially fixed term products. Then we have 3071, which is KB lease something. This means, what does it mean? It means KB safe used car lease. Okay. Used car lease. And then the last one is 0 interest free products, which I'm never going to know. Oh, I am going to know. Well, never mind. This is interest free products. Again, this is fine for me for now. Let's go back, go over here, save a work. So we don't cry later when something happens. Oh, sorry. Save another once again. And we're going to be like, this file is absolutely gigantic. No worries. No, as options. Options. Option. That's how I like it. Okay. And now. ColonJS, but this one, I'm gonna basically the same thing, and we're gonna go back to the types file, which is I don't like the name of, but that's what I'm working with. We're speedrunning, so that's how things are sometimes. So we need to make a thing from the code. From the code, so what does it look like? Financial options to code, or codes to financial options. What does it mean? Deferred year. So we have deferred year, deferred lease, and then the thing is the number is probably wrong as well. No, No, they are not. They just map like this. They are mapped from a value. So we are mapping from this deferred year number, and then we're mapping from this, and then we're mapping from this. Okay. And we have, no, do we need this? From this to, we don't really need this. Let's just add it for now. We don't need to map from code to number because, you know, they are a number. But let's just keep it for completeness. Histogram. Do we need a histogram? Oh, there is a histogram, I think. Area we mapped. Chat, service we mapped, I think. Category we mapped. Financial product we mapped. Transmission we mapped. Passenger capacity we mapped. Options we mapped. Fuel we mapped. Mileage we haven't done anything for mileage. But there is nothing to map. It's just like we select the thing and it just sets itself. There's nothing to map there. Price. Again, nothing to map. Price. Oh, there is sorting as well. Does this sort them? Like what happened? Oh, it sorted them. Okay, we have sorting as well. We have to figure out how sorting works. It passed to options class. No, that's not the API. It did something else. I think it did something else. Translate HTML is Google's translation. It did list.empty and it passed it something. Cell amounts. Okay, let's map this sorting, how sorting works. Sort by smallest price. And now year of manufacture, if I click, it's gonna do list.empty minus reg day. So we can do like minus or not minus. You put minus to reverse the sorting to make it descending, I think. Regi day is sort by latest model, and if I sort this reverse on it, it's gonna give me like the oldest possible card probably. Yeah, this is 2001. Okay, that works. 2001, and using the maker. Okay, that's how it works. Brilliant. Okay, next one. What is it? Registration date? We can filter. We can order by. This is the ordering. In reverse how the ordering works. Order date. Sort by. What does this even mean? I don't know what this means. Order date. Mileage. We can sort by mileage. For mileage, it did km. Okay. Oops. Km equals the mileage. Okay, we have data for that. What's next? Or can even there's a thing you can click X on this thing. Can I zoom this in, by the way? Like it's too small. Come on, zoom in. God damn it. I think we are in the clear. There are some things I still don't know what they mean, but more or less we map the whole reg day histogram. I don't know what this means yet, so let's go back to JSON. Okay, histogram count. This is probably like how many cars were added in each year. Probably, let's just, histogram. This is basically count key. Okay. Histogram is essentially going to be an interface, probably an interface is better here. And it's going to be like count. So it's going to be what? It's going to be a structure which has what? An array of things. So this is going to be an array. It's going to be a type, which is going to be an array like this. Count number, and then what is the other one? Count a number and key, which is a year. Year, which is going to be a string. Let's just, put some documents how this looks like for the next brave developer who dares to figure out what this means. Let's just keep at least a few ones. I see like there's more cars for the other years. I think this is useful because it tells you like how many cars are available for the given year. Like this is how it looks like. So, okay, we did some documentation as well for this, how it looks like. Okay. The Regiday histogram. This gives you information probably how many cars are in each year are available. Is this option dependent is the question. So it's 453. Okay, 453. Let's click this category and go back to the key. Yeah, so it's setting for all the cars. There's like how many? 4 cars, and for all the cars, it's telling you essentially how for all the cars which years there are available in. Is this year of manufacture? Let's document it. Essentially, this is for the current filters, the cars that come from list empty dot how many, what is the distribution of the cars by year. Done. And then we have gas, which I have no idea what this means. There's a 4. Oh, diesel. It's saying 4. But if that was the what we did, like didn't do the gas type. We didn't do the gas type. We did do the gas type. No. Diesel. Options. Gas. Diesel. Fuel type. Oh, we never used it. Oh, okay. We just never used it. Fuel type. We are officially done. I just don't know what this means. Danji number something. Which is nothing. Let's set the filter. Does this even contain information? 976. $926. 420. What about 420? No. So this contains no information, no useful information. Hits. What about hits? Let's Google hits. Nothing. So this is empty as well. So now, these are the types. We're going to go back. We're still in debug mode, by the way. This is still loading this page. So we are going to be now, because we mapped. This is the whole thing, how it maps, and we saved our work. Let's just commit. Let's just make a branch. Create branch. Reversing API, reversing options API, and implementation. And then let's make a commit. let's basically write like reversed the options API, and essentially, and what else I did? I did before passing it. Let's commit API plus localizations. Okay, this looks okay to me. Now, what is the next thing we have to do? We have to start parsing the structure, the gigantic structure. I'm going to make another function. Function parse car options. And we're going to make a nicer structure to work with. But the thing is, if we parse the structure, that's okay. We don't really use it. It's just for the information structure. So we get what is in the type of the structure? Options for filters. Let's call it response, because it looks like a just unprocessed response. And now, what is it suggesting to me? Let's think about this. It's giving me the structure, and we're going to get another structure, which is presumably this structure, which is nicer. What is wrong with this? It's not returning any data. No, nothing else. Okay, why is it async? It shouldn't be async. Now, we need to convert this into something, this nonsense, into something usable now with all this information. So, how is take men used? If we click take men, the take men thing, passengers, passenger capacity, and I inspect the request, it made a car maker, because that's where we're at the structure, and it gave it total men, take men, that's how it's called. Take men. I mean, fair enough. It's going to have like, I just don't want to work with, but I have to work with the codes. To some extent, I have to work with these stupid codes, because the API is going to want me to use them later. So what is the next step? Let's make a filter. Let's make a filter which uses take men. Let's just build that. I'm going to go, let's not even parse the structure. Public search, option sale, we make it, we get it, we return it back, and we just type it as response. Fair enough. Remove that. And now, the code compiles. We're going to go back to the progressive search form, and we're going to get that back a typed response. So we typed the structure, the confusing structure. We're going to load options. Loading the options, we're going to get a structure, set options data. We're going to set this as the type, because that's how it looks like. It doesn't need to be this, okay? And now, so now we need to make a new component, probably. Trim selection, active filters. Let's have one which says, take men. So we're going to have one which says, it's going to be a select again. Let's copy the other one. A label which is going to be like trim. It's going to be not trim. It's going to be take men. Well, you could have just named the thing. Let's just name it let's just name it properly, because I'm just tired of people naming things incorrectly. I mean, these are okay. These options are okay. But I don't want them as options like that, precisely. So I might get them and bring them back to over here. Oh, there's multiple types of okay, they've been doing them like this for most of the time. This is, multiple standards. This is crazy. It doesn't matter for now. Passenger capacity. So label, and this is going to be a option. Okay, now we are going to make a label, and then it's offering to make me a select. This is using Radix UI, very popular. So now, filters passenger capacity. The thing is, can we select multiple passenger capacities? We can. How does that look like? With a comma. They make them with a comma? Okay. Capacities. Their number. Okay, we're going to remove the other one because it doesn't make sense for it to be like that. We're removing this kind of structure because this is an array and this is made to be key value, but apparently they separate by comma, which is crazy, but whatever. Capacities, it could be there, it could be gone. That's okay. This is not assignable to that. Handle filter change. So now, we need to support like multiple option selects. I don't know if Radix UI has this. Let's Google it. Radix UI multi-select. Do they even have something like this? When was this? 2022? Primitive multiple selection. I think they do have this. Select trigger. Select group. Select value. Okay. Trigger content. Okay. We need to make the filters now work with multiple parameters, and they currently work with a single parameter, which is annoying. Content. They're very difficult. Selection item. What does this take? Class name, primitive item. If I go here and be like multi, does it have multi? Multi-selectable. We need to ask somewhere if this is even possible. It is. No, that's not what we want. We want a real multi-select. How do you do this in select item element? Do they have like a proper documentation for this? Checkbox group. I mean, you can do it with a checkbox group if it's not a select. It doesn't have to be a multi-select. It could be a checkbox. You could do it as a checkbox as well. Just reading documentation. So I think we have to use a checkbox, because this option is a multi-option, and it's not just an option. We have to use a checkbox, the same way they are doing it. So we are going to be doing a checkbox. Yes. So no select. Checkbox. There was they don't. That's not how it works. Checkbox. There's a checkbox, and that has a primitive. Did I export more things for it? Roots. What else does it have? Root checkbox state. Let's do the checkbox in Radix UI. Checkbox group. We need to group it. Oh, checkbox primitive. If I do if I export checkbox indicator, checkbox state, checkbox whatever, it's exporting multiple properties for me. If I do checkbox and also checkbox indicator, what else is there? Checkbox indicator, checkbox unstable trigger. What? What I need is a checkbox group. That's all I need. It doesn't have checkbox group. Which version of Radix UI is this? Oh, okay, so I go to package.json, Radix, there's multiple of them. Checkbox is 132. Let's Google. What's the latest version of this? 133. 132, which is not very insignificant. What's the latest one? Does it have a checkbox? Radix UI. It's the same documentation. This is very weird. Why is it not showing up properly? Checkbox. Okay, checkbox. This is a different website. Radix. Radix UI themes. Do I have this package? .046. That's quite outdated. wait, radical, I don't even have this. Do I need this is the question. Primitives. Do I have primitives? React checkbox. React checkbox. I'm trying to understand why this is giving me a very simple checkbox with this one, and not giving me the other checkbox properly. It just has an indicator, which I don't like this checkbox. I want the multiple group, unless there's something else I can use. Radio group. No, we don't want the radio group. We want the checkbox group. This is very simplified, and I don't like this. That's actually more complicated than reversing the API. Checkbox default checked. Does it have default checked? They are similar, but they're different. It's a high-level styled component library built on top of unstyled React primitives. Styled component library. Pre-built styled components with a focus on theming. Okay. Oh, so that's how it works. So I just have to use the checkboxes, in themselves, without. So this is a close. There's no designing it, and I can't use that because we're using custom design, so I can't do that. But this can be like just a regular checkbox. We don't need more design for it. It's just like that's how it's used. Let's get the thing. I understand now. So basically, there's no more design for this. I wasted a bunch of time for nothing, but that's how life is. Checkbox. There's no trigger. There's no indicator. There's nothing. We don't need to do any of this. It's just a checkbox. Go back and paste the example. So. Check. So all of this is done. We don't need any of this. We just need checkbox. Class name checkbox root. We don't need that as well. Default checked ID. And the ID, I spent so much time on this for no reason, okay? We need to make this. Also, like filters. Are we sure we're going to allow filters like that? Because this is like too abstract. These are the search filters, passenger capacity. So now we're going to use like passenger capacity. That, okay. We are back again. So, the backend was not working for like the whole day, and let's check if it works now. It's just returning some weird thing and it was not working properly. Now it works. Okay, now we are good to continue our work. So, okay. Let's continue. I also did a little bit of work behind the scenes, like very, very little, like 20 minutes till I was trying to make it work. And the recording for that didn't capture the screen properly, so we are, basically doing that now. Okay. Let's get to where we were. We go to network. We are essentially trying to progressive search form. Where are we at? We are at essentially, yeah, we added this thing and essentially it's not showing up in the pages. So if we kill it and then rerun it, because we would like to have debugging. There's nothing more useful than a debugger. Add this here, and then we are ready to debug it. So now, passenger options. Do we have options? When do we get options? We should, in theory, always request options initially with even no brand selected. Like, we should be able to pass options. Load options. This thing is currently called there, but we have an initial thing, load, I think load. So we do get, like, we have to pass initial parameters. I should probably use context API or something to not have to drill things. Makers const options equals get options. And let's just get options initially. Do we have a get car options? And let's even make this nullable, because we want to be able to, like, get the options, set the sale options. If we just request this, if I go to and make a request for this with absolutely nothing, will it work? Yes, it worked, and it gives me absolutely everything, which is exactly what we want. So that means everything is optional. So we can go back and make this optional, and then basically we want to go back and call this API and pass it through over here. Initial makers, initial options, and then also add it over there. Initial options, no, yes, initial options. For the full options, they're going to come by, and it's one request that we have to drill. It's not that much. Get car options, and we pass it nothing. What is it suggesting? This, but then it's not going to work on the other code, which is it. Where is it? Yes, where this could be null, because this is a nullable API. Where it's, this is some other part where it's, because I basically made it undefined, but it doesn't like that as much. It wants to pass. Let's keep it null and just. But the thing is, get car option is going to be like, there's a lot of things I can pass. Maybe I should give it an object of, like, make it like this. It just pass whichever one I like. That seems like a nicer API. So, and basically what we want is to have it nullable, I think, like this. Can I make, yeah, equals, that's how you do it, equals to nothing. Now that's nullable, I can pass nothing to it. And on the other part where I pass this, we make it like that. Okay, bracket, so it's an object, and now car class, car code, this is undefinable, but it's nullable. Is there a nicer way for me to do this? If I make them nullable as well, because like the APIs I want to pass, it's like any of these, and now that's fine. And so we're back, and now we've got the parameters in the page. What are we doing now? Basically, we are getting on the server side, getting the options. We load some options. We don't want to load no options. We want to load some options for the cars, because these options loaded with some requests. So if I fetch the page, I knew what's going to happen is it's going to fill up with things, and for sure one of them is going to call, one of them is going to call, yeah, you see option sale, and all of them is IMT, and page and order days as well, they get passed as well, but all of these are getting passed through. So, and also list API is called, which is some generic data which I haven't found useful yet. Price min, price max. I haven't really found use for that, but let's just go step by step. So we pass the initial options. Yeah. Search page client. Basically, we have to drill it now down to the place where it's used. No, and then we progressive search. We pass it to something, I think. Progressive search form. Where is this used? Oh, so progressive search page client, that doesn't need them. So that doesn't need anything I did. Basically, we pass, and now we have the options, the initial options, and then we just have to load it with a use state, with a use effect. There's like an initial set initial. Set. There is like a set initial. This code is quite strange. Okay, we want to. There's like a use effect somewhere. That's the wrong page. Search form. Yes, this is the page. These are like a load. Yeah, sets options and set the initial options. And now when we refresh the page, and we go to the search page, it should, let me just check if this is recording. This is recording, okay. We go check it, and passenger capacity, is it going to show anything to us? No. And there's a question to why. Also, the images stopped loading. Did they just update the whole API? They might have broken the whole website again, you know, with the images, because these images were working before, and now they're not. If I go to the production one, are they going to work on are they broken perhaps on the production one as well? No, so maybe something is okay. Never mind. We were trying to implement passenger capacity as a filter, so no data. Now we're going to go back to the page and put a breakpoint in the options and refresh. We're going to get some options now. Yeah, we got all the stuff. And we want to see for take men is the one. So this is the one for all the codes. And even there's 0 for some reason. Does this even have 0? Sorry. Option sale. Yeah, it has 0. It has 0, whatever 0 means. Maybe 0 is, I don't know what 0 means. Anyway, so options. We're implementing the options for the. This is essentially like for the passenger capacity. I think it's. Oh, Korean. How do I? Okay, passenger capacity. 1,000 whatever. This is take few 2 people. We need to pass that. So we got the options. So it means everything else just should be okay. Now let's see if it's going to load the parameters correctly. Set options. Oh, JSON stringify. Initial filters. And let's do the options as well. Okay. Is it going to work? Let's see, search. Okay, we're trying to see if the options propagates through the initial options. So we get to show something to the user. You know, the other page is just making requests on the front end, which is useless. Like, why just cache it? They just have made terrible website. Passenger capacity. We didn't hit the breakpoint. So we are setting it. So we are setting it, and then the question is, why is this not producing anything cool? We need to update this ID as well. Take main key, so key. We can put the key there as well. Like key and then key, because the key is quite, you know. Let's continue. And we didn't render much for that. Just kind of sad. There's no rendering that happened. We need to debug this. Can I debug this in Next.js like that? Is the question. Can this be debugged? Yes. Take min is on the what? Options. Oh, because I load it later. I load it later. But I could just do this. I'm so dumb. Initial options. I could just do this. What's the problem with that? So it's never... Oh, now it's something. But this page is... Wait, it's use client, so this shouldn't be a problem. You know... Oh! Results. Take men has a value. What? I've never seen this. How is that possible? Like, it literally has a value. You see, take min. Oh, dot result. I'm so stupid. It's not this. It's dot. You see, that's the problem with not using Zod as a library. I think I need to use that. I need to use Zod as a library because this is not validating anything that's coming to me. Let's add Zod because this I see it's not the same structure. Result. Do we have Zod? We actually even have Zod. Like, we should be using Zod. Zod v4 type definitions. So basically, the way you do this is z dot something. Export Zod options, and then we're gonna do this. And now we have to figure out how to translate this into Zod. Oh, is support as type? No. I think we just need to convert all of that into Zod. So all these types. Basically, this whole structure needs to be a Zod object at the end of the day. Also, like in Zod, how is this even called? Like, cell amount car, la 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 la. Cell amount is a record. Okay, that is not obvious to convert to Zod, because we're gonna have a much easier time when we convert it to Zod. certified, because you know the thing is, it's coming back. I'm having an interface for me, but the response is not coming back in the right response. So it would make sense for us to use that library. Certified number, cell amounts. What else do we have? Z dot da, 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 transform idle lazy. This is not like, basically this is what I want, an object which is this, but it's not obvious to do. Like, how do I do this in Zod? How do I do this? Type A, type B. Property key names, so one by one they add them. So for every key, so how do they do this? Literal. Also, though, there's a way to transform this as well in a Zod structure. So if this is how it looks like, no. If, let's just try with one of them. If this is the amount, and like you wanna, no, we want for the key of to a number. That's what we want to transform to. Is there a way for it to do it? Because I don't know how to do it exactly. No, that's not correct. That's incorrect. Zod object. Zod is not the easiest, but it's kind of worth doing it in the long run. So I want to kind of do that as well. Build. For every key in the thing, assign. At that point, like if just like amt dot something, because we want one structure. That's the reason. Okay. This is challenging now because I realize I have to convert to Zod, and it's not. How do I make the TypeScript dynamics in that way? Z.object key of type. It's not easy. If we do that, and then over here, you just do like record, and then do, instead of string, do like can I do like a custom type? But I just like now I need to make this a Zod type. I need to make this into a Zod thing, which is going to be a Z object. Essentially, this is what I want, like that. And now it's a Z object, and I'm gonna fix it later. No, that's not really. That's not it. Like. In the original TypeScript, it was much easier to do. Like here, I need to do it almost like programmatically. const zod cell amtgbn code equals z object, and we give it nothing, and then we want to zod object basically at the code it's going to be like from what type, from but then it wouldn't have IntelliSense if I do that. I'm trying to figure out a way to convert the original thing to okay, so like extend. So what type is this at the end? Okay, if I do like a const a cell, it doesn't like, it lets me do more stuff, which is not great as well. If it's a record from this structure to a number, let's see if this would work. Let's think about this. Cell amount GB code to a number, export type. Let me just like disable the editor, because it's like silence, what's the word, like snooze cursor tab for like 5 minutes because it's going crazy for me. No cursor. It's not cell amount code. I think that's the time where we are supposed to ask a bit. If we have the original definition, and it's not as easy to convert to Zod, how do you do that? If we have such a definition, basically we have this. We can even try card type. If I have, let's just ask it, like if this plus card type plus this, how would you approach this when converting to Zod? How to do the key of TypeScript magic? Let's ask it, because I have no idea how to do this, to be honest. It's very difficult. We wrote this by hand, but Zod documentation. This is all easy. This is talking to me in Greek for no reason. Literal, optional. Well, the thing is, this is easy, but we want to be able to get a dynamic definition of this somehow. And I don't think that's possible, because these are made to be static. Like generating them from unless we do like object and then key of this and then z string. Let's see I have an idea how to do this. Let's see if it's this is kind of crazy what it did. So what it's suggesting essentially is so this is the better one. We have the localization. What it's suggesting to me is to have the localization. So it's like get the keys out. So it's getting the keys out, and then there's 4 steps to it. And it's doing this to convert to the shape. Like, that's so weird. Does this even compile? And then it's basically, this is a whole approach to doing this, but this is kind of crazy. It looks like it's working. Card type, but then card type. It's converting it to a Zod shape, but it's not like the real shape. Like this shape in TypeScript. I mean, this was the same. I think that's kind of what we want to do. Okay. Taking the keys, car shape is essentially, it's giving it type. So basically, it's going to be the car keys in like an optional of a number, and then it's generating the object somehow. The keys of this, and reducing them, and for each key, it's going to basically, we're going to set. It's going to set the K for the key to this, and then it's like for this shape, it's going to make it into an object, and then also there's a type. So you have the schema and the type. Well, this looks okay. Now we have to repeat this for the other shapes, basically. Who's going to edit the code? Good luck to that guy. Unless we, instead of doing this, we start from Zod. Because there's no other usage for this, to be honest. Like, what if we start from Zod? Instead of reducing them one by one, we reduce the elements one by one. We instead grab the elements one by one. We just convert it to like a car shape. We just start from the structure. Because if we don't have any other need for this, other than that structure, we can just essentially kill that in car keys. So it's typed to that. If we just kill that and be like that, and what it's saying is for each key, no, but we need to map it at the end. Yeah, let's do literals. Let's just do literals. Zod optional, Zod number. So it's not going to be a Zod number. So I think this one needs to be converted to literals. Zod literal. How do you use literals? Colors. Parsing it correctly. You know, there's two things. There's a shape, and there's a how to the Zod record. Hey, why is this an AI again? I mean, that's fine as well. Zod record. How do you use a Zod record? How to use because we need to find a way to convert it into a better structure. Why not? I think this is much simpler. Let's take something like this, and be like, it's going to be from these literals to string. Is that allowed? 1, 2 arguments allowed, not more. What if I do enum? That's allowed. So from this to a number, that is a type, essentially, the record. It's going to pass and it's going to convert them. But that's not ideal. This is a very complex structure because we also want to pass to the options API type thing as well from one structure. From these structures, we shouldn't have to touch the original structure that we built. Because it's useful for translation. Car type schema is this. For the fuel, maybe it's going to suggest a similar piece of code to me where we get like fuel type schema. So what do we need now? This car type is over there. We want to have it also like for the whole structure to be we want it to be a Z object as well for the whole structure. So that's the whole point originally. So this is going to be a Z number. This is going to be a cell amount GBT. Yeah, and so now basically we have to do the same thing. We can't do that because we checked it, and we have to basically do from the keys, get the keys now. Basically get the keys, export const cell AMT keys. Right, we get the keys again. And then the same idea. And that's done. The same idea. Basically, we reduce the keys, and we, instead of computing this the normal way we compute it. By the way, if I have like fuel type like that, and I'm like const a is fuel type, and we have this, and I have like that, is it going to allow that? Satisfies fuel type. It didn't argue with me, which is kind of like, I was expecting more of TypeScript to allow only these. Is there a way to do that? Like, what is it currently? It's like X to string to number. Is it even possible to do that? So now if I do this, const a equals a fuel type, and then I do like, then it's going to be like, no problem. Cannot exist in type. I think that's how we should program the types. Partial of this part and number. Key of localization and number. Let's just Google on TypeScript how partial works. So type partial person. Also basically makes everything nullable. Okay, makes everything optional for this record, but everything is optional. Okay, and that's the type. If that's not const, is it a problem? if we make like one of them bad, it's not really a problem, but it's just like a nice to have. Okay. So now, this is the strict type. This is going to be const as well. And now we have to convert this to Zod as well, which is a conversion to Zod types. I think there is a better way to do this, to be honest. Now that I'm looking at this like that, there should be a better way to do this. Because this is not nice. That's not exactly nice code. Object keys, cell amounts, reducing it, getting like accumulating the Z object one by one and setting all the keys is not the best way to accomplish this. There is a let's like ask like, is there a better way? Let's go to Gemini and ask it. You see what I'm trying to do? Is there a nicer way to have both locales conversion then from code and also not have the reduce? Let's see. Is there definitely there is a way. So there basically isn't a way to make this better. What's the native way? Zod. I think this is better, like car type keys, and then define the help of that, the keys to structure. This is the only map required, but it's what if so it's suggesting to us for the type key for the car type keys for the car type. Instead of doing that, we do this. We remove this, and we like get this utility in, like the top level utility, and then disable snooze cursor for like 5 minutes because we want to do it alone. Okay, so the car type keys, it's basically what it's suggesting to us is to define them like to define the schema directly. Yeah, so essentially have the type keys and then have the basically have them like that originally. So convert this into that. Yeah, but then it wouldn't. But then I can't convert from this to this thing. That's the whole point. Like. Yeah, so there is no way. We have to go back. There is no way to do this, to have it both ways. Both have the Zod library, handle the parsing, and also have it runtime logically accessible through a map. That is impossible. It's possible in TypeScript. It's impossible in Zod for the moment. So we have to rely on something like this to parse the shape. So inferring that, and then for the fuel we do everything the same. Fuel type, car type keys, key of type of localization. So we want to have the keys type. Let's enable it. Type keys and have the same structure. No, it's fucking it up. Come on. Field type. What is the thing? We have to get the shape now. How do we do this? We are set, and then we're running this function to compute the shape. For one, field type, reduce field type keys. What is it missing? Type is missing the following properties: 00401, zod optional, zod. Oh, the type is wrong. The type is correct. Everything is correct. What is it complaining about? It has them. I set them, and they're in the shape. So before we do anything, let's run a type check. This looks correct, so nobody's complaining about that. So we want essentially to get the response and be like option sale la 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 la, and I'll reach up to here. Define schema. Results. So now this can go later and be like, okay, this is option for sale schema. So now, and then we can pass the response correctly. Color code. So again, like what we can do is the same we did before. Color code is used over there, and then now we have like export const keys. Basically like the type color keys, and then run the same function. Only thing I don't really get is why this is correct. It's complaining for no reason for this. I think if we like TypeScript and like redo the TS server, it's gonna fix itself. Yeah, it fixed itself. No, it didn't. Okay, that's annoying. It just doesn't like that. It's the same thing. Maybe, what about this? Export. Can we do like, I don't really understand why this is missing the properties. This is these keys, yes, and it's for the every key we have a number for it. Well, okay, so basically it's not in the response. Okay, fair enough, I understand, like we want them there, but how did it work for the last time then, for the other one? Oh. Can't type key. So if the can't, why is it string? This should not be string. This should be a literal of things. key of type of, and then it became string. So it's reduced. This actually might not work in that case because like it wants me to assign it directly to this. As long as it's typed, I have no problem repeating it, to be honest. Like if I do this and be like repeat it, as long as this does at least one invalid response over there, which it doesn't, because this is string. Oh, because this is string, because this is string. I understand. So in the other one, what do we have? We didn't type it, and that's the key. We should not type this. That's the reason why it's not working, because we shouldn't type it. And now that we don't type it, now this becomes invalid, which is how it should work. And then we define the shape. I think that's an okay way to define the shape. We have these as a mapping, and then from them we define the shape. I think this is how we're going to figure it out. We define the shape, and then this shape doesn't work because it doesn't have, maybe it's missing some parameters, which is, you know, it's missing them, and now it's going to stop missing them, exactly. And it's clean. It's like not clean, but it's intuitive, and we need both structures anyway. So, and then we can remove this thing. Okay, that's great. And then we can make from the schema, we make an object, and we card type, and then we infer the type, which is great. Let's compress that into one chunk. Color schema. Sorry, card type. Okay, that's great. That's great. That works really well. And card type schema, field type, and then we do the same thing. And now it's quite obvious what we have to do, because this is not typed as a record. It's typed as an enum, which means you can get the keys and like basically do the same thing, like open this and repeat them, and we get up to 10. And again, if we add an invalid one, it's going to be like, oh, this can't be, this, you know, this does not exist in the schema. So that means even though we duplicate it, it's okay. It's okay because it's like it can only look like that and not in any other way. Cell amount and cell amount, and we don't need this, and you know, we remove the record, exactly. And then we come here and you know, do only these, and then we get this, we infer the schema, end. Okay? Transmission schema. Remove, again, the same stuff. Very, very similar, and our cursor is going to do the other work because it's exactly how it should be. It kind of got the pattern of what it should be doing. And we convert everything to options code. Do we add a annotation? Yes, we added one. Now this is going to take a bit more time. And let's see if it realizes what to do until 7,000. And then because if I remove even one, it will complain. Put it back. Which one is it missing? It's missing 100,130. But it's there. 100,130, read, okay. Type is missing following properties. 4001, so 400 is missing. 400. What else is it missing? 400. A 100. Wait a second. Let's get the thing and generate it correctly, because this is not correct, probably. And I mean, again, it's telling us it's not correct. So let's get it and then try to generate it correctly. And now it's correct. Okay, now it's not complaining. Nice. So this is the cleanest way to do this. There is a way to loop around, but it's not a clean type. Types means it's defined like a type, and I need both because this is for mapping and this is for the actual type. I tried to do it in another way, but it's not possible. This is again the same way, and then we do color schema, Z number, city. Do we do the city code? Oh, we still have a few ones which we haven't done, I think. So we're gonna put this one as well there next to the other ones, and be like city code schema, la 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 la, and at the end of that we're like end. Color key schema, get the color code as well. Yeah, remove the record because this is typing it, and we wouldn't want it to be typed. As const, I'm gonna get that, put it back at the other ones, color ones, at the color. Oops, there. Color shape, and then one by one define the types. Exactly, that's exactly what we want. Seat color, let's do the same for seat color. Seat color, and then seat color, give it the type, remove the record, and then const, and then define them one by one, and then this is the shape we defined as an object, we infer the type. Great. What's next? Marker code. Returns top level marker code, apparently. So wait, marker code. What do we need the marker code for? Let's hold on to that for a moment. I don't know what that is for. I forgot. Let's just come back to the actual Z object. Reggie Day something histogram schema. Did we remove this on accident? Let's check what we've done. No, we didn't. There it is. So from this, we're essentially going to we just need like export. So export. So const Reggie Day histogram shape. We don't even need the type here. We just need like equals. Do we need the shape? Yeah, but let's just do without shape. Let's do directly. Z array, and then Z object of these two things, and then the type is inferring the Reggie Day histogram schema. Just call it schema for. This is the schema, and that's the type. You know, maybe even make it capital letter. Oops. Come on. We don't really need to export the schema for now. Warranties number, this is number, this is number. So marker code schema, you see? There's a maker code, sorry. Maker code is this. We can essentially just okay, so now this is kind of difficult. Make a code. I mean, but these are dynamic, so we don't need to care about how they look like. It's just like, for all intents and purposes, to us, it's a string to a number, which is converted to export. So const make a code schema equals Z object, and we just do no. It's essentially an object from a string. But it's not one of them, it's just record. Is there a Z record? Yes, there is. Okay. Export type make code is in the further type of that. And we'll go back and replace that. So yeah, it's already replaced. Let's add the comments for clarity, make a code, and then make a code schema. Again. Okay. So now this with Z number, and then this is unknown, this is fine. Car type. What was car type for? What did we define that? So we need basically schema. Okay. We need to define, we need to use the schema. And then number, seat color schema, transmission schema, Z number. So we mapped it. And now what we have to do is go back to the response of the page. Which is in options, and this is going to return this. This is going to essentially so we need also something else for this schema that we've defined. For both of them, we need to export a type. And also down, options full response. Make it, rename it, and then this one is going to be the actual thing. Maybe even name it like, let's just name it result. Yes, and now this is going to be options full response. It's going to return the full response. And now we need to use the schema to get the JSON options JSON, and then we have to pass it and return it. Yes, correct. That's correct. Or just like that. Okay, that's short. Fair enough. And now that we have this is going to be valid, we can basically go back to the form and be like, okay, we got the response. Not response. We want options full filters. This is what we want to do and use. Okay, and here it's going to be full for filters as well, because that's the one with the results. We don't want to have the whole response because we don't really need the pagination of that, because they have useless pagination anyway. So options response, and it's going to be, what is the problem exactly? Can we stop breaking for now? Thank you. What's the problem with you? Not assignable to parameter. Record number, blah, 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 blah. Not assignable parameter. Let's just continue refactoring. We'll come back to it when we're done. Okay, so now it's the point where we have to figure out why it's complaining, because this is exactly how the schema looks like there, and it's so basically make a code, blah blah blah. This is what we've given it. Is not assignable to type. Make a code, and it's the same thing. So what is missing? Undefined is not assignable to make a code of this thing, of record of string and number. Partner certified year, yada yada yada. So there's oh, is it nullable? So wait, use state. Okay. For fools, I mean, it's undefined, but it's not really undefined, because we can't. It's always defined. That's the thing. We're always gonna define it. So yeah, that's the problem. And then what else is? I think everything is okay for now. We are ready to reboot. Okay, I think we did too many changes. We gotta restart and then run again. Okie dokie. Okay. Now it's running again. Whoops. Where is it doing all this? Oh, there it is. Now, go into inventory. Is it going to show me passenger something is the question. What the fuck is this? Invalid type. I mean, expected. So it's requiring. What am I requiring? Message status, detail, whatever. And in the actual thing, it was not there, apparently. Like, let's see. Who's logging so many things? What are these console logs? Am I logging this? Yes, I am the one logging this. Car makers. Let's just... This doesn't have any ZOD, but let's just return response.json so it doesn't log it. Okay, now. Option schema pass, it didn't work. But we need to figure out why. Let's put a breakpoint and search again. So it hits the breakpoint. Come on, bro, can you please hit the breakpoint? Okay. Debugger attached. Source not found. Skip by smart step. Didn't find it. Okay. Okay. Options. Something is wrong. Resolve response. I mean, I know about this error already. So status was undefined, something else was undefined. Option sale, did we say? I think I know what's wrong. Like, what's wrong? Did we say, like, this has an option sale? Like, yes. So basically, it's like called option sale, and everything is inside of that. Everything that we saw is inside of this. That's how they've done the structure. If I close this, everything is inside option sale. And now I reboot. And let's see if it works. Come on. What is it? Where is it breaking? Why is it even breaking? It shouldn't be breaking now. So now basically we're fighting with Zod again. What is it? What's wrong now? Expected number received object. City code something. So for city code, what is the response? Expected number received object. Yeah. You see, that's very useful because I made mistakes while I was passing the structure. It's an object. The thing is in count. So if I go to... These are very valid remarks. That is very correct. See, the city codes are wrong, basically. Where I went with the city codes is that's what I would like to know about them. But they actually look very different in the schema. So the schema does not... This is what I want at the end. But the schema, as you see, it's not like city code and amount. Like, this is not an amount, the amount is in count, so it's in another object. So we have to make, like, this is going to be like z.object, and then it's going to have count, which is going to be a number, and then we close. And it's not going to be optional. What's wrong here? Yeah, it's basically not going to be a number, it's going to be a count of a number. And now we did boop, 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 boop. You can convert all of them. Boop, 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 boop. And now we save and refresh. Let's see what else is wrong in our schema that I made mistakes about. Refresh it. What else did I fuck up in the schema? Come on. Okay. More things I fucked up. Amazing. All of that is fucked up. So Reggie histogram is fucked up. Let's see how it looks like. Reggie histogram has a count and a key. And for me, what did I do with the Reggie histogram? It's a list of count and years. And key. That's how it looks like. Okay. Next iteration. We are doing good. Refresh. Oh, now it even worked. Okay. So no problem so far. But passenger capacity is still nothing. Okay, so we fixed the schema. Let's save our work. And let's see what we're missing. This is fine. This is okay because the options are different types. But now, when we do this, let's console log the initial options. It's not worth debugging for something so simple. Blah 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 blah. Option. Oh, it's undefined. Yep, it's undefined. We have to figure out why it's undefined. Go back to the page where it's used. Oh, because we have to see dot option. You see, it corrected me. It was dot result. It needs to be dot options result. Now, boom! All of the options in the original website show up in my website. Great. And now we have to make it into actual checkboxes, because I don't know if these are checkboxes exactly. Yeah, I mean, they are getting checked, they are working, but like, why is it not showing up at all? Button 0 size. Amazing. Row checkbox. Let's go down to the checkboxes. What is it suggesting me? Oh, if it's default checked. No. Go back. Undo. Now. Let's see where we're at. We have to see why the checkboxes are not working. If they are working, but they're not showing up in any way, shape, or form. What we can do is probably see, like, is there a way to maybe give them a class name of like some width, maybe 4x4, and let's see if that makes any difference. It does make a difference, but they're still invisible. They are still invisible. Now, even though it's working, it's invisible. That's so weird. I think we might have to use some help on that, because I have no idea why. Like, I can see here, it's a button. And it has some style. Let's give it also a maybe color. Now it has a color as well. Okay, now they have a color. Probably what's going on is they're not styled correctly, which is from, oh, because I'm using, oh, I know why, because I'm not using, I have the wrong import. I have to import the thing correctly. Checkbox, not from Radix UI, but from my declaration. Like this. And now it wouldn't even need any classes. Yes. Click. And now it works. We have the options. We can select how many. And initially as well, we will, what default checked is not going to be the case. Checked is going to be whether, check. How do you know it's checked? It is checked if the filters, passenger capabilities. So what is the passenger capabilities? It's a number. It's the key, basically. If it includes the key and if it doesn't include the key, yeah, basically that's the key. So that's what we want. If it includes the key, if the key is string, that's a string. Is that a number? That's a number. Okay. If it's changed, we have to basically make a function that does this. Let's have it empty for now. On check, we have to make an on check function. So for now, it's going to be like here. It's going to be like use callback, and then like that. Perhaps also give it a what's the problem? Expected 2 arguments, got 1. What is it? Oh yeah, I have to give it the array of things. So every single time, it doesn't have anything. Like when does the callback change? I mean, it doesn't need to change. I mean, that's what, because basically the way this works is if we pass it something in the brackets, it's going to recompute the function. But for now, I don't see what with. So let's just take the function and give it back to the place where it's used. And basically give it like that. Handle something. What is the problem now? Oh yeah, I mean, we have to give it the key as well. So it has to be with a checked because we have to give the key as well. So we give both of them. What's the problem with this? Can't be assigned to Boolean because it's possibly undefined. I think we just handle the undefined because it's easier. And this should disappear, theoretically. Is not assignable to... Okay, so let's just use check state. Checked state. Now, basically, we have to, recompute the filters with the new... And basically swap out that this is checked now. And then once this is clicked... I mean, I wouldn't like for it to be to like, there's two options. One of the options is immediately once we change something, we recompute it. The better, and like right now, when we click something, nothing happens, and that's how it should be. We should probably indicate better in the button that people should click the button again once they're ready with their new options. Once they're ready, they click the button. It loads the cars, translating content, whatever happening from Korean. And then these options are going to show up on the website. Essentially. I don't like how the UI is flickering and everything, but that's how it's currently. So, yeah. These are all Kia vehicles. So we want 5, 7, and 10 capacities. That's how it works. And now, how do we do this? We have filters. We have to call set filters because that's how we set the filters, right? And what else do we have to do? So what does it take? It takes filters. So we have the new filters, and now we have to, so basically, what's the logic? What is the logic now? If it's checked, you know, let's go to the website. If it's checked, that means we have to essentially the passengers contains the ID. So we have to either add the thing to the array or remove the thing to the array. So passenger capacities. If it's checked, yeah, exactly. If we check, if we push it, otherwise we remove it. That's basically it. And we have to make let. Yes. And then set filters. That seems pretty accurate to me. What is it suggesting to me? Capacity to string. What is capacity? I think that's fine for now. Let's take this at face value, and every time we click on one of the options, do they make another options request? If I click on one of the options, I just clicked an option, they make another option request to recompute all of the other options that are available. Because, you know, the parameters they're passing are one thing. The options they receive for every single time, they are different. So every single time you click on something, it's going to change the amount of things that are available. I assume. And also every time you click it, it makes a can't make its thing, which resets the vehicles which you can see with the things, which is kind of very dynamic and very weird, but that's how they compute them. They essentially take the things. Let's see if I'm recording. Okay, everything is correct. I can move my thing. Okay, everything is correct. Yeah. Should I move this on the left side? Probably. Okay. So we have the filters now. Filters change based on that. We now need to make a request. We have to make the request. When we click search, perform search, filters to use, how does it, as record? What does it says filters, and it's like that's not a great thing to do. Let's do this. It's not assignable to parameter. Let's fix it. Well, that's going to be a parameter now. It's going to be such a parameter that it works with it. It was a record, but it's going to be search filters because that's going to be the actual parameters. We're going to click that and progressive search. Who wrote this code? What is this? Scraping, raping, whatever. And that's where the params are. And so over here, where the params are at, replace it with search filters. Yes. And now, object entries. From that, for all entries, it's going to do param sets. But what if it's a list? What if the value is a list? For each filters is search filters. How is value always a string? Oh, okay. So yes, and now it's not going to be a string anymore. That's going to break now. Of course, that's what that's what we want. Search filters. Ideally, we shouldn't even have this structure. This is from we should probably like replace the one in the progressive form with this one. This is the actual structure that we want to have. Mileage, price, like that. This is the structure. We don't even handle that, the rest, so we don't even need it. This is a duplicating structure. We don't need that. So we kind of comment this out for now because we don't need it. And now from build search URL, which is used everywhere, even over here, it's used. What's wrong with that? Declares locally, but not. Oh, I didn't export it, didn't I? Oh, I didn't. Okay, great. Now we export it. Now we have a type. And so we build the URL. All these, again, these don't exist anymore because the function doesn't take them. Why? Or Oh, so this is a route. Okay. So on the route, we pass it to our server, and our server does the actual request. So we wouldn't have these parameters for now. We don't need to comment them out, just like pass the passenger capabilities and extract passenger capabilities as a string and then split it. JS, so when you look like, because it's you know, in the actual parameters, it's like this. So 12, you know, this it's going to be like this, how it arrives. Perhaps because I might send it and then code it like this because it's numbers. So then we have to decode it to put it in the same type, and then, or perhaps I can do it in a more intelligent way because it's URL parameters. How else am I going to do this? I don't really see a way to do. I have to, you know, if it's in the param part of the request, which is like more standard, we have to do it like that, the stupid way. What is get all? Oh, if there's multiple, no, we need get. List with commas. And then split map, exactly, capabilities. We're done. So now when we pass it to the function, we have to, there's no type safety here because we're not using TRPC, we're using directly. So what is the problem? What is your problem exactly? Okay, and now search is going to make a request somewhere. Exactly where is the question? Who calls this? We need cha-cha search. There it is. So this guy is going to make a request. Set the parameters. This is any, you know, this shouldn't be any. We can't really set the parameters like that. This is in the front end. When we perform the search, we can't really set the parameters like that. Unless we do like, if it's a list of, if value instance of array joined by comma. Yeah, that works. I think that works. We should do that. And we are done. And now once we select them, if everything is saved, if everything is saved, now we should like be able to get cars which are for 5 people. Oh, it's not letting me. Oh, because it's exclusive. I need to also save the thing properly. So let me just go check it. Handle, basically checkbox. Ideally, I wouldn't want to be importing the check state. Just export the check states as well. Check state. Checkbox primitive dot. So checkbox checkbox state equals no dot checkbox. Where is the actual checkbox state? It's not letting me re-export that. Just kind of annoying. I need to type checkbox state. Oh, checked state. I'm an idiot. Okay, checked state. So that means I can do like type checkbox check state. We just need check state. Re-export the check state. So maybe like checkbox primitive dot check state. No, I can't. Okay, fair enough. We're bringing it back. That's done. And now we don't even need to re-export anything. Over here, we just basically on check change, handle this with a checked. And every time it's like, you know what, let's put a breakpoint to debug it. Anytime I click, I come here and I'm like, okay, there's nothing there. So now it's basically empty. So it's checked. So we need to push one of them. Why is it empty? Okay, we push one of them. Let's see what happens. By the way, let me just see if this looks correct on the recording. It doesn't. It will not let me. Okay. It won't let me. Okay, so it won't let me see anything. It looks okay. Never mind. So okay, undefined equals to this. We like that. New filters. We made the new filters. We assign it. We go, and then this is clicked. Click on 5. It's still undefined. That's some JavaScript nonsense. Did this even assign it? I'm changing the... Why is this always undefined? It's so weird. I'm replacing the reference to the object. I don't really understand why this is being undefined. This is beyond my scope of understanding. Probably, some AI is going to figure it out in 5 seconds, but we're not allowed to use that, right? So we have to figure out why this is behaving like this. Why would it be undefined? That means filters is not changing. Filters didn't change. Well, like, I'm depending on React being adequate as a framework. If React doesn't work, I can't really do a lot because, like, and every time, like, it's assigning the... If I do this, I don't think that's gonna do the trick, but let's just see. That did the trick. That is so weird. Why do I need to recompute the whole function? Oh, because I'm using external state. I'm an idiot. Oh, because, and that's the reason. This function needs to recompute once this filter is recalculated, because otherwise this is cached. This doesn't run anymore, because it's not... That's kind of how probably it works. And that's why and it's relying on this. So whatever this is going to... Everything else is not going to change. It's going to... But this is relying on the external parameters. So that's why that's basically why I have to put it in the... Now it works. So we select passenger capacity. We select some capacity. And the way we want it to work is if nothing is selected, that means no filters. But, so, okay, passenger capacities. It's not displaying the filters correctly, which is okay. All we care about is reset. So handle filter change. What is this? All this is on the select handle filter change. New filters. If this is not in a use effect, whatever. Delete. It's gonna delete that if. Because filters could be a lot of things, not just like string value. Could be also a number, and this is always a string. So maybe not pass a string every single time. Handle filter select. So we need a maybe partial for this. Only the ones which are strings we want to be able to set like that. Key of strings where key of this where it's string. So that's the one we want. No, that is not what we want. That is too disgusting. We want something like partial. And then how do I not optional, but what we want is like what's the way to do this in TypeScript? TypeScript make select only some parameters from type. Pick. I think it was pick. It's called pick. Yes, pick these. It has other parameters. I set the properties whose keys are in the union. Type. So pick key extends key of T, P, and K. So basically, for all the keys that extend your type, pick the ones which are I think we have to remove key of. Yeah. And then key of that. Okay, if we fix it. Basically for these are the ones which are that type. Okay, so what else? Handle filter change. So what is the problem with this? As key of pick. What is this key? It's string. Why not just pass it? Oh, because it's dynamic. Badge. On click. Basically remove the, this is the badges down. If we click it, remove the filter with that key. And because the key is dynamic, we have no guarantee it's for which part. So that's why, like, as basically, like, as this type, and let's just, go here and be like, export type, search filter keys, but the thing is, I don't like how this works. I don't really like this filtering. Like, all of these are strings. This is clearly not a string, unless we have to save it as a string, which I kind of don't want to do. I want to work with things correctly until we give it to the right place. We are instead going to ditch this function and stop with this logic because we don't need that logic. And we get the actual, the actual keys. So key is any of these. So if it's any, we delete it. Otherwise, we have to use the value. And the value could be anything. Is there value of? Could be anything. we have to like check the properties. We basically give it like, once we go here, it's giving like which thing to change, but that's not really how we would like to do it. You know, the normal way is to have multiple functions. We just clear it up, but this one is direct. Okay, let's give it the value and let's give it, I mean, the simplest way until it doesn't work anymore is to just give it string or anything, no number array like that, and be like, okay, this is any of these, but it has to be, that's the exact type. Okay, basically that it has to be this type, and then everywhere else where we use it, when it's string, argument type is not assignable to a parameter of type string number, type string is not assignable to type number. It's not assignable to parameter string and number. What about string or number? Because the thing is, this is a whole type with both things. We want any of them. You know, any of them. So new filters. I mean, if this doesn't work, I can try other ways as well, like a more logical ways where there's multiple functions performing the same thing. So undefined, not assigned to type number string, type string not assignable to type number. Type string is not assignable to type number. So now, filter change, if we're going to have like multiple, the thing is not very sustainable because in the actual thing we're building, there are multiple types of any kind of thing, and like making everything be this one thing is not great. Like I would rather have the, you know, filter function. It's going to set the filter. So either we have two approaches. First approach is we treat everything like a string like that. So if it's multiple things, we treat it like this. And basically we make it like, if I set a year or like a price, it's going to give the payload like this. Sell amount, this. If I give it a maximum amount for, it's going to give everything is a string at the end like that. So we could just save it in the structure like a string, and then, but that's, I don't like to do that. So I would rather just make a bunch of small functions. Just split this. If this can't be every function, we are going to just split this, split into many small functions. That's what we want entirely. Reset dependent filters, update. No, not like that. Let's delete the function, do it ourselves. This was bad. Whoops. Sorry. Okay, everything is correct. We don't like this function. Const handle filter marker maker. Code change. Use callback. And then it's going to change the maker. Why is this so much simpler? Handle class, handle filter, and then handle passenger capacity. And we have this. That's so much simpler than everything else. Like having to have one function for every single thing is just stupid. Like we don't have to, you know, have one function for every single thing. So what was wrong with that? Can't handle, always false. Handle passenger. Why passenger capacity? This is any filter. So now, depending on the filter, multiple badges, not one single badge, multiple badges. You know, we need to have like basically having to map these capacities as a badge, yes. And then for the rest of the badges as well, basically, and then here we give it a false. Also, for the rest of the ones, not like that, not like that. What we like is filters.car and then do the badge. Class do the badge, marker do the badge. This is much more extensible code. And remove that, and now basically it will Oh, I couldn't clear it. Why? Checked is not defined. Oh. Oh, oops, over here. Checked is not defined. It's going to be false. What is this character? Oh, it's an X. Okay. And now, boom. Refresh the page. Components should not switch from controlled to uncontrolled. What's this mean? Oh no, Google's gonna verify me for 3 hours. I'm so suspicious. What does this mean? Using checkbox, React won't like a string either, so try. So everybody's confused as well what this means. Anyway, could not read map past the child. Progress. It's okay. So basically, React is complaining to us that is controlled. Decide between using control and uncontrolled value for a lifetime of the component. Okay, so basically we passed some initialization parameters to something without realizing. That's what's going on. Let's refresh it. Let's relaunch it because probably the state is not clean enough. There's no Flutter hard reset. That's not, we don't have like niceties like in Flutter, so we just have to reset. Let's see if the filter is going to work now. Okay. So go to the search page. Now, we are going to click a bunch of things and then click X. And nothing happened when I clicked X. Click on the badge. So the keys are not unique, apparently. Let's debug it. Let's go back to the checkbox. And checked is going to be this function, like weather, which works fine. What we want to do is debug this thing. This works fine. And now the badge. The badges are the problem. So the badge with a capacity. Oh, capacity to string. No, not the capacity. What we want is the key. So we want to do like object entries of the capacities and then do a key value. Give it the key. And again, the key, and then the value. Okay, now it should work. Okay. Remove breakpoint, go. Now, if I go reset the page. Why is this the value? Like, the passenger capacities, what does it do? Like, it's, oh, it's just numbers. Okay, so there is no for which it's full. It's just a number which one is selected. So I have to do like t at the val of the value of the key, basically. Because entries. Why am I doing entries? That is so dumb. It is the capacity. But why am I even taking a string when it's a number? I don't even need to do that. Okay, and now, yes, and now we do the localization of the thing, basically, because it's going to be like part of this. It's going to be a key of these, yes. And then give it to the structure, and then check it out. And it should even like say 1, 2 people selected, 6 people, or 7 people. I mean, and then if I click on it, still doesn't work. It will work eventually. You know, we're not giving up. Is it selecting anything if I click it? Yes. So what's the problem now? That's there and it's false. Perfect. What is the problem? Oh, we're not setting anything. Capacity is equal to this. We reset it. I think that's how it should be. Yes, now it's fine. And then we click search, and then we watch the network request. Boom. Is it going to do the correct thing? Provisional headers are shown. Why? Oh, search. That's the actual request. Yes, so it's search for these passenger capabilities. What if we click 11 or more and remove these ones? We want a car for like a lot of people. We click search. Then the cars that show up are for 11 people. This is not 11 people cars. I don't know. I'm giving the request. Let's just verify they come back to the actual server when I do the search. Let us verify that we are building the right URL. Click. You know, they're also getting saved in the URL, which is good. Even though we might not be passing them directly to the data yet from the URL. Okay, what is going on now? What are we getting for the filters? Filters are getting set, but we're not using them. Okay, now we need to use them. Yeah, take men. I'm gonna do take men. Yeah, and give it that. Okay, and then go. Oh my god. And now we need to reset it. And also, like, before this, we also need to go to the actual page for the search and then make sure that we get the... Do we have the filters? Options. Get car options. We have the options. And also the URL parameters for the filters. Make sure these are available as well. Search params. Yes. What is this going? SP. Capabilities. We want to make sure that we are passing this as a initial param. Is it take men? How is it called? What is this? What structure is this? Price, while, location, search props. Yeah. you know, we need to define how the cert parameters are going to look like. So if we go back to the place where they are defined over here, export cert params, and define how they should look like. It's all string anyway, but it's like string as well. Passenger capabilities. Yeah. We can also have it like, the thing is, let's have it as the way it is in the original API. Like if it's coming back to this, and it looks like the original API, it's easier, I think. This is how it looks like. Now we replace it. Also Q page. Page is string. Everything is string. So now we take that and just completely reset cert params. Now, this thing is coming back with some cert params for us. There's no page. Why no page? There is a page. Passenger capabilities. Oh, I just added into the wrong thing. Whoops. Oh, whoopsie. So these are the search filters. You know, ideally, it would be nice if we have one place where this is going on. Because now we're splitting in this array, and in this everything is a string kind of thing as well, and we have to like transfer it to the server as well. And the TRPC thing is not being used currently. I have to figure out how that works if I want to use it. So the information is not, and also this is not JSON. If it was JSON, I would have been having an easier time with it. But I think the way to solve that very quickly is to just have one structure where, and if you pass the parameters, it's going to be a string. And they just use like take min. That's how it's going to be. Search filters, taking the filters, because otherwise I have to do extra processing to map from all the formats. And like in this case, otherwise it just looks like that, and I have the logic structured in the actual front end, which is a bit easier. And I would not like to do that. So I don't want to do that. I want it to be clean and nice everywhere except for where it's going to be used for the actual sending it to the backend. They decided they want it like this. We have to do it like this. So search filters. Search filters. It's going to be this. What's the problem with that? Export type, export interface. I mean, this is not, that's the same thing. We just didn't change it. Okay, so search parameters. It's going to come back as, I think we should leave it how it was there. I think it was okay. We shouldn't have done anything to this. This is okay. We're just gonna add like, can I do better? Because if I do that, this can't work because the page won't map the thing correctly. Or is it gonna map it correctly? Let's try it. If I do that and just assume there is a number on this. Is this going to work? is not a function. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'll change it to string. It would be nicer if it worked, but I don't think it's going to work. Okay, not a function. Breakpoint. Oh, I can't call for each because it's a string. Okay, well, it's coming back as a string to me. So makes no sense for me to, because it's search filter. Who's calling this? Having to make it work with all kinds of parameters is not easy, unfortunately. So we get it to be a number in build search URL. Where else is this being called? I mean, just go back on the stack frame. So that's where it's called. And this is being a long thing. This is not being its type. Because it's just object.entries. You can't do that. Clean filters. So you can't do like entries. No, like search filters. Yeah, so it doesn't work. Basically, it doesn't work. It's a string. And we have to split it. Okay, I think that's going to work now. Continue, reboot, and boom. Let's see if this works. Okay, so it's loading. Clean filters not defined. Okay. So what is this? Where's this page? Page clean filters. Because I deleted it, I think. Why not just keep it like search filters? Okay. Now, is it making the actual request? Let's go back and try to debug it in the route. That's what we get in the end once everything is selected. And clicks one more. And click search. So now, is the request having everything correctly? Request URL. Yeah, it has everything. Passenger capabilities, we got the parameters, everything is correct. But why are we deserializing it when it's like, it's so dumb? We have to deserialize it to pass it to a structure when it's already serialized. We don't even need to build the URL for this. Like, we don't even need to do that. Oh, we have to convert it to take min. I forgot. Like, fair enough, now it's going to be take min with only one of them. question mark. That's not right. Which one does it have? 215, 130. Okay. So we have to see why the URL is built wrong. For each one of them, set no. So we have to join them and set it, like we have to join it and then set it one time. Set and join. That's what we need to do. Now we reboot again. And let's see if it works now. You see, like for these parameters, because it was reset correctly, see how big the cars are? That's giving me back like these big giant cars. Because it selected so many things. If I make a request now, and it will make a request any second now. Come on. Oh, it's breakpoint. Sorry. Let's actually put the breakpoint there to see what's happening. The search URL is wrong because you should have done take min. It was wrong again. Reset one more time. Reset, and let's see. I mean, I didn't really have to change the name to do so much work just to change one name, but oh my god, whatever. Because I'm gonna have to interact with other APIs in the future, so I might as well standardize it. So search, and is it take min now? It's take min. That looks correct. And go. Get car list. It's going to translate them. Search complete. And we got some data back. Let's inspect the data back. It's going to reset the page. Why it's resetting the page and not just swapping them, I don't know. We need to check that as well. And now look at the giganticness of the cars that I'm getting back, because we selected more passengers and it works. We're getting more cars back. And now what's left is using this implementation to do the rest of the filters and the selects and the whole thing. So yeah. But basically, the passenger capacity thing works. So okay. Let's make a commit. Fully implement passenger capacity. Commit. Okay. Reverse the API. Implement passenger capacity. And now basically we're not worried about design now, just implementation. Implementing everything. What else do we have to implement? Fuel. Let's do fuel type. And I think this is going to be now very quick. The bad thing is I have to change things everywhere because it's a bit touchy. I have to go change a bunch of things instead of making it like very quick. Let's go to the progressive form. We start here and we need to get the more filters. I'm going to add another filter. Which is going to be in the initial options, and it's going to be fuel. Models, filters. Yeah, so filters, I'm going to add like fuel types. Again, multiple fuel types I think I'm allowed to select. Yes. Fuel types. What else? I think again, number. It's going to be a number. It's going to be a number. We're going to do that for as well. Maybe price, mileage. Let's go like one by one. Car type. Let's do car type. Transmission. Yeah, transmission types. We have transmission types. We have also, like, if we go back to our thing, does it have groups for the manufacturer? Oh yeah, domestic import. Yeah, you see how we added the groups and now they are domestic and imported as well. For both of them. That is very cool. It's working correctly. Okay, transmission type, manufacturer, year of manufacture, fuel, vehicle color. Let's do color as well. Colors. Price. We have to do like minimum price, maximum price. So price. I'm gonna do price. Price min, price max. Locations. So year of manufacture. Facture. Okay, what else do we have? Car type, color, sheet color. Is this actually sheet color? What is it translated as? So let's go search for it. Go into network, click search, 134. And it's going to be somewhere in the, somewhere down below, options sale. Probably in this options sale, there is a 134, which is seat color. Oh, seat color is also sheet color. Okay, just seat color is the one we want. Okay, seat color. Colors. Again, number. They mean something only for the front end. Seat color is a number as well. Area. Areas. Again, number. Everything is a number here. Car code as well. All of these are numbers, by the way. We need to change everything as a number in this API. That's a number. Areas is a number. Cha-cha service. Cha-cha service. Service. I don't know what this is exactly. KB guarantee compensated. So how do we implement like KB guarantee warranty? If I click on this, how does it look like if I click that? It looks like a yes or a no. Okay, so that's a Boolean. Warranty, we implemented, or leased vehicles. Is that also, okay, lease. Compensated for wasted effort. Falsity. What is falsity? Gemini, tell me what this means. Misrepresentation, falsity, compensation for wasted effort, falsity, impress the wrong doing itself. Okay, so if someone does something wrong, wasted effort with compensation for wasted effort. Okay, that's going to be one of them as well. Okay, we are done with that as well. Sales category. Sales categories. If I click on a few of them, how do they stack up? Just other options. Sales categories is not really sales categories, it's just other options. So they have to be one by one, and very fortunately, I don't like to do this one by one, but they are one by one. So did we save them? Option name. So I'm gonna click on all of them, and maybe I haven't even selected a car. Let's reset, and then look back at the options that we have to implement. So, sales category. Oh, so it's not letting me choose invalid picks that way. Oh, that's cool. I basically click on these, and I click the wrong thing again. I mean, that's a nice thing. Before you can click another filter, it's letting you or not letting. That's why it's calling the options API again, because it's like, it's not allowing you to make invalid options clicks. So for every option, even in our website, it should be like this. Like, it should tell you once you make a click, it's going to tell you how many things with that many things there are. So that's very cool. I like that. The options API has information about not only what there is, but how many things there are like that, which we can implement as well. Okay, so a lot of work, but this is the main thing that the website is doing, essentially. Search. So now, I'm going to go back to the sales category. So KB Star Pick. So payment premium. I mean, why do I have to do this? We already passed the structure and reverse engineered it. Now it's just like putting it with nicer names in the parameter. So we are going to be like going back to the options API types. Oops. Types. And here is going to be building another structure. So for all of that, we are going to need, I'm just going to copy it because I want to save some time and do this. Be like, for all of these things, we need params. For all these options, we can set these options, right? We need params to set for them. Okay, that's done. Okay, we are done. Compensation for wasted effort. Also, all of these things are possible things we can search with. Now, falsity. It put the falsity there, so we don't need like compensation for wasted effort. Take men. Do we have the passenger capacities? So this is going to be like the exact same, basically. I give up. It's going to be the exact same as they have. So this whole type structure essentially is going to be take min. Where else are we using this? Let's just be quick. Let's just get it over with as quickly as possible. We don't want to waste time on things. So build the URL. Where is this? Use progressive search. What's the param? Oh, it's a string or a number or true. And this can only be... So now, if it's Boolean, no, we have to set y or n. That's how they have it in the API. It's y or n. Otherwise, we just toString it for now. I think that's fine. How much time we have? Let me check my clock. How much time do we have? Not a lot of time. Well, okay. Build the URL. Now, for all the parts, if we want to be quick, we have to be sly about this. We have these filters. For all of these filters, we have to build things for them. So functions like change, take min change. You know, like this one was handle filter take min change. There's so many filters that I'm just going to use the same names as the API for simplicity, even if I disagree with the names. So a lot of changes again, but that's how it is. So the next thing we're going to implement is year of manufacture. So we're going to implement year of manufacture now. We have to get some selects going on. Over here, div year of manufacture. So let's see how if that even shows up in the UI. Yes, min. Okay. Basically, we're going to fix the design later. What we want is for it to work. And it's like usually max. Does it allow me to? Is there filtering on the other website? I put 2026. Yeah, there is. So they put a lot of work in filtering it. And also, like years of manufacturing, I think it should probably come from the parameters. Come on. No year. Oh, because it's too few things. If I reset the filters, then I come back and select diapason. Yeah. What is it named? Regiday. So they name it Regiday. It gives you the options in the histogram. And probably if you select... Oh, and so from the Regiday, they get the minimum and maximum. So, min, is there a min? How did they do this? Trigger and a bunch of things. So what they need to be careful with is options as such. So options has a regi something, which is like a bunch of strings for the years. And probably I need to make it, but it's a string. I need to make these into a filter, essentially. Okay. So select any year. It's from the Regiday something. The minimum value from the Regiday. And so for all values, so if you do like options Regiday dot, and now we have to filter first. Because we have to, like, for the year starts, you have to show all the possible variations. So it depends on whether you've selected year end. So if, let's just write some pseudocode, if year end selected, then filter all, filter until year end. That's the logic we want to have. Now, where is the thing that's telling us if it's selected or not? I don't see it. Oh, it's like set filters, and it's setting it directly. Year of manufacture max. I mean, I like that. You know, parse int. We don't need a function for everything. Just call set. I mean, because most of these things are calling sets anyway. These small things are just calling sets. We don't need a function for things that just call set. It just makes things more complicated. So let's just even take these functions and be like, wherever this is used, just set. Literally just set it. And once we set it, the thing is we have to prevent the user from making more requests until they get back the possible outcomes. So every time we set, we have to like disable everything, wait for the options API to arrive back and for the can't make API to arrive back. And then with that thing, they arrive back with results about whether, you know, basically, because like we have the diagram here. I think that's why it's worth making diagrams, because like every time you click any filter, it does the options API and it's gonna, you know, come back with whatever else as a count is possible. It's gonna come back with a count for all the values, which is like, I have to, you know, because we're not allowed to use AI, right? We have to implement, you know, we know exactly how to implement it, but it's just like, it sucks implementing it. So let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So select content. Set filters. Min. Is it for the min? And that's for the max. Okay. So basically, if end year is selected, yeah, something like this. If year end selected, basically, how do you know it's selected? When filter dot year of something max is set. How much is this? It's a number. So if the year is less than that, so if think about this, if the maximum year is set in the actual filters over here, where is it? If the actual filter is set, you know, it shows you the drop down. If you set your parameter as a max year, the min year can't surpass the other year. So whilst we're looping in this and generating the array, we have to just check if it's the same year or the year is, I mean, which is the same. If it's less than the thing or equals, we're going to show one. Otherwise, there's no year selected. We just basically, that's exactly what we want. then we just show the select item. For the other one, we do a similar logic. So this is max. Wait, for the max, we have to do opposite. We have to do like if the max here, we do like your min. If the year is more than, so for the max is selected. If there is a min year, it has to be more than that. Very well. For this one, we perform a similar logic. Boop, 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 boop. Not like that exactly. Let me just go back. So basically, yeah, if yes, this is what we want. So you manufacture min, if it's more, if it's, you know, if that's the min, if there is a max, yeah, the max. If there is a min, if we're on the min and our max is set, we have to make sure we're below it. It is even suggesting it to me now, like, thank you. You know, that's why I'm like, not correct. Possibly undefined. It's possibly undefined. I mean, of course it's possibly undefined. But we checked it. Const min okay, nice. Okay, now that means if we select like a year, like maybe wait 2000 until 2005, that's very dumb. That doesn't work. It doesn't work correctly. It said 0, 0. It's like they work in the opposite manner. It is so stupid. Like, this is so dumb. Oh, now it's letting me choose. Can't I just like get a widget which is not like, I don't like the select for this. I don't like a select. There is like another widget in basically in Radix UI, like a thing where you can like drag it like this. There's another component. But I don't remember the name of it. Let's check it. So Radix UI primitives. Accordion, was it? No. It was the, I think it was a slider, but like a double slider. It was like a double slider. Yeah, a slider with two thumbs is what we need. Instead of that, we need a slider with 2 thumbs. This is like too complicated to implement. Like, we can do this, but we shouldn't. Delete. Before we delete, you know, very good advice. Before you delete anything, save your work, you know, then delete it. We're gonna delete this now. How do we select? So brands. So for the year, yes. So this. We're gonna, you know, remove it for now. Delete. And here we're gonna be like slider. And import the R slider. It has a thumb, but we want it to have another thumb. It has props. That's the problem. Like, I want more thumbs. This is gonna show us, like, if I go back, it's gonna have like this, but we want to have multiple thumbs. I don't know if I can do it like this. You know, is it gonna do anything if I put 2 thumbs? No, so it has to be, I have to do it by myself. Because this is, I mean, I can just put 2 thumbs. So index name. That's the thing, I can't really like, I can export the components, make it just export components instead of extending, instead of a slider. Just give me components that are already styled. Let's see if it's gonna understand what I mean. Slider track, slider range, slider. I think it did it. It makes it this is what we want. We'll go back and we're like slider. Did we export? Like yes. Slider track, slider range, slider whatever. Slider range, and then 2 thumbs. Name, min, name, max. Okay. Come on. Yeah, so set filters. And it's going to do the value of 0, value of 1. Okay. There's any parameters there about? Not much, not many parameters. That should bring us a thing, no? So I don't see. It's like domestic. Let's clean this. Domestic. Let's do we need this label? Yeah. Now it's nicer. Okay. And now we have to figure out why the slider is not there. By the way, I'm going to enable mocks until I figure out what I'm doing because I'm making too many requests. So I have to go to the mocks and I can't like because I don't want to go in the environment file because there's things there. I'm just going to be like, that is true. So I get the mock every time. I'm gonna switch to mocks now because I'm making too many requests and I don't want to make any requests at all. Because it always scrapes it, does a bunch of things, translates every single time, and it's too many requests. For me to figure out something so simple, it doesn't need that many requests. Let's see why it's not showing up. Again, HTML bullshits I'm dealing with now. Oh, now I grabbed it. You guys see how it's moving? I'm grabbing it. 0 until 100. And there is a second head, which is sitting like, I think there. It's just like everything is just invisible. Yes, so if I grab it. So thumb has these styles. Thumb has these styles. Focus, visible, pointer, event. The same styles. The same styles. Styling the components and using them. But again, like, very nice, but the thing is not working. And that's kind of sad that it's not working. When I put slider with a slider track and thumb, track thumb range, I'm doing everything correctly. And it's not working. Amazing. Range. What if I add more styles? I don't really understand why it's not visible. If I make the height like 10 everywhere, I need to figure out why it's not visible. That's my #1 goal now. So the width is nothing of this. Okay, let's make the width full. So this has a height of something, width full, and still it has no... What about if I make the width 50? 50. 50. Okay. It has a width and a height, and it's just not visible. What style does it have? Position static. It's position static. That is like so weird. Okay, let's do this. Let's get an example for this component from the documentation. Just get this. No styling, nothing. Just do that. And just is that a slider? Import like that. from Radix UI. Huh? I think I have an idea why it's not working. So let's go back. I have an idea. So this was how it was, and then these are from, basically get them from here. Okay, now that's something. And we're gonna be removing these tiles because they're ugly. Why did it not work before? I don't know. Why does it work now? I don't know. But does it work? It works. That's all I care about. Yeah, this, remove. Okay, so now we have, this is what we wanted. And it's probably doing some set filters so many times. We need to debounce this. So set value. I'm doing a lot of re-rendering for no reason. The fact that this is slow means that we are doing a loss of setting, I assume. Yeah, you see how many times we were resetting this? That is bad. Like that would mean we'd be making requests every how many times. So we need to debounce this. Const handle year range change with debounce. And then this is not debounced. Is there a debounce function? No, we have to make a debounce with timers. So yeah, this is gonna make one with timers. Okay, and essentially, so set timeout, clear timeout. Whenever we go in, it's gonna. So this function is gonna be okay. So now we have to call the function with the debounce. And basically, how the way this works is, you know, we have every single time we get to the whatever. Okay, return type. So every single time we get to the we handle the change, which is going to be called often. We come here, and that's gonna call that function with the set filters, and that function is, you know, every time it executes, it returns another function basically, and it's gonna set a timeout. So you know, it's going to like this is like a global kind of function. It's gonna set a timeout, and if you call this many times, it will clear the timeout and your function will not execute. So this function will execute as long as well, this is a nicer way of doing it. Okay, previous filters instead of destructuring, just it already provides previous filters for you. Whatever. We still want to check this, right? So whenever your timeout executes, it will execute function. The only thing I'm thinking is like this timeout, which is in the debounce, it's going to be a different timeout. Probably we have to do it like this, I think, because now the timeout is outside, and whenever you call it probably has to be even outside the function. I wonder if like it has to be over here even. Oh no, it's suggesting like remove that to have just a timeout. So clear timeout and set timeout for this. So apparently this was doing that there as well. Let's ask it. Is it a problem that the timeout is outside? Let's check. Is it a problem? Yeah, it won't work as intended. That's what I'm thinking. Like, this won't work. Let's put it outside how I was thinking, and then have the debounce be direct. Okay. Now, that's fine. So now we go back to our slider, and we call the function with, what is the value? It's multiple things, but it's taking two things. How do you do that in JavaScript exactly? So we have to potentially make it take a list of things because there's multiple levers to pull. So I mean, it has to be two things. But const max min max equals this. Let's do that. And like, I think that's the cleanest way to do it. And now, do we have value in the slider as well? Value, yeah. So we have to have two states. One is for the direct setting of it, and another one is going to be actually like, because like filters change a lot. They can change based on what we select. They will change. But the thing with years of manufacture, only certain years are available to select. Not all years. Like, depending on, that's why they've done it with a thing, because in this is a list of things. It's like, if you want to do the same thing, only these years are available. Only these years. Not, you can't select any year. But it would be annoying to have to select every year like that. So this is like, again, difficult decision I have to make because like this whole structure has to be changed to a slider. And this contains things which potentially it wouldn't be able to stop everywhere on the slider. And it would be nice if this has it, so potential values it can stop at. Does it have this? About blah, 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 blah. It doesn't see, so min max. It has min max. Steps between item type. So this slider might be like kind of difficult to use. We have the min and the max. I have to have a custom slider which says like, min max, but then what you choose is in this interval, essentially. So the interval is that, but, whatever you choose is going to be within the interval. So, regardless of whether this is sorted, because this always comes sorted, right? This is sorted. And I'm currently getting the min and the max and making an interval. But not all values in this interval are valid. It's like an interval for the sake of it being easy to use. But probably we're going to need a custom slider for this because you can only select, it's like it shows if for each of these how many counts there are. I think we should like ask for a custom thing. This is the point where this is very difficult to implement. I'm going to spend like too much time. Let's ask the thing to implement it there. So let's ask it, like explain the exact situation. We're having this structure because I want it to be nice. I want it to be nice. So this is the structure, and it's like I tried two variations. I tried a select, but a select is too clunky and ugly. Because min and max here are interwingled and whatever. I tried a slider, but I don't use all the data. I would use the min and the max only, which I have so much more data. I need a custom slider that underneath it shows for all the years. I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna fit this on mobile. If it makes such a slider, I don't know. I don't know how this would fit on mobile, because we have like this much space on mobile, and like if it's a select, it's a select. But if it has to be a slider, I think you modify it like that. You know, you kind of modify it. It could be a horizontal, like a vertical slider on mobile, where you just like, okay, this is how many cars. You select boop boop how much, where you want the range to be, and that's where it allows you to select your cars. But then you also have to be able to select outside of that range. It's very difficult to implement, for fuck's sake. Every time the options API comes back with a different range, and we have to be able to go back to the minimum in the list. So 1986, we can hard code that, because otherwise it would return a list, return a small list upon filtering, and our slider would be tiny. We need a balanced approach, basically, to implement that, because that's how the data comes back to us. And we need to show the count for all vehicles for each year that is shown, basically. And now let's give it a lot of files. Basically, this is your file, this is your file, this is your file. Let's give it a lot of files that are very useful for it. Yeah. This is basically all files which have something. And now it's gonna think about something. Let's see what the AI comes up with, because I couldn't figure out how to make, and I've never seen such a component live. They do it with, basically they can have like a select of, minimum and a maximum. But this is not a nice UI. You want to be able to like, move around things better. It's still thinking. It unfortunately is in Greek, which I apologize for that. So yeah, I don't know how. Maybe I should do some research about how to do this in the UI. Let's go to Gemini and ask about this. Like, I have this UI. Basically, we have the UI. We have this. We have this data, essentially, and we have the user interface, which is this drop down. Is there a UX way to get this into a slider that also works on mobile and shows the count for each year? Is it possible? I'm asking, is that possible? Is it possible to do this? Highly range slider with histogram. A distribution slider, so this exists as a component. But not really, apparently. Range slider with a histogram. Yes, a histogram slider, that's exactly what I need. You don't need to show the number, you just need to show like this kind of thing. Let's see what ChatGPT is doing. It did some stuff. Okay, histogram map. Let's see what it did. Oh yeah, it did the same thing. I'm like, oh, how do you do this? That's how you do it with a histogram. So down below is a histogram, and then you have a range, basically. For the God, it's so nice, so much nicer. The problem is the histogram is much tinier than, you know. And is there a way to, so Radix UI histogram does not have a histogram. So yeah. So as you guys see, most cars are very new, which is how it should be. Okay, so it's also like working dynamically. Boom. Hopefully it doesn't console log every five. It does console log every 5 seconds, but that is great. So okay, so now the only problem is these 3 things are very like not stretched properly. Amazing. That is exactly what we want. And now the thing that we are struggling with the UI is that this histogram, which is essentially a bunch of things on top of each other, these lines with height, you know, they work fine. And it also works on mobile. This is a very mobile friendly view. We have to like compress it now to make it, because the container is big, but then both things in the container are not very big. With 600. Why 600? Who told you to be 600? With. So, okay, how does it work exactly? So overflow auto, blah, 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 blah. Okay. It didn't change anything. It just helped me with... Exactly, that's all the help I needed. I don't even need the AI anymore. So close chat. We don't need the AI. Now we need to figure out... so that's the histogram slider. Oops, sorry. This thing is going to be... has to be stretched. So if this is 100%, we have to divide by percentage to figure out which part every one of the lines is in. So how many tags did it put for us? That's the whole histogram. So both of them go up to 600, and then that's, and then these are wrong. So let's not care about what it says. Year length times 6. Very random code. You know, the height is whatever for us. We care about the width. Let's set the width to 100% for now. Right? 100% and 100%. And we'll figure out what to do with the width eventually. For now, let's style it correctly. So, come on. And now it's 100%, but then something else is ending earlier. Oh, because it needs a fixed width to calculate it properly. I understand why. Because their individual width. I mean, that's tricky to do. I don't blame the machine for doing it like this. So let me just check if we're still on. We're still live. Okay, not live, but whatever. Okay, let's go back. You know, to do that, you know, every individual slice is going to have its own width, which it's suggesting like 100 times divided by whatever, which is, I think that works. Yeah, 100 divided by the amount of things, which is going to be the width of each thing. And now maybe adjust the how round it is as well. Rounded x xs. Rounded 3xs. No, just xs. That is much nicer. And maybe, I mean, that's, I like that. To be honest, I like that. That is actually really nice with a histogram. Um, so, yeah, yes, that is much nice. Can you agree that this is much nicer than the original design with this shit? It's much nicer. And also, like, if we do this, it's automatically like gonna go do that. It doesn't matter. The slider handles the logic for us, which is great. And also like amounts of people. I think like instead of doing these stupid checkboxes, we can do some nicer UI for that. Instead of doing checkboxes, and also instead of like brand and model and whatever, probably like the way they've done it is also a bit nicer. Where like there's a multi checkbox, multi select, where you select, and then inside of the select you select more. But that's for another day. For the passenger capacity, what we can do is, and let's just save our work because feet implement. We didn't pass. So okay, let's pass the year first, and let's actually finish the implementation before we change anything. So now that we have this, so where does it update the thing? So every time it changes, it sets the on value change, on value commit. I didn't know there was a commit. That's so much nicer. So when you leave it, essentially. So it's fine that it's using a state because you haven't committed to the value. It doesn't, it's like, it's still very slow. Do I even need to do that? Value, I'm not going to give it a value and a value change, just value commit. How about now? Oh, that's bad. That is not good. But it's too many refreshes. I don't like how many refreshes this is. I'm thinking of doing it stateless, where it's, let's make it stateless. This is going to be another component. Let's call it the histogram component. This is for the, okay, histogram component. We are trying to get rid of re-rendering. There's too much re-rendering. But we're going to get the whole thing with a div. We're going to get that. Take. And export function, replace it. Okay, what is wrong with it? Nothing. We just need a bunch of importing. Use client, and then we need to const t is use translations. Common, right? Translations. So we don't want to make our, I mean, if we have to use translations, the thing is, this is server-side translations. Translations, hook. Yeah, we don't need, the thing is, this component works with a translation passed to it. And it's a client component. So like, I just like did this as an optimization, which I kind of like don't appreciate as much now. So we use translations of, no, not like that. Oh yeah, I can totally do that. But I shouldn't do that. I should be like translations. And be like translations. Because in my app they are server-side translations. And the type, get rid of this, translations. How do they type them in the other applications? Like that, export type. How do you guys even handle this in the other parts of the app? It's just record of string to string. I mean, just do that, and then it's not going to be a record of string to string. Okay, year range. So now we need to give it like, the whole point of this is for it to have its own internal state. That is the point. We're going to get this, and now slider, and it's going to have its own thing. Can we just like format this like, thanks. Okay. Import that thing. User, I would just like to do like export as a barrel, but it's already import all. But then, it doesn't save me any more time than just doing this. Okay, where are we at? We have to do the transfer the logic now. So histogram map. Okay, so we pass it. What is the item? Wait. So the way the histogram is computed, I mean, we saved it before we fucked with it, so let's go. Keys is, okay. So the way this is the refactoring is difficult. I'm just gonna move everything I have. I should just done that to begin with. Debounce ref. Let's just, for now, move it. We're gonna move everything back if it's not for there. Import global menu. All of that is going to go in this component. Okay. Now, we're gonna start by including it first in the proper spot. So now, translations are fine. Cannot find the map. So the map, I think, so that's the thing. The map is computed, and it depends on the actual options thing. So we have to take it out, or pass the record correctly. I think we don't even have to take it out. We just have to pass the Reggie day whatever histogram, which is going to be of type what was it? The type. It's going to be a type of this, whatever this is. Reggie something. It's going to be a type of Reggie Day this thing. Yes. So we pass that, and then do we need to pass it years? You know, for the histogram, we need to pass it only that. That is the only thing we pass to it. And yeah, we have the Reggie Day histogram, and from that we have to calculate all of the other stuff. That's why it's a separate component, because it's just too much stuff for the regular. We have to rearrange this, but it's like solving a puzzle. Histogram map, Reggie Day map. Max data. So we just have to resolve that basically. Reggie Day something is going to be this, and now this component exists, but it's just not valid anymore. You know, moving logic is difficult sometimes. Moving in its own component where it's essentially creates, it's interactive, it's giving us back the range the user has selected. Okay, so what is the problem with this? Filters. We don't have the filters. We just have the Reggie this thing. Why do you need the filters? You need use callback to set filters. We need to be able to set, so a setter set year range. Yeah, we need this function, and not really, more like that directly, and then set filters. Yeah, that's basically it. And now, what's the problem with this? Duplicate identifier. Oh, there's another one of these probably. Yeah, inside. Okay, so set year range. External. Set year range. Let's call it this. Reggie Day. So I'm going to replace that everywhere for now. We'll see later, because I'm trying to get rid of the errors basically. Filters, year of manufacture max, year of manufacture min. Do we get it from that though? Like there is like this variable which comes from the search parameters, but is it a real thing? If we go back to the options, do we see such a parameter? I don't even really don't really see a year there. Like there's no year. There's no like min. None of that. So none of that exists. Because color, city. In the histogram, I don't see any years, and there shouldn't be. So this doesn't really exist. I mean, it does as a parameter, but like we can't rely on that. Oh, but I get why it's relying on that because like, if you pass the parameters, it's like that's from your previous request. So that's why it's the initial values. Okay. Initial. We have initial. And then we put them there. And then replace in the form. Where is the Reggie something? Yes. So now okay, so now the only thing that's remaining is basically like understanding how to get the max year from the algorithm, which is basically saying like keys and from data max them. That's kind of it. Okay, and then for the bars, converting the histogram to bars, essentially this thing is a list, so we get if you get the years, which is an array, which we do for all years, we make an array with a year. And then for the years, is this the best code? I don't know. Does it work? It works. Essentially, we have a list of years, and then we map them to the year and we get by the year. So we have to get the year and get its count, basically. That's not great with this data structure. That is, I don't want to do it like a linear search for just to get the thing. Bars, but they are sorted. They are sorted. We don't need to do any of that. We just need like to use an array. Not find. I'm not doing a find. Like that's blasphemy for programming. I'm not doing find when it's sorted already. We do it from 1 to. So basically, if we imagine it, we have the years sorted by. We don't even need that. The whole thing is sorted anyway. We could just use the regional thing. I mean, like, what is the year? It's item dot key is the year, I think. Yeah, that's the year, right? If we go to this API is like I do not enjoy working with. Count is basically the key is the year, okay, and then the count is the count. Very simple. We don't even need to generate because it's sorted. We don't need to do any of that. Okay. What else? Oh, because it's we need to do it in a number. It's be a number. Can't find years. I mean years, year bars, whatever. Both are the same length, so if using the length wouldn't make a difference. Now let's see if it works. And Control J, Command J. There it is. And look at how much faster this is now. You see how much faster this is? This is like, and it's refreshing only when I let go. It should be refreshing at least. Let's see if it's refreshing it. Let's save our work again. So the histogram. I'm gonna do this, save it, and basically, we want to know if it's calling this external function, which is not the most difficult thing to figure out. Computed histogram. Do we even need this histogram? We don't, I think. The histogram is literally a list of things beyond, a bunch of elements, and then divide by the number of things, and then that's how many bars we have, and each one is the height we set in a percentage of how tall it is, and that's basically it. That is basically it. It's setting some things. It's setting a lot more often than I would like it to be. It's calling multiple times, at least twice. Why? It's refreshing twice when I do that. Okay. I mean, for now that's fine. Let's make sure when we click search, something happens. That's all I want now. When I click search in the use progressive search, or wherever this is, we have filters, and we're gonna get we need to make sure that it's basically for this one, for the year of manufacture max. Does it accept such a parameter? Okay, let's go and click on these and see what happens. Okay, so let's click on it. Regiday. It's called Regiday. It's saved as Regiday. So it's not called like that. Take men was, but Regiday isn't. So, I mean, there's multiple ways. We can just do years and have it as an array and send an array, but that allows invalid values. So I would much rather keep it like that. And just over here where we perform the search, we just but the thing is, if we do that, if we just convert it to something proper and then go back on the back end and be like, over here it's received, wherever we receive the thing, if we receive it, it's kind of dumb to receive it because we have to convert it to the structure again. For all things, again, we have to convert. Let's just go to the, let's just go to the structure. Search. And be like, okay, look, we do have this one over here, the actual map of the filters. If we give it to it, and actually we don't need to just get the file. Be like, give me parameters. Get parameters for that. Let's see how we would do it. Because probably it's going to do something more intelligent than single number params. So it's trying to do something more parse parameters. So it's going to get you the parameters from this. Am I happy with this code? Not really. Number is not assignable to undefined. So what is it suggesting? If it's an array of things, then do that for it. For each array of things, because these are arrays of things. If the parameter is that, split it, but it's saying string. Yeah, string, split the parameter, and so year of manufacture max is a number. How does it parse it? Single number parameters. Yeah, but you can't just assign things like that. They have different names. Do it. So it wouldn't do that. Like I can use the agent, and the agent is going to do it correctly, but then what am I going to be for? Like, I'm going to be watching. Okay, so let's see. We're getting the histogram to send. For the histogram, we have to make it into some request structure, which we can actually use Zod on both ends to send the structure, but it's not JSON. That is the problem. It's in the URL parameters, so that I'm able to refresh the page on it. That's why, and I can't use it in the other way. So what we're going to do now is we need to perform the search with this. So if it's a single parameter with, if it's gonna send it like that, because they are single parameters, it's gonna send them out correctly. What we are gonna have to do is on the server, on the route, we're gonna have to receive a bunch of parameters now. We're gonna receive the parameters, and do it even look like that? This is a string or undefined, and this is not assignable to no, or has to be number. Okay, number, and now we have to build the search URL, which is going to be built by doing like regiyear. So these are called regiyear, and how was it used? And it's 2 years, comma, separated, basically. I could have done that myself, to be honest. Like, of course, I could just put comma. And let's see if it works. If we just put like old cars and search, is it going to give me old cars? Let's reset the mock mode for now. Mock. We did like an or true to enable the mock mode. Let's disable that to just see if it works. And search. So this is 2010, 2007, 2000. What if I go really old? Is it going to work? If I do 2000, 2002 from 98, is it going to give me some very old cars now? No, it didn't. No, would it? 2011 doesn't seem to do that properly. Let's see. Let's debug it. Oh, because I haven't saved it. I'm an idiot. Try now. I'm not satisfied that this doesn't seem to be working. Why is this car from 2012 showing up? We are going to try again. It's already... Okay, that's fine. Oh, Reggie Day. Oh, it's called Reggie Day. Oh my god, that's why it's not working. Okay. Okay. Save, reset. Another search. Hmm. Two 2003. 09. That's not working correctly. Another breakpoint. If I select multiple, come on. Yeah. If I make it like... Yeah. So... Very old cars. They basically cost nothing. And now, Reggie Day is correct. So we have to debug what's going on. Again, debug. Search. Why is it encoding the comma? I don't really understand this. Set this. It's encoding the comma. I don't see the comma being encoded. Reggie Day. So what is going on next? Scrape it with the URL. So if I go and check the response for this, these are really old cars. That is correct. That is a correct response. It's correct. I don't know why it's showing me new things. This is nonsense. Like, it was showing me a correct response, and then suddenly the things that I receive are wrong. That makes no sense to me. Oh my god, I've been here all day. You see these cards? Like, that's what it should be reset. That's what's resetting to us. Very old things. And I do the same, and it's giving me new shit. Something is... Let's make another request. Something is totally wrong. Build the URL. Get the cars. Let's get the cars. Scrape. It's giving back raw. Come on. So items, and then for each, it's going to translate the things. I've written this code by hand, by the way. So, then flattens it, and it puts them back on as translated. So now, I want to look at the data. Come on, man! Why can't I get my variables? Why is it so slow? So title something classic. Yes, that is 2.0 classic. And we're not going to see 2.0 classic on the front end because it's going to give me like completely different things. So the thing is translated correctly, probably batch, translated. Yeah, Kia new something classic. No, what? 2.0. What is it? How does this translate? Copy. New something classic. So is that the thing as well? How is this called new? Like what? It costs nothing. How is it even new? Yeah, I mean the year is very old. All these are very old. Very old cars. And I get them, and so what? The thing is reloading with old data somehow. Okay. Okay, so now this is in the page where I put the breakpoints. Data is these cars, which I hope are the same. No, these are not the same cars anymore. Why? What URL is this? Oh, a completely different URL. Fair enough. Why? Because what are the filters? The filters are gone. What is the URL for this? How do we even get to this page? Where do you even get this URL from? Search filters. SB. Search params. So they are there. Oh, we're not setting them. Okay. SB and min and max. How do we even... Oh, in the props we have to do it first. Okay. And then we set them, and now it's fine. And that's why it's not, because it's like it's getting the car list again. Like, what is the point in like? It's so stupid how it works currently. Like, it should have just got the list in place for me. Whenever you, it's like this is a client component. It should get the list in place, not refresh the whole thing. That was the whole point. And why is the image not loading? Because we're using internal server error, fetch failed, whatever. Some domain level issue. Can we even access the website still? Do I even have internet? The DNS fails sometimes, which might be an indication for me to take a small break as well. But it should be working. Let's commit it because I'm sure it's working. Feed add min max year histogram. Let's add that. So, and let's debug. Let's see what we reached with this. We'll move it over here. And essentially, fix the branch. We're in this branch. Okay. Change the branch to the reversing the options API. Maybe do a install. And then go to the inventory. That's where we were at. So let's see. We have all the stuff we did last time. And now we have to figure out why the car's not coming back correctly. If we search for cars from 2005 from this range to 2000 something, very old cars, and we search for them, and are they going to show up correctly? Build a search URL. We have the old car dates, Reggie Day, and now we search and see if they come back old and bold as they should have. So the answer is a lot of them no. 2010, 95, so 9510, 07. This one is an outlier. This one shouldn't be there. They're kind of older. I'm willing to assume they are kind of, it's using the range I'm giving it. Definitely this one has no place there. This is a newer car. Also, this one is a bit newer than I was setting. So no sense why it's giving me. Let's search for it again. Search again. We build the URL, we get the data. And so now this URL where we list it, if we open it, search URL, open it. Yeah, so it is showing. If I set them, but if I put a comma there, is it going to give me a different response, is the question. No. So, I mean, this car is just like, it's staying there in the filter. I can do nothing about that. That's how the filter works. So this is working correctly. If I make order date different, maybe. Why this car is there, I have no idea. It shouldn't be there, but the API is returning things like that. So can't do much about that, but the rest look pretty old. So that's working. That seems to be working as correctly as it could be working, because we're limited. So the website is working for now. So what's next? What do we have to do next? The next thing we have to do is car type. We're going to do car type as a selector. So I'm going to go back. Be like, okay, progressive search form. And be like, let's clear everything up. histogram component, that's fine. We are going to make, okay, so there's a small interruption. I lost a small part of the recording, but basically we are refactoring this thing to be more generic, so we can reuse it for more things. This histogram component we're doing. So min year will be min value. We're gonna be like min. Why do we even need min value? Min initial. Okay, let's keep refactoring. Min value. Absolute. We're gonna do that, and then give the value, and then global whatever year is gonna be this. Current year, okay. Current year is, no, we don't want that value. So compute max. What's the max year? I mean, it's the last one from the value. We shouldn't even have to do that. It's literally like the max from the value. Like if we do like array from all the values max. So the max year is going to be the last one from the value. So we can just do like Reggie something dot last. So in JavaScript there's no last, but there's like const last equals last index equals Reggie something dot length -1, and then const last equals Reggie day histogram. Why region, not region. Reggie. It's how it's called in the API. Reggie at last index. Why is my computer so slow today? Let's kill a bunch of applications. Maybe because the recording is so slow. Okay. Reggie. Let's check if we are on. It looks like it's fine. Reggie day index dot key is a year. So that's the last year, and we do number of that. But then we basically constrain all of the values to this kind of look. It's going to be key count, which is going to be like the histogram. So yeah, so last. So basically, we're going to return last, and then that's going to be the max year. The min year is going to be the same thing. Use memo. Do we want this to disappear? The thing is, if we have like the histogram is like from min year to max year, we still would like to change because otherwise the histogram will just shrink. Let's just do it properly, and then properly meaning like we have to use the data we have anyway, and then we'll see if that works, because like the histogram might shrink once we refresh the options as we discussed. So we're gonna do the same here as well, where we basically get the first. It's gonna be first. It's gonna be the min, and then first, and then first index. Don't even need that, by the way. First is this. That's the key. That's it. Okay. And then bars. We're just going to name it like bars. So year bars can be bars, because we're trying to make the component more abstract. Use memo, Reggie day histogram map. So year, it's not going to be year. Who said it's going to be year? Bars has no. Okay. So it's going to be like, instead of year, it's going to be label and count. Just key. Just do it key. It's mapping it to a number for no reason. Why do we need it to be a number? It doesn't need to be a number. Bars is Reggie. We don't even need this variable. Reggie histogram. Max year count. Okay, so let's continue editing the code. This is just min entry, do max entry, and we're gonna be like, okay, this isn't gonna use the key, and these are the min and the max. So max year, we don't even need max year count because we can just access it. So, and now we have like value, set value, values, value range. Okay. Oops, yeah, set value range. Yes, so like this, so it refactors properly, have to redo it. Oops, set value range. And then min entry dot, was it like, what value is this? Number? No. It shouldn't be a number. Oh, because I cast it. We shouldn't even cast this. Yes, now it's fine. So now, count string. The range is from the key to the other key. Initial. Let's just comment these ones as out for now, because we're going to redo this as well for more of them. But we have to like display all the options. That's the thing. Like, even if we select some of the options, we have to say like for the rest it's 0. So that's why we need the absolute min and max values. Because for the rest of them it's gonna be 0. We have to like add entries to fill up the thing with them. So okay, that's kind of difficult because I'm adding requirements as I'm building it essentially. So max initial is gonna be and we need these to stay. So but then like what's the min entry that we select? It's gonna be like, let's do it here. So const is this used anywhere else? No. Okay. Basically no. So what we're gonna do now is so key min initial to string and then count 0. Either this, if there is a min initial. Well, that's why we need min entry. We don't really need min entry. There's multiple. I'm seeing multiple ways to build this now because if we have this like histogram, if I show a histogram, and I see this is how the data is going to look like. And so like if I refresh the options and then it's going to tell me like only from here to here there is values and that's how they're distributed, and I can now filter between these values. If I want to reset on the values, because like there's no point in me going outside of that because there's nothing there. So maybe there is no point in like extending the access to other parts of the apps because there's going to be nothing there anyway. Why go to 0 when there is nothing there? So I'm thinking of like there is no point of min and max initial, so that means we can remove them. And also absolute, also not needed as well. So min entry, max entry is the one we need, and we just set the keys to them. Like they are selected now. it wants a number. I don't really see why it. Oh yeah, because that's a number. Or the range itself is a number. So it has to work with that format of histogram. Of it's going to look like this. So yeah, the key is a string. The key is a string that we enumerate, which is kind of weird, but because like if it's a count, you shouldn't select. Again, because I'm trying to make this work for multiple things. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm wasting time, but I want to have the histogram be more abstract and work with more things. Because that's what developing is about. Like, if it's like not a year on the bottom, but it's still it's a count. It's a count of 0, 1, 2, 2, 3. It's still a number. So fundamentally, is it possible in TypeScript to like say get this structure, but this is change a type of one parameter? Let's just keep going. Key will be cast to a number because I'm reusing the things, and I don't want to cast. I don't want to. So okay, I don't like this code, but I don't want to fix it for now. So use effects. I'm gonna set the values for now. So it's giving me this like. Yeah, but get the min and the max and set them. Okay. So the slider is going to be the computed min and computed max, which we established. And then the bars, we don't have bars anymore, it's just a histogram, yes. This is going to be the key, so it's going to compare from the key. Again, I will probably have to fix this to be a real number and not I think that has to be cast. Is it? Does so like Zod support that? Zod cast type to number. Yeah, something like this. Pass a numeric. Has its own utility function. So preprocess. So preprocess X. So refine. I want to transform into if it's a number, yeah, something like this, custom number. No one is interested in this approach. So they use this code for this. They say like instead of string, they say coerce into a number. And now this becomes a number everywhere. Number undefined. So null or undefined, they make it also just undefined. Yeah, I want it to explode if it's, so it's not nullish. It's never nullish. So now it's just a number. I coerce it into a number. I don't need any of this anymore. And it's gonna Zod is gonna validate for string, and then it's gonna be a number if, yeah, Regidays histogram. Oh, this is ugly. Max year count. What does this mean? The height is gonna be the biggest one of them. Oh, okay. So we need to get the biggest one. Okay, fair enough. Const max counts. And then we get the biggest one, and we recompute it. Yeah, because we have to like see which one is the tallest one to compute the graph. So max count, blah 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 blah, and then we change the rest like we refactored. And this is in the middle. So number undefined, because this is possibly undefined. Why is it possibly undefined? Because this is possibly undefined. Yeah, but the thing is, if regday length has no values, just don't render a component. That's if there's nothing there. And now it will always have, if it's no values, if its length is less than 1, yes. And so now this is safe to bang it. So now min entry is safe and everything is fine. Yep. So this is now abstract. So we do like max. What was the values? So no values for this. Even though we actually like, we have this in the filters like min and max. Well, I mean, we need some initial values, right? We need to initialize it with something like, so we do need some values, potentially, like min initial, max initial, and they go over here as well. And we set them as not the start and end of the thing, but like if we have something, set it. And what else? We have set range external. It's, how do the filters look like? Min, this is, what is the point? What's the problem? Min absolute value. Why do we need this? We don't. No, it's fine. So now we abstract this away and it still works. And that's really nice. And now, essentially, what we have to do is we're going to save our work. Abstract, make histogram component more abstract, more reusable. Commit. And now we want to have another one of them. Instead of checkboxes, right? So another one of these. But instead of that, we're going to use options. So options, regday histogram, options, take min. But we need to compute a histogram. So we need to convert it to like this type of structure. So we're going to take min, const take min histogram, use memo. Yeah, and be like, yeah, options, take min, and then like, yeah, take min, and we do this. Exactly, that's the thing. Come back. This is not great, just yes. So every time it changes, we take the entries and we map them to the value. Each wants to make it count, whatever, I don't mind that. And now, this is gonna be the take min histogram. Which one is the minimum and max? It's going to be the first one, so we don't need to do that. Take min. So initial one is going to be a number. The first one. Or 0. Okay. It could also be like, we don't have to necessarily pass it like every single time. It's like possible that it's not there as well, like that. Okay, so now we don't need to do the 0. So, and then this is the last element. So take min, and if we set it, set to take min to a take min range. You can't, we don't set it to a range. We have to now convert the range into proper things, because take min is a thing with comma separated values. So we have to convert like arrays, array dot, so basically we take two values and we need to convert that into an array. How do you do that? We have to like have so JS has like a array generation method. There's a way to generate from and to. So array 10, we're going to be like 10 and add the initial one to all of them. So array 10, and then the function, yes. So for each array. So this is what we want. We're going to be like, boop. And now, how many are they going to be? They are going to be take min range. So we're going to Actually, let's extract this into a handler, because this is going to be a bit longer. Handle take main change. Add missing function. So now we want to have like const array equals, we have the array. The function I'm going to use for the array is, so for min equals min max is range, yes, and then we have to be like basically like min, add the min essentially, and then generate for max. So max minus min, and then x plus min. And then that's the array we want. That's basically, but that is like, essentially like we're gonna have like the selected ones. Is that gonna be the ones for take min? Because, okay, let's try it. Yeah, this is like the thing we want. Kind of like, it's ugly now, but it's gonna be better in the future. These are the values, which they should be the counts, not the, so the values for the thing we want to reuse are going to be the, so the value is going to be, so, okay, so what is the key? Both are numbers. The key in if we open a histogram, the way our histogram works is there is like the count of how many, the count is the y-axis, and the key is the x-axis. So primarily we care about the key. So for the count we put value. What is value? The value is the value, and then the key is this. So how many, so okay. It shows up, most of them will have this. There's this many with that many doors. So for some reason I don't like this. This looks better for some reason, even though it has no numbers next to it, like how many cars are available with this many doors. Making a histogram, with this, about this thing, is kind of like, looks stupid to me. It's too over-engineered to me. Like for the year, okay, there's this many cars and they're all the same. But for this, like most cars have 4 doors, as we see. Most of them have 4 doors. So like it really doesn't mean it much to like do a histogram for this. It just makes no sense. So like, why did I over-engineer this? Makes no sense why we need a histogram for this. Because now I'm gonna be like, okay, like why are we even doing this in this way? It makes no sense. But if it would take a long time otherwise. But it is like working. It's reducing, like it's deselecting. So it is like actually working. So many X's. It's adding so many things. Something is wrong with, whatever. Definitely if I click this, it's gonna deselect some things, but then if I reset, boom, it's gonna make the range. So 4 to 5 doors. Who the fuck is gonna Google like, oh, I want a car with exactly, but maybe people in the higher range, they would be like, okay, I need from this many to this many doors. And it's like, there's a step as well. We need to add a step. Because it's adding from like, look at this, is this a year? It says year, but which is fine. This should say something else, but like, it's actually changing the value, the key of the thing, so it shouldn't be doing that. This is kind of dumb. I don't know if I need to fix that. Is there anything else? Any other thing we would be using the same thing for? We looked at mileage is going to be set like this, but mileage has no mileage. There is no histogram for the mileage, so it's just like doesn't give me values for it. Price as well. Fuel type. Fair enough. I mean, I think I might not use this histogram for now because nobody's going to use it. I'm just going to add like the value to the options. And my comment is staying here as well. Fuck. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for this. I'm going to remove it. I'm just going to add like a value to the checkbox with this, and then this is the pass, but from the value. So show up. And we need to like seriously understand what's going on down below. Maybe a drop down, like a menu, a hideable menu. In Radix UI, maybe there's a hideable menu. Radix UI, like a drop down menu. No, I don't like that. Like a hideable menu. Or we can make like an animation for it. Yeah, collapsible. I think we need to add a collapsible, something that collapses. Menu bar, no. Nope. We don't need any of this. Toggle tooltip. I think collapsible is the one. So do we have a collapsible? Yes, we have a collapsible. Advanced, what was it? Advanced search uses a collapsible. Which we're not even using this code anywhere. But basically like this code that we have here. Car search is also using collapsible. Who is using this code? Who wrote this code? No. This is a useless component. Most cars have 4 doors, or 3. For 3 or for more. Or handling 5 people. Like most cars have 5 seats. So massive difference. So it makes no sense to have a histogram because you have 1 entry. So no sense. We don't need a histogram. We can still have a slider for it, just without a histogram. We can have a slider for it. I think we can have a slider, like maybe call it like passenger capacity slider. So get the checkbox thing that we have. This should be a range slider, yes. Export const passenger capacity TSX, yes. Okay. So I'm getting quiet. So adding all the stuff we need. So what else? Translations. No, we don't need. We need the translations as a property. So now properties, export type, get them as properties. Now we have passenger capacity. We can include it as a thing in our project. And no change. And now we're gonna make it into a slider. So we're gonna be like, okay, this is the code we need. We're gonna import everything. Okay. And now like min entry, how many is the min entry? It's gonna be like, okay, let's think about this. Like for the slider to exist, we need like minimum of I mean, 0 is tempting, but like, what is the max then? The max then is where are is this all the options? We don't need all the options. We just need like a fraction of the options, which is the take min part. Take min we need. So then like if we say like options, like basically. So again, someone else named this. I didn't name it. Take min. So for all of these values, for the take min values, we need to make a slider for it. So how many people? So basically, we're going to be sliding from the. Depends on how the values look like. If we have like, how do they look like? Let me see. Take min. Let's see how the structure looks like. This is how it looks like. So for these ones, we can like a range slider. If we make a slider and they are positioned in some way, where 0, 1, 2, 3, if we go to common, and we look at the 2 people, fewer, more people, get this one and see like how they are. So that's how they are structured. From this we should make the slider from this structure. We make the slider from this. Let's comment it out for now. And now, what is the minimum? So we have this structure. What's the minimum? Dennis, it's 0, right? It's literally 0. What is the max? It's 11. It's take men something dot length. Step 1 doesn't have a length. Oh, it's a map. Okay, so let's memorize it. Const take men keys. Oh, we have it already. Okay. So like we have to add like use client. It's a client component, and take men length. Okay. The value is. So what is the selection from? It's from it's from like wherever we are having it, whatever we have in the filters. So also we need a way to have like const use state and have it like be from an initial value. So initial value, we have the initial value and we replace with the initial value. And okay, we have our value which is set every time, and then on value change we set the value range. On commit we have like a function which takes the two values we care about, and that's fine. And then like for the checkbox we have no checkbox, but we can do a label. We put the label back there, and then like okay, can we just format this file? I don't have formatting set up for this file yet. Okay. Take men, and initial value is. So what is the initial value for the? If we go back to the selection, like the initial value for the thing is not selected. If it's whatever is in the filter essentially. Filters take men, and it's like initial value is expecting this. Take men is an array. We have to convert from the array to the min and max of that. Okay, let's do it. Const min and max take men, and then min and max. Okay, yes, correct. And then we go back. Boom. What is the problem? Oh, it's still an array. Oh, we have to do like. Yeah, as number. We have to cast it, and now it's fine. Handle capacity. Blah 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 blah. Set filters where take men is the value. We can't do this. We have to be like convert the array to like array from, and then we have like from value. No. How do you do this we just saw this in JavaScript, how to do this. Basically like this. From, and like, I would love to separate this at some point in some other function from the, and what is this, from the, if we select two things, we need to basically be like, okay, the first one is going to be missing declaration. I think we have to make it into a function. Handle take min change. And now, if it's this, wait, we had this whole time? Oh, because it was a checkbox before. Yes, and so now that's why we had it before. So now it's going to be like min and max, and then const array const range equals, yeah, so min minus, so max minus, do we need a plus one? That's the question, like, plus one, is it how many elements we're going to generate from min? So min minus, if we just do like, if it's like from 3 to 7, if it's 3 and 7, do we include the 7th element? I think that's what it depends on. So if it's like max minus min, that's like saying 7 minus 3. And then like how many elements do we generate? It's 4, but then it's saying no, it's actually like 5. Because when we do that, if it's like, what we have to generate from 3 and 7 is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's one more element, and that's why we have to add plus 1. Great. Yeah, so I think that's going to work. And then we're like, okay, what is that? No corresponding closing tag. Fuck something up with the tags. I think we can remove this tag. Yes. And what else is missing? So in the badges. So once you remove a badge, we have to show it like a range. So we take men is now an array. Because we save it as an array, so unfortunately, like, we have to convert it to something nicer. So we have the first one and the last one, basically. We need take men is not going to do this. We need 2 badges. Do we have this min and max taken? So yeah, we have the, what is this one trying to do? Like array? No. We have the min and max. We're going to show it with a min and max. We're not going to do like, yeah, basically do it with a min and max. Min and max for each one. Not in like for each one, like a single badge, which says like a single badge. So if this even exists, like if this exists, yes, exactly like this. And like if you click on it, it's going to remove the capacity completely. It's going to be like const handle remove take men, use callback, and then be like, okay, use callback, no arguments, and we basically say like set filters to, so filters dot copy it, and then like, right, and then set filters, so new filters take men equals this, we undefine it, and then set filters with new filters. Okay, what's the problem with that? We have to add the filters. Okay. Now we handle it. The key and the valid people, yes, we're gonna extract this in the thing anyway later. So let's see how that worked out. Let's check it. The search page. Passenger capacity. So now if we do this, so something went wrong. So the badge is wrong, otherwise this is working correctly. And now, something went wrong. Invalid array length. Array from, what is this? Wait, from and what did we do? Like, this code with a number, I did it with a min and a max. It blew up. Is that how we do it? Array from another array. So the way you do this is like this. Let's set the while we're working, like the mock. So let's set the mock to true so we don't make any requests. I can set it in the environment variables, but I don't want to leak them here. So let's set the mocks meta event failed. Who cares about the meta event? That failed. Who gives a fuck? Because I have to now disable that as well. Like, I don't want to disable meta. I can disable it, by the way. Let's go to meta event and be like, disable. You're getting disabled. Bye bye. Compiling. Come on, compile. For God's sake. Invalid array length. What length am I giving it? Negative length? Where is it? Array dots from. Apparently this is the wrong array length. Wait a second, like handle filter min. We're not even using that anywhere. What is going on? What did I do here? Well, I'm not even using my thing. This is the actual thing, and then take met. So this is the range. That's how it should be. And then still, this is not max minus min. We have to put a breakpoint there and be like, okay, what is this value? Infinity n1. I mean, from the something is wrong. Okay, this is 1. The question is, why is max infinity? It shouldn't be. On slide end, commits the values. So this is, the max seems to be infinity, which is kind of crazy. What is the initial values? Strange. Why is the infinity, the max is infinite? It's kind of crazy. Let's go over here. Take men is 0. So in the filters it's 0. So minimax take min, but in the options it's not 0. If we go to the options, Oh yeah, we're in the wrong thing. What do we pass to this? We pass it options. Okay, we pass options, and in here like slider, passenger capacity. I'm not using this function. We give it dot take min, which has all these values. It also has another one for 0, which nobody seems to be using in the original website, which is 0 has 2 or more, and this is like, all of them will have like, maybe like the 10th one is going to have like 0 for it. So yeah, none of them, so 0 is not really used. Maybe 0 means all of them. No. We have no idea what 0 means. Maybe 1 door cars, if that makes sense. No idea. If I pass it, by the way, like if I give it like for 5 people, and then I just say 0, what's gonna happen? You know, like that's a valid option. So if I remove this, take men 0, take, yeah, all of what is going to be selected now? Nothing. And 7,000 cars showed up that have 0 as their thing. It's kind of weird, very weird. Makes no sense what 0 does. So I'm going to exclude that. Okie doke. So we start to figure out like why passenger capacity did like called this with the wrong value. On value commit. Let's check. So now it's minus infinity is 7. What is the value of the rest of the things then? Like the value range is crazy then. It's going to be initialized with that. We just keep digging through it basically. Yes. And now we refresh. What's the value? Yeah, as I was expecting, infinity. So we are going to, so we don't care about what the filters are currently, like currently the filters are this, you know, fair enough, who cares? I mean, we can set the filters, we don't need an initial value if we set the filters as the initial value. Take men returns an array of numbers, and it needs to be 2 numbers here, from which we take on, so the range is going to be, the initial range, if they give us like this value and that value, right, this, and this, we need to take the first one until the last one. So it's kind of difficult to sort them. We need to sort the values. Const take men sort from filters sorted equals is and then sort them. And how do you sort them? We have to sort them using this thing. Using the sorting using take men to code So if take men for that key, if that key has a thing, this is like how they should be. How do I do this, like, to make them, like, in this way? I mean, the keys are sorted like that. So if the key is like that, if basically, like, if the key of the structure, which is take min something something, and it's the key that for every kind of entry, if we kind of take the entry, it has a, like, it has a, how do I get this, for the entries, if I do like object entries outside, of course, const entries equals object entries of that. So for the entry, if the key of that, of the corresponding entry, is less, then it's smaller. And then basically it's going to be like, if it finds the key for all of them, it's a very tiny structure, so it's fine. And it's going to be like, if we both find both of them, what is local compare? Yeah, basically, what was he suggesting? They are numeric. Can you do that? What's numeric? You can do like comparing them by a numeric pattern. I didn't even know like this existed in JavaScript, to be honest. Like, let's try if it works. If they don't exist, just subtract them. Just, they're equal. If they don't find them, they're equal for me. And so then replace that. And when they are sorted like that, we need to take the first. So basically, okay. And now, const take min and max. It's gonna be like this and that, and then we, boom. Come on, like, number undefined. What is which one is gonna be number undefined? This they shouldn't be. If just return null, just return wrong values passed to passenger capacity. Yes, I think that's fine. Okay. Something is wrong again. And how do we fix something that's wrong? We debug it. Breakpoint. So entries, what is entries? We get the entries, and now for these values, how do we compare it? So also that's going to execute, which this is empty for now. So now we execute on the actual thing. It doesn't go inside of my thing. It's just everything is 0. which probably this is responsible for. I can't, my debugger is maybe because this is in not node modules or something, like I'm not allowed to debug it correctly. Maybe in launch JSON. If we stop skipping node, is this internal to node? This is ES5. Let's disable the launch configuration for now and re-debug it so we see more information. Initial values. I mean, we don't pass them anymore. Why? Because we can compute them from this. Because we pass the filters. Which this is, I don't like the idea of passing filters to it because, like, we only care about take min anyway. Why do we need the filters? We don't need filters. Sort does not exist on and this is a number. Okay, so the ones that's selected, for the selected ones and not for the it's just I'm running into a lot of complexity. Because like I'm trying to do too many things. I'm trying to do too many things at once and it's like frustrating. Blah 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 blah. Okay. So we need to understand why the passenger capacity is not showing up. Search filters. I'm fine with passing the filters, to be honest. It's just fine. Basically, this is used to estimate the initial values of everything else. Of this, and then this is gonna... all of that to be passed. All of these to just pass initial values to state at the end. That's it. And there's no sliders. Why is it? What controls the sliders? Value range. So what is the value range? If I go there and refresh the page, it's undefined, so there's no value range at the moment. What is the max? It should show something up, to be honest. So if it's not showing anything up, that means like that I'm confused, because it should be showing some thumbs up. And it was showing them before. Charge. Okay. Come on. Now, if I add like artificial values like 7, no. I mean, I've done everything. Like this is unrelated to my code. Refreshing it doesn't do anything again. About maybe giving a name. No? Okay. Where else have you done this? It's fine here. It has a height, it has... I'm just not sure what to do. Maybe... let's debug it. Let's open it and let's debug it. Okay, there's a span about... So both of them have no size. That's weird. They seem to have like no size. I gave them a size. The only problem I'm seeing is it doesn't have a size, and maybe because of the slider ranges. Widthful maybe. If you do like, why is it nothing showing up? I hate HTML. Slider track. So the way we solve this in engineering is we go Google for something working, and then once we have something working, copy it and then modify from it. We are going to copy this. So slider, yes, a slider root. And do we have something? Yeah. Now that worked. And so like now we had another thumb. We're trying to get multiple of these sliders. If we do like 0, 7, is it going to show up as a multi-slider? Yes, okay, it shows up as a multi-slider. So now, that's, in engineering, and now once we have engineered it correctly, we get our thing and we replace slowly. Default value, 0 to 7. We'll copy paste this part and then see if this solves it. Funnily enough, no, it doesn't solve it. So slider range, and then like what else am I having that's different from? Okay, so now we've got a single one. Basically, like what we do is we copy the working one because there's some small mistake somewhere, so we copy the working one and then we save it. And there should be two different ones showing up, right? And from the working one, we kind of comment everything else out. This is applicable to every single thing. We have a single working thing, and now we start modifying it. It's going to be not from 0 to 7. It's going to be take min keys. So from 0, what is the max value going to be? The sorted one min max. So take min something. This. But not undefined. So if it's not 2, and then we also do like, I can't put a, so const take min and max safe equals take min and max min and max as number, replace, what is the max gonna be? It's gonna be, so like these we need to take from the filters originally, not from this but from the filters, but they also come from the filters. Whatever, that's the default value, that's also the same. Take min keys, max is how much is max. Default value, because the thing is, what is the default value? It's this, and what is this? It's the sorted one, and what is it? It just sorts them out. But what we really need is another structure, which is from 1 to something. That's how we need to do it. Maybe we need another structure which is basically like, it looks like this. 0 is going to resolve to 215100. 1 is going to resolve to that. And we're basically like, we just need this. These are the keys. It's so much easier to just do it, just hard code it like that. And generate that. And so basically we need to map dot from just generate from take min code object.keys. Basically object.keys is what we need. So it's simpler. We've redeclared it once, and these are the keys, and based on these keys we make the slider. It's so much simpler. We don't need to like compare a bunch of things, right? I think we don't need to do any of this. It was my bad, I didn't have the insight to do it correctly. So we need to, the slider is based on this thing. What the initial value for the slider is based on what we've selected, essentially. Is based on, if we've selected like this, and that's why I did this. Okay, bringing it back. This is for the initial values. Max initial safe. So object keys take min. We don't need this. Okay, and then this is the initial ones, and then max is take keys.length. So the max is yes.length, and then min is basically 0. Do we have, oh yeah, value range is already set to this, so good. And now we're in the position where it doesn't work again. Oh my god. So what if we set this to 7? Something is wrong with this, and I don't know what. If this code and that code are very similar, oddly similar, but one of them shows the slide and one of them doesn't. Yeah, you see? One of them shows a slider, the other one does not. And have very little idea why. Min is 0. Okay, let's kind of like bring this. I think the default value is the one that's bringing problems to us. So default value is a range. If we make default value a range, max, let's say max is 7, we comment out. Come on, like, show me the slider, that's all I want. And it doesn't want to do that. Every time I do this, it maybe min, oh, min is 1. If you put min to 1, maybe. Oh, so it just doesn't like it being 0. Is that the whole problem? Like, it doesn't like it being 0? That's the whole thing? That's why it doesn't work? Because it's 0? That's crazy. That can't be it. So now it works when it's 0. JavaScript. How about now? How's this? Okay, that's still fine. How about value equals value range? So when I set it to value range, it dies. Value range is problematic. Because they're undefined. Oh, that's why it's complaining. Because these are undefined. Even though I cast it, it's undefined. They exist, but they are undefined. So this is 0. Length is 0. So the problem is there. Again, it's undefined because this is 0. It's not sorting the array correctly. I'm going to remove use memo because it's going to bring me in JavaScript internals for no reason, and I want to just compute this like that, like a closure. I'm going to do it without use memo and just call it. So I didn't see what's going on, otherwise I don't see anything. So entries, take men, oh, is not how is this like not how you use the sort in JavaScript? Oh, take men is there's nothing in it because it's a filter. Okay, so initial value should be if there is no value for this, it should just be an empty array, and then if there is, this is going to be 0, obviously, if we do that. So I understand what's going on now. If the array is this, then we just like, this is going to be like, what is the max value for the passenger capacity if there is nothing set? It's the max value from this, so it's basically going to be like this value. The biggest value from this. There is a much easier way to do this. I'm just an idiot and I can't figure out how to do this. Okay. There is an easier way, I'm just like not seeing it completely. The min and max is basically like this entry is the min entry, max entries is like basically what I need is 1, like 0 and 2, 0, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0 and 9. To do make dynamic. Yes. Okay, now we remove the rest of the stuff we don't need. Value commit. So now the badge, we have to also fix the badge because the badge showing infinity, we don't want to have infinity. So if this is available, and it's always going to be available, it should be undefined as well sometimes. Filter statement could be nothing. If it's not to just return undefined. So we remove it if there is nothing. And when we do book and block, it doesn't say the capacity, which is kind of dumb. It needs to say for every entry the capacity, like passenger capacity should show some label. Slider range. Do we in Radix UI? Do we have a slider thing which shows the capacity? I don't see any way to add things below the slider. So it's saying like just add labels below the slider. tooltip provider. So they are using a tooltip to show the values. I mean, let's add a tooltip. Tooltips are never bad. And we also have it as a component anyway, so might as well use a tooltip. So we grab this and we're gonna add tooltip twice. So the other thumb is going to be another tooltip. Okay, and now, so basically we have to do that, and over here add tooltip things, and then for the value of the tooltip it's going to be like how do you get the value? Yeah, it's the, so min is going to be the 0, not percent, but like people. One person. Okay, and now we should have tooltips now. If everything is correct. Tooltip content, which we added from our tooltip. Okay. So we have two tooltip inclusions. Also, we include the provider and the rest of the things. If we don't include them from this, but instead we just include them from React tooltip, because I don't trust this code as well. No label associated, fair enough, we're going to fix that. So these are both okay. And so now, set max showed. We never set to show the tooltips. So set max, why do we never state? I don't really understand why we need this. So whenever it's on mouse hover, you should show it like open on this thing. It's gonna open the tooltip, and whenever we on mouse enter, on mouse leave. Well, and there it is. 3 people, 8 people. It's just like on the phone, if you drag it, it's not going to show it. So now underneath, we have to also generate basically a slider labels to 9. So it's going to generate some values. Yes, but we would like for it to be not the. So the color is kind of wrong. We should be yellow. Is this, yes, yellow. And then it should be like a number. So span, small, bold, and space justify between of passenger count. It's going to be the opposite. It's not passenger count. We need to feed it the. No, we need to basically, yeah. If we feed it, it's going to be like. And then we can do like T of that. It's going to give us like the 5 people, 2 or fewer. But that's too much stuff, I feel like. It's too much content, and also like it starts correct, but it doesn't center correctly. It's like too much, it's not aligned well. We only have space for one number. 6 people, 3 people, 2 people, 1 people, 0 people. It's not like 0 people, it's 0 in the structure. So also the tooltip is wrong. 0 in the structure, so 0 in the structure, we go back, 0 means we have to take the first element of the structure. So 0 means we have to take this from 0, which essentially makes us go back and be like, so it's going to be like, take main code. You have to get the 0 element. Dots. Object entries, so. And because it's object entries, we can't do that there. It's like what we can do is get passenger, whatever, count, label. And I'm going to get the passenger. No, it's going to get the index. Index intake main keys. And then this is the thing, the array. You're going to take yes, and then we'll feed it through this. I think that should work, and then we replace that with both of them. It should give us like 4 people. I think that's correct. That looks correct to me. 11 is 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we need to replace these labels down below with we need to replace them with just a number. So 2 or fewer, because there's too much data. We can't render this much data. Look how ugly this becomes. So I wish we could just like somehow. I mean, it's not that ugly. Like, I've seen uglier. It shows us which one the slider is on anyway, so. Two or fewer people. Because we control the labels, let's just go to common and be like, we control the labels anyway. Let's just remove everything. So we're gonna be like, same thing, you know, remove, and done. And we're done. I think that looks pretty good. I like how this looks like. And also, like, we have to color the rest of the ones as well. So we're gonna go back to the, I'm loving how this looks like. We are going to also color when it's in between, so value range, if the ID is, if it's this or that, but it's basically like, if ID is more or bigger, yes, the whole range. Exactly, I love how that looks like. That's crazy, it looks very nice. So, very nice, very nice. Let's commit this before we lose it. Let's make sure everything compiles. Type check. Okay, so what we want is add passenger capacity slider. Correct, that looks very nice. That looks delicious. Look at it. Guys, look at this. Clear all. We have some filters set for it. So now, I didn't add the values because who cares how many cars there are? 5 to 6 to whatever. This is your current range, and you can select cars. Like, it's not like with the year where you can see multiple. Every single car has five seats. If something else, just make your selection. Also, I'm gonna add like, I want to add like brand logos to things. I think it's really nice to add logos. That's nice. Lauter. So every single time we select something, we should have the filters updating. So they should go into update mode to get their new values for things. So you shouldn't be able to just like select around. When you select, everything else should update. So it should all update. So, okay, passenger capacity. So it should, in theory, handle this. We set the filter to have these ones. In the badges, I'm not convinced it's showing up correctly. Because what is this showing? Nothing. The badge is incorrect. I'm gonna extract this later. It's not showing names. This is not defined. Filters take min is not set. So 1 to 6. Oh, wait, 1 to 6. It shouldn't come back to me like this. 1 to 6. Fair enough. It's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's the wrong format for this. It's not the best code. I don't like this code. It's not the best format for this, because like filters got saved. It's like set filters and sets them, but it doesn't set them with the right thing, because let's see what it sets them with. If I do this, it's 1 to 7. That's the value we get. Value commit, because we gave it these values. We can't just get value back. We have to convert it the same way in the structure. Const convert index to take men does this. Let's use callback. And basically this. What's the problem? Use callback, and now like we don't need to get the to localize it. We just need the values, and we convert both values. Oh, because it's a string. I'm having some beef with string and number in this thing. Doesn't have to be a... Has to be a number. Okay. We are gonna do like number of that. And this is also takes a number, and this is it's a number, but it's possibly undefined maybe. Yeah. Okay, I think that's good. What do we get now? We get the values, and now let's see if that works. It doesn't work. Well, we get back from 20 to 70, which is correct. The range is going to be... Oh, wow. Not every single one. I miscalculated this. Like, it's not from 1, it's like from whatever difference they have in of themselves, like, which is 10 in this case, plus I times 10. Just don't ask me questions. Don't ask questions. This is like horrible, but like I'm just understanding things a bit later. And so that's why. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be, oh, because it's minus. Oh, this logic is like very flawed. I had better not convert these, just give me the range back from the 1 to whatever it's selected, and I'll convert these. Or I just pass the parameter, this is the first parameter, this is the last parameter. Or like pass me the whole range, basically. Just pass the whole range, handle whatever capacity change. We're gonna have to like converting set 5 to, let's say, in this case, this thing, for example, isn't trivial because we concatenate later with a comma. So that's why we want to do that here and export a number array. So it's going to be a number array. What it exports. basically, on value commit is going to call our function, which we're going to define now. Handle passenger blah blah blah, capacity change, convert array, convert like range to array. Oh, come on. It's going to take like the range, so number is going to convert it to an array first. So first it's going to do the trick where it's like, oh, min, max, even like it could do like nicer syntax, min and max, and then it's going to do that with these values, because these are regular values, and then it's going to and then it's going to convert, and that's the array. And so now that you need this, it needs to be number, okay. But basically that's the point we want to make. What else is wrong? Oh yeah, because now we give it more of the data and it's just simpler. Let's see now. Oh yeah, that's correct. Set filters, and then now, this max, min, max, take men is going to be like cold next, and we are 6. Oh, not 2. If it's less than 2. Continue. Okay, so now seeds for this to this, and let's just convert. Let's just be simple. Convert this to t. Oh my god, this is horrible. From this to this, we want ideally we want to have it as a. We want to have it as a number again. So how do you get from a number to the structure? You say toString, and then you say take min to localization, and then you say t to get the so 4, okay, it became 4. And then for the other guy, so 4 to 9. Okay. A bit complicated, but hey, I'll take it. So now this sets the range automatically. If it's just 4, and both make it exactly 6, for example. If it's 1, we can still use 1. It's not like... If it's 2... If it's 0, basically. If length is 0. If it's 1... And now, it's possible for it to be 6 now, but we need to fix the badge and show it correctly. Seeds for blah, 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 blah. And now, if length is 1, Oh my god. I'm gonna extract this because it's too much. Const get label and do this. Okay. Now we should just display full 5 to 5 to 5. So it's always oh, because you just do this. Is there a first? Just dot first? No. Dot first. I'm gonna do first here. Oh, they don't have this in JavaScript. Bummer. Never mind. 5 to 9, 4 to this, 6 to 8. And now if we click search, let's do like big things, a big boy car, 9 to 11. Is it going to work? So it did this, which is great. And also, we have to remove the mock. I committed the mock. Oh, it's fine. We all learn on this planet. Fair enough. I mean, I'm gonna review my pull request later anyway, so. So if we search now, do we get like gigantic vehicles? Yes, we get gigantic ones because we selected the high range. So, yeah. These are big vans. Yeah. Nice. Fix progressive form passenger capacity. Okay. What else is left? Transmissions. So transmission. So down there, filters. Okay, so transmissions. We continue with the transmissions now. After so much time. Is a string and all these values to select. Well, we implement the other select. So we did like the one from the filters, and then the values are going to be in a group. So we have just multiple items that we populate. Okay, so it's in the filter. So it can't be, again, it can't be a select because we have multiple ones. It has to be a checkbox. So we'll just, let's say like, I'm just, let's just be like div checkbox, use code and make checkboxes for that. Okay, let's see if that, let's first see if we have a lot of checkboxes show up. We have these checkboxes. And now, basically, these are the codes we get from the options. You can check them, what kind of transmission we'd like to have. And we also have to move this to the side as well because there's too many options, and they essentially take up this much space on the side, and like it just shows us everything. It takes this much space on the side, you know, so anyway. Okay. Entries. We used to have checkboxes in the previous commit. Also, we modified this, we're going to bring it back as well. So, yeah, this was checkbox, and that's how it was. Label. And then the flex, we just did a flex box. Flex. Item center. And we have to make it like so align start. Just quickly like change the layout. I'm going to put center and I'm putting start, like item start is the one we want. So basically nothing. Select card type, and then for all of them, they have a key, a value, and also a text, which says like how many of them. Card type localization, and for each key we give it a that's kind of like how it should be. Let's put a breakpoint. And also let's put, while we're building it, let's put a mock. Because we don't want to. So what is the key? So it's fine, it should work. It just doesn't. So okay, let's radix UI and see the primitive. Go to checkbox and see how they do it. So C1, ID C1. We have to place IDs for things at some point. Except, so it's in the label. So the label is later for each checkbox. For we have to do this. First, return a single tag. For is the key. So values is the key, yeah? Key is the key. I don't really get what the problem with that is. Oh, HTML4, okay. So they're using like a simple label. Okay, so semi-bold, fonts, lights. Oh, no. XS I meant. Yeah. Just make the style nicer, man. Is that nicer? Is that really nicer? That's worse. That is actually worse. So we have to figure out why it's on a new line. Because we have to put a div. And this is going to be flex. Select card type. No, not select card type. Select card type as a label is outside. What we want here is the actual localization. Yes. And then in brackets, we're going to fix the design later. In brackets, which, I'll add for like, also like, let's do it now. Diesel. Car gas, so car gas, diesel, and then we have like, so we have to add like, so that's how they do it, diesel, and you do like, count. Count. Is it the gas type? Oh, it's car type. So it's just car type. Also we have for the car type the same thing. Count. Also here count. Adding counts to everything. So that's it. Transmission, that's all has count. And now here, we're going to add the count. Oh, look at that. That's so nice. So we're going to add the count for the amount of entries available. This is a very ugly design, but it's okay for now. Has to be like a lighter one, a lighter color of it. So, what about this one? That's much better. That is not much better. Lighter color. We need a lighter color. I like that. And now, what we do now, so yeah, where it says like detailed model. I want to see the style of this, so I add it to my own things. Placeholder. No. We need, yeah, this is the one we need. So trim selection, but for this one, we have to Yes, and now it's the same style. So now we need to add a collapsible. Oh, we have to also add this for like Bulgarian. I forgot. So adding for that. And so now we need a collapsible from Radix UI. Collapsible. Yeah. So basically the way we use it is we have a root, open change, and the content is the one that's going to show up. So we essentially have to hide what we show in a content. So we're going to be like, this label, we are going to be like collapsible. So what we're going to do now is copy this code. Essentially like copy the code and be like, let's see if that's going to save us some time. Collapsible, oh, we didn't do anything. So basically what we want to do is, it's a trick. We select this thing because we want this to become collapsible. We give it the code and we get like collapsible. And it should just give us like, the thing. Let's see if that works. Oh, that is quite ugly. That is just useless. We can't do that. Okay, let's just do it ourselves again. Everything we have to do ourselves in this life. Collapsible. Okay, so collapsible, and then we have to, there's a collapsible content as well. So collapsible content, both the trigger and the content. And now in the content we put, where's my code? Where did my code go? So kind of my code kind of went somewhere, but that's fine. So the trigger is going to be a, what do you use for a trigger? They use they add this as their trigger. A button with two things. And you add like content that's always there. Okay. Okay. So now const all open closed, handle open closed. We have some icons. Why is it not like? close icon. Lucide. Okay, let's just go to Lucide and see what they have. Something from Lucide, and let's go like close, door closed, eye closed, folder closed, panel closed. Lucide React icon close. iClose. They have iClose, but not like X. X, so literally it's called X. X and expand. Let's use these. X and then expand. Let's use these ones. Yeah, and I deleted my UI, which is kind of annoying because so button open close. It's kind of like annoying how ugly this is, but we're not trying to shoot for prettiness anyway. Like, we're being like, like label, show, what filters are this? Show transmission. Was it transmission? Yeah, I think it was transmission options. What's the problem now? See, it wasn't a React element. Is this my problem? I don't know. Okay, let's see. This is still like, we have to at least like fix the UI very urgently. So let's quickly do a div because it deleted our code. And we're like, okay, last name, yes, center it, put a label, HTML full, whatever, yes, exactly like this. Let's see how they look like. That's correct. Okay. So, and now I have to fix the UI for this. Because this is going to be like, we're going to add more UI options to the filter. I mean, if it's going to be on the side, it's not a big deal that it's like opening. Choose transmission. Wow, this is like a lot of buttons. All of that just for a button. Hide transmission. And also the icon is not updating. The icon isn't updating because nobody's clicking on it. On change. How do you signal this in Radix UI? Set open. Also in the root, on open change is on the root, okay. On open change, boom. Okay. We're going to fix the UI later. For now we can select things. We still need badges for them. We need like a few badges. So this is for the use code. When we select it, this checkbox call type change, yes, and now we go change the filters. We'll get a new use code, and which is probably a number as well, from what I know. It's all of them numbers, even though it's a string. We need to do the same thing here. Like, we need to, so use code is this, but this is going to be that schema. But for all of these, we need to coerce to a number on the right side, right? Yes. And also on the left side, but whatever. It's number optional, but it doesn't come back as a string, so we don't need to do that. I was willing to do that for the keys, but the keys are, in this case, are strings, and I can't do much about the fact that they come back as I have to parse the structures in numbers. Let's just use string. Everything is just too much work. It's a list of numbers, and we give back a string. If new filters use code includes the value. Does that work? But it's possibly undefined. If it's not defined, add the value and like return set filters. If it does exist, we push the value to the list and we move on with our day. On checked change. So it doesn't take a thing. Okay, we have to also make it take a checked. And now, so if it's checked for each value, we have to if it's checked, remove it from the list. So if checked is Boolean or indeterminate, if checked if you checked it and it exists, and new filters value add. If it's checked, we don't need to check everything. That's only because we get the heavy lifting from the value. So we don't need to do that. We need to just check if it's checked, and basically again, we have to do a separate case if it's empty. Why is this empty? Use code is can be empty. Why? I don't think it can be empty. Let's remove that. So we don't have to handle a bunch of stupid cases for no reason. So if you check, we push it. Otherwise, we filter it, and that's it. So filter the ones where it's not value. So if it's number or value is a string, value number. Okay. Let's see how it works. If we select it, if it doesn't show in the badges. So use code is undefined. Oh, because it's on the filters. Oh, okay, I understand. So it is actually possibly undefined because this is the filters, not the options. In the options, we get all the options, and the filter is the one we've selected. So that makes sense. We have to. This was how it was. So now, if it doesn't exist, make it with a value. If it doesn't exist and you checked something, make it with a value. And return set filter, we only do that. And that's it. Basically, you can do like, yeah. From now on, you can do like this and this. Filters, use code. I wouldn't rely on that, but that's fine. Let's see if it works. Does this work? Yeah, okay. So now, select. And debug it. Select. A new value got checked. So we have to just add it to these. Oh, I see what happens. We can't convert this to a number because it starts with 0. And so do many other ones. I see what the problem is. Oh no, we can't convert to number ever. So it's going to be a value because this is always a string. So use code is going to be a string. So now who else is complaining about that? I don't see anyone else complaining. So yeah. Now, this is a string. Pushing in the structure. Let's refresh it because it's old code now. It's got like, oh, it's fucking dark at this point. Like, oh, how much time have I been doing this? Okay, let's continue. So breakpoint is set. We are ready to click. We add and set. That worked. So now we're not getting any badges, but that's because we are not showing them perhaps. Where are my badges? Chart code, class code, marker code. We just didn't add any badges. We're going to add badges now. Use code and add a bunch of badges. So if you click on the badge, we are going to, not that one. For which badge is this? This is a lot of badges. We need to map the badges. So we're gonna map it to the badge, and for the value, we're gonna map it to the structure which translates, and then that's okay. I see now. Formation 1. No, we don't need to. This is. Well, I don't want to put count there. That's the problem. If I don't put count, it won't work. I mean, it's okay. For now, we're just, more or less doing it. Compact SUV. So RV as well. And then the button is a bit ugly. Let's just fix the button, and that's going to be it. So button is a bit ugly because we have no label before that. How do I do it like this? I think a single child. Oh, it has to be a single child. We'll have to put a div then. Or we just like boop. No, like this, and then so didn't format the code correctly, but that's okay. Add a label. That should work. Come on. Transmission. It should be on the same line. So flex, flex, and then this has to be in the same row, like that. And then items, center. Oh, that's the best I can do. I'm not a CSS guy. I'm gonna be like, this is the label for this. ID transmission toggle. You don't need that ID. HTML4 transmission toggle. Okay. Okay, transmission is there. Let's add the transmission. Let's just add like, this is not transmission, what am I doing? It's not called transmission, it's called car type. Car type, yeah. Say like, bus. Just gonna show it, and I do like the remove the mocks, make it like, again, I would disable the environment, but I'm going to show my environment variables, and I don't want to do that today. So use code, it put the use code in the URL. That's okay, that's good. Yeah, and there's mainly buses. That works. So, okay, another one in the chamber. Add transmission options. Okay. Break time. Okay. So we're back. Let's launch it. This is like hour 10 of this, maybe. So bringing it back. Okay. So just making sure we are live. Okay, great. So what we're implementing is now we just basically we have two things left. So we finish this. We have to complete the options in the inventory, and also we have to get the options to change every single time we pick one of the options. With some, of course, with some function of like, if you select multiple things, it's gonna wait a bit, of course. So this is the transmissions. We're basically interested in functionality only. We're implementing functionality, we don't care about form. So we're gonna go back now and find the next thing we're gonna be doing. So that's gonna be fuel. I think we need to do fuel. I don't see any fuel. So let's go get the fuel. We are going to be getting the fuel now. What is this? This suddenly stopped compiling for some reason. Oh, this is probably while I was refactoring, I messed this up. Well, no worries. What is this? It's a list of numbers. For every number, we handed in a string. So yeah, use codes was a list in the filter which come back as a number, but this handles. We'll just toString it, and for the other one, we'll just toString it as well. So this is weird. There is a reason why I cannot refactor it, but that's fine. Let's go back. Handle filter type change. Who else is using this? It's using the checkbox as the key is string there. Why is the key string? Because that's where it comes from the options, I think. Yeah, and it's a string there. So yeah, that's why it's going to be taking a string everywhere, and we have to do this like. Well, in our case, string and number are going to be equal. So this is not the best code. I don't like this code. This is not my favorite code, but because they're equal, it's always going to be a number. We're going to deal with it later because we have too much work anyway. So okay, let's go back to implementing this. So we're going to do the fuel. Let's do fuel. We're implementing fuel, and where is the fuel? Filters. These are the badges. It's like if I make passenger capacity, it's going to show up as a badge, right? We made this as be a badge. It's just one. Ideally, yeah, still a badge. This is going to also should show up in the badges as well. But let's keep on. Let's keep going. The thing we did for car type. Type use code. Right. We need to do the same for basically the same idea. We're not looking for for it being pretty here. We're looking to get the thing going, and then we're going to refactor it because we're going to try and implement lots of things. Open change. First of all, let's make this open change as this was for the transmission. Open transmission collapsible, and then set open transmission collapsible. Now that's the collapsible. I'm going to refactor this to handle open change collapsible as well. So now that's there. Filter type car type change. So this is the car. Was this the transmission or the car type that we did? Wait. This was the car type, not even transmission. We have to rename it. Open car type collapsible. I have pre-names for things. Open car type, collapsible. Okay, that's finished. And then, oops, we have to make it set open top. Set open car type collapsible, and handle car type collapsible. Okay. Now we have to get one for the not for the transmission, but the open fuel type collapsible. Yes. So we open for the fuel, and then for the new one, we're going to make it fuel type. Hopefully we have we need to make these things if they don't exist. And we're going to basically change a few things, and now it's going to be for the fuel type. We have to also, it's gas, it's called gas, yes. It's actually very similar to the other one we have. So okay, let's continue. Fuel type, do we have fuel type? We do, okay. And now, would it work? Fuel type, LPG, blah blah. It worked. Okay, and then we have the numbers as well. So hide fuel type, show fuel type, because we don't have but we're gonna add these later. We don't even know if that's gonna be the design. So like, let's leave this. This is a fuel type. This is the hybrid, diesel, whatever. So now. Someone cuts off the bracket here. That's fine. We are going to do the next one, which is, so let's just save our work again. Let's just save the work. Fuel type options. Do we have a we don't have any badge for these. So we'll go down to the badges, and we're gonna add a badge for these. Can I just like? Why is it not showing me like the numbers? Line numbers, line, show line. No, it's not. It doesn't show me the lines, but definitely I would like to know how big this file is. This file became really big. Okay, and we're gonna do the gas, like basically like this. Get the gas in, and yes, that filter, possibly undefined. If it exists, we're going to handle field type change. So cart type, I named it cart type chip, but we actually don't have a function for this. Do we have a function? Yes, we don't have a function. So we're gonna get the change in the field type. So if the field type changes, so it's gonna be like if we're gonna use that field type, it's very similar to what we've done before. So we just like get the gas, and it's the same kind of array. So we just like give it the one, and if if it's checked, we give it to it, and also if it doesn't exist, we need one. So if there is no, so now and then otherwise we're gonna be if it exists, if it's basically like if we check it, and because that's if it doesn't exist, fair enough. If it exists, we push it, otherwise we remove it. Very similar to what we've done. And then just over here, replace it and replace it. What is going on? Handle fuel. Oh wait. So we use code. So car type. Yeah, that's car type. That's fair enough. That works. Okay, and now we click something. It doesn't show names. No names. Okay. Why? The code is a number. Oh, because the code is, it can't be a number. It can't ever go through a number. So I need to change this to be a string as well. So it's going to be a string. And we're going to be removing these. Otherwise it won't work. Come on. Hello. Come on, please work. Made them as a string. Now we should see if it works. Let's check if it displays. It doesn't display anything. Well, this is the code that doesn't work. Okay, well, let's put a breakpoint. Let's not be smart about it. Let's put a breakpoint and click, and let's refresh. And let's just like see if everything is fine. Okay, so it doesn't trigger my breakpoint, unfortunately. How about here? How about breakpoint over there? How about a breakpoint there? Like, come on. Yes, okay. So it triggers the breakpoint there, but it doesn't trigger the breakpoint inside of the HTML, which is kind of annoying, but that's how things are. Sometimes we disable that. Okay, so okay, let's close it. Let's click on close then. On click and click on one of them. So it disappeared. So that's very weird, very worrying. Okay, we can't do that, so can we like fucking do anything else? Dot gas, and what is it coming up as? Okay, let's go back to the main thing and Google, basically, okay, let's come back here, let's put on a breakpoint, let's select, let's hit the breakpoint, let's see what the filters is. Take menus code. I mean, obviously, we're not going to have any, but like, obviously, we are not going to have, if we put like one of these things in handle change, and then like, do like, click one of them, handle filter field type, I mean, it should be, oh, I'm an idiot. When I go back to the collapsible, field type collapsible, but then who is going to get the thing, handle filter, field type change, I'm an idiot. Okay, let's go back, click. Now it works. Now it's going to set it. And then it's going to gasoline 1. Yes. So that now is actually, it's going to fix all of them. It's going to fix the state. There's a bit, there's ones where we don't like them. What is this? What is this? Where is this coming from? Is it from use code? Yes, so that's where it's coming from. Use code is set, apparently, to something. Okay, I think now it's so cart type is not showing the things up now. Use code, it's one of these annoying things that doesn't fucking, yeah, so cart type is broken. I think this looks like one of these number things where it doesn't work because it's a number. Yeah. Fixed. Fixed. Remove, remove, remove. Now refresh. It's just like refresh the page. What? Webpack. Okay, refresh. So when I clicked on the transmission, or on the car type, I don't know why it said kite transmission. Yeah, just name it something else. When I clicked on, I'm gonna fix this since eventually in the translations, I'm just lazy now, can't fix it. Eventually, when I, fucking, when I click on the car type, it just sets some other things up for me. Yeah, so is it another one of these number things somewhere? It's always breaking things. It doesn't seem to be. So set filters, use code. If it's let's just put a breakpoint. So it pushes the value, and the value is this, and it currently doesn't have 9 in it. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking like, why instead of like value, because these currently maintain their own, the checkboxes maintain their own state. Not the value, no. I mean like the value it's setting to might maintain. Okay, if I click now on field type, it's going to add the field type. And now if I click bus, I think, so what is filters going to be? It just has use code. It doesn't have anything else in it. That's I've seen this error, and it's usually with the parameters when it's not passing the correct parameter. So I'm thinking about like it copying the structure. This structure is potentially different, is optimized away by JavaScript, and that's why it's seeing like only use codes when we also have field type. And if I let it go and I select a field type, this one in turn is going to have, again, wait, use codes. Well, that works here. What is it adding the things to? It's like new filters. Is it even adding something? If .gas, if not .gas, it's checked. Is it checked? It's checked. Well, that's okay, but why is it staying nothing? And now I click another one, and I see what it's containing. Oh, it has one gas. So the thing is that now, and it's going to have two gas, and I click another gas, it's going to potentially have three gas. So again, like if someone is not seeing, like I have two properties for gas. But then, that's all fine. But then we go back and click another one of these other ones, and then see like nothing. What if we just do like this function is going to recompute based on gas in itself, not filters dot something, and then close bracket. That's fine. Okay, yeah, another one I found. So this is going to become filters, because potentially it's not going to recompute the function. It's going to use a different value. So now we recompute the node directory. Come on, just okay. Now if I do the thing again, remove the breakpoints. 1, 2, 3, and I go back up and be like, 1, is it going to have them? Yes, so now it works. Well, that's the problem, because JavaScript is caching the thing, because you use callback works that way. Like some optimization is caching it. So bang, 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 hybrid, blah, blah. We can definitely have a better way of showing what's being selected currently. And we can even have at the end have an AI which like knows about the API, and just when you tell it things, it calls these functions and just searches for the car for you. So you just say like, oh, BMW with this and this and this and this, and it just finds your car, so you can compare it. But that's like a very giant website idea. Okay, we are done. Save a work, field type option, and then just make sure we pass the thing to search car. If we now search for maybe hybrid cars, just hybrid, let's see, click for hybrid gasoline with any of these, just hybrid gasoline. If we click yes, is it going to add the parameter? So yeah, so it seems to be doing it. Seems like this is fine. 71,000 should be. Yeah. Okay. Is it diesel? I mean gasoline, yeah. So this already works. Fuel type option, commit. Next one. Next one. Year of manufacture we've done. Mileage from 0 to 200,000. So we could just like have it as a slider. We are going to have it as a slider. Let's make a component. My mileage slider. So use client and export mileage slider, and then we're gonna import. No, we're gonna import the slider. Yes, the slider things, and we're gonna do like use translations, and what else? Translations. Okay, like that. Pass them. So now we have a slider with a track, a range, and 2 thumbs, min mileage, max mileage. So now we're going to be from so what is going to be the min and max? I don't think there's a min and a max. Min, so I don't think that they specify it for a min and a max, so I don't think that exists remotely. So I don't see that existing. But definitely it's going to be like 200k, from 0 to 200k for the mileage. Let's do like 5,000 miles. And while we're building it, let's let's disable the API without me leaking the options. That'll be terrible. This is the stupid way we stop the requests, so that now they come back as other cars, and now we're not making requests anymore. We're safe. For this, I'm going to take my slider and put it back in my, basically put it back before the filters. Yes, put the slider back. There is the mileage. We are going to need a thing below it which shows where is what. So we are going to need like one of these things which shows for the amount of options. Yeah, something with an array. Let's see if this doesn't do it. Yeah, but not to the value is wrong. We're gonna have like the values are wrong. So 5,000. This is like how many? 500,000. So we're gonna make it like that's how many values. We're gonna do like times 10 times 50 is 500,000. So what we need is basically 200,000 divided by 5,000, which is 40. So we need 40, and then this should be it. Oh, someone is calling me again. Okay, moving on. Life just happens. So what the fuck is this monstrosity that we generated? Let's see. 40 elements. 40. No, we need them to be. What am I doing? 10 elements. This needs to be times 4, I think. That's how it should be. Where's my website? It should be swapped. Yeah, until, so 1, 6, 4, yada, 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 yada. So this needs to be, so we are going to do like, what about 5? So that something is, how, for it to every single time add up to the, let's think about this. We have 200,000 and we have how many? 10 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 elements, perhaps less on mobile. So for these 10 elements, how much, because they're 10, they're exactly distributed correctly. So we are going to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need to have like 20,000 for each. 20,000 for each, which is kind of like what we did up to now. What's the problem? Like this. But then it's missing one, maybe 22,000. Ah, this is so stupid. It's off by 1 errors because it's from 0, and now we have like every time we add like that many times. So once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, and the 10th time, because it's starting from 0, we have to just do it one more time. Basically, like we have to increase the interval a bit more. But I'm stupid and I can't figure out how to do this. And also it's not centered correctly. But aligning them is going to be like, it's going to take a bit because this is aligned over here. That's the point, and that's when I display the text. It's going to be like in the beginning of this is where they are aligned, kind of. Because we've done this with the passenger capacity to a rough extent. And also here. So let's go to passenger capacity and see how we've done it. Passenger capacity. So we basically, they have the slider, and then for every single, however many times they need to do this, they display the value, and it's because it's a very small value, it's kind of centered. Okay. 0 is here, and that's the max value. So ideally, the max value is going to be shown there because it's like flex before that, flex after that. How do we? Okay, let's start from somewhere. We have to make this 200,000, right? So for it to hit 200,000, we have to multiply by a different value, but they wouldn't match otherwise. So we need to find a combination where we have 10 things or X number of things, right? X number of things down below, and they all, we have like some math, you know. It starts from 0, it goes to, let's make it into a comment. It goes to like 200,000 in some interval, right? And the interval is, we don't know the interval. So, and now the question is, by what multiply? And how many times? That's the question. If we start from 0, we have to get to 200,000. If we do it, if we pick 10 things, how many times we have to multiply by add amount? So how many times we have to add y to get to 200,000? If we pick 10 things, once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So we divide by 9. So this value is going to be 200,000 divided by 9. Yeah, but at the end, you see, it becomes 200,000. 200,000. But again, I have a question. Why not stop at specific values? What about if we do like 9 and 8? That's nicer. What about 7 and 6? So 9 and 8 is the best one. That's kind of nice. And if you want a car that's not used, just do this. And and we have to do a, like a, what's the name of it? Tooltip provider. So now we import the tooltip provider, and also we are going to basically do the same that we've done here, which is get it into a tooltip. Get the tooltip. And now we are gonna do the trigger. The trigger is gonna be the actual slider thumb, so all of the thing is gonna be in the trigger. So we're gonna get the whole thing. How that went here, I don't know. But we're gonna get the whole slider. It's gonna be the trigger, right? Yes, and then and then there's going to be content as well. So the whole thing is going to be, and then there is content as well, which is going to be the same as just a simple text. And then basically the text is going to be essentially it's going to be how much is the thing we've selected now. So we don't really have a value yet, but we're going to be a value range, and then we're going to set the value range, and then we're going to basically display it. Let's see if it does something. No, it doesn't do anything yet. So we're going to be we set the value range. If you trigger it, where's the setter? Set. How did we do it last time? Oh, on mouse enter. Okay, that we used on mouse enter. Okay, now well, that's kind of ugly. We still have some problems. Show max tooltip. We have to have multiple tooltips. Is it on top of? Oh, it's just on the thumb. So oops. So this whole thing goes out with the track as well. It goes out. The tooltip is inside with the two things, and then also this thing is going to be part of the outside. So it's going to be this, and it's going to end the slider there. So slider, blah blah blah, div, provider, end the slider. What is the problem? Oh, I added multiple divs, I think. It's a small mistake. I just hate these ones. We just have to close, and focus. Not this. It's not. It's definitely when I select this part. This is how it should look like without this. So what do we have? A div that's not closed. I see one. Oops. Oopsie. So close a div. Then reopen the whole thing. This is tooltip provider, tooltip. Okay, so tooltip this is not here. Okay, we fixed it. Show this, and then also there needs to be a second tooltip. for this tooltip is for min mileage. So min mileage tooltip, and then we have another one. Another one for the max. Yes. I think that should work. So now, yes, that works. 300. How big is this number? Oh, why am I multiplying it? I shouldn't be multiplying it by anything. Okay, 5,025. 50,000. Well, it's not very aligned, but so because 50 is where it ends, apparently. That's where it ends. Always where it ends is 50. Why is that? Because let's check why. Of course, when it's small, we can't do any of that. And it is going to be small, so we might as well pick like less things. From now, let's pick maybe display it as a K. So let's display it as a K. So we're gonna divide by 1,000 and essentially put a K. Can I do like this K without the space? Yeah, and then if I remove that part, well, they're always on the first one. We need to have separate tooltips. So a tooltip should be outside of that other tooltip, like that. And now they are separate. They are not separate. Whoops. Max mileage, min mileage. Yes, let's do the K trick. So we display K, 50K, and that way we shouldn't have to worry much about the alignment because whatever. We just have to center it. If it's centered there, we just have to take it to the length, and then offset it by the length. So we can just. An easier way to do that is to just like do this. NB non-breaking space, and then it should be better aligned. How many times? No, it's coming, being centered. It looks like pretty centered now. Pretty centered. 50 is over-centered, but 100 is dead on. So that's a bit. I think that's we're not. Let's not do that. It's centered as it's centered as it's now. There is a way to do it properly, but like I don't want to worry about that now. The thing I'm worrying about is the slider for the different thumbs has a different tooltip. And maybe because it's a provider, we have to also duplicate for the provider. That's how I'm seeing it. Something is wrong. Let's reset the page. That is very weird. Why is this happening? How did I do it in the other one? Passenger capacity. So trigger, and then this ends on the thumb. So the trigger is just a thumb, and the content is that, and tooltip and provider, and duplicate tooltip provider, Oh, mouse, enter, mouse, leave is on the thumb. I'm such an idiot. Mine is on the slider itself. We should move these to the thumb. It's quite obvious we have to do this. And then for the other one we do the same. We do this, but like for the max. And format. Okay. Let's see if that did the trick. Yes, so something is wrong with the internet. And wherever it says mileage, let's we're gonna extract the language later. And then min whatever mileage tooltip. At least for that, let's go and add something. Let's get the thing. Let's call it like min max. Okay, go at the end as well. Put these ones and min max. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's accurate enough, okay? This is okay for our purposes. It shows you how many kilometers. 25. If you want 0 to 6, you just do boop to 10k, and that's your answer. We'll fix it later. Details later. Let's just make sure it works. If we just say like that and no other options, maybe just gas search. I assume it's going to search for it. Right now, it's not going to search for it because we didn't use the values. On value change, value commit is like on value commit. Okay, and like that. And now we take it and we're like on value commit, and we just do like set filters. Can we do this? What's the name of the thing? If I set a value, not this, if I set mileage, what did it say it as km? I sincerely refuse to believe that we are doing this anywhere in the code currently. On the server. So if we do this, we need like something for km. Mileage, min, mileage. It's called km. And it's again with like that. So basically like how are we specifying the mileage from the filters? How are we specifying it? I don't see any specification for that. Areas. So no, mileage min, mileage max. And that's it. So now we just have to pass it in the thing as mileage min, mileage max, and we give it the values. So then we set it, and then we pass the structure to the stuff. So the backend essentially is going to get the same structure, and it's going to put it in the search parameter, and that's going to do it. So we tested 5 of them. There's no need to test every single one of them. And mileage. mileage. Okay, commit. Next one. Price. Min max. So that's tricky because we have to do conversion. And let's make a component for that. Make a component for the price. We're going to be a slider again. Import slider. The same stuff, the same everything. On value commit. It's going to have the same stuff. It's going to build a slider with a tooltip. It's going to make a div, right? Div, and it's going to have like the label for the price. It's kind of a slide. The slider's going to have a tooltip, same thing. So we just like get a tooltip. Going to get the slider to be in the tooltip. Gonna be okay like that. And actually no, we shouldn't be in the tooltip. Wrong. We need to go over here in the and make two tooltips. Yes. And the content is going to be like the range. Okay, brilliant. And then we're also going to be like in the form. We're going to use it. A value. Does it have a value? Yes. So the value is going to be price min and price max. If we set the price, how is it going to show up? Let's check. Bang. Cell AMT. Go back to the search. Let's see. Where is it? Where are you at? Yes. Cell AMT. Same logic. And it's 200. So 2 million. What? 2 million got sent as this. We're gonna have to like check this. What's going on here? But 2 million got sent as 200. 2 million is 200. So that's like how many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 0. They remove 1,000 from it. Yeah, like around 1,000 from it, and send it as like hundreds, which is kind of very weird. Or at least like at 10,000, they divide by 10,000. The tricky thing is on our end, it's gonna be. So what is the maximum price? Its maximum price is 100 million won. So 100 million is gonna be 60,000. So our biggest price is going to be 60,000. $60K is the max on the website. So we're going to do 60,000 and step by 1,000. That's fine. Okay, everybody wants things from me. Let's continue. Sell amount. Where were we? So show tooltip state. So on this thumb, we can enter or leave the mouse region. On the other one as well. That's fine. And what is the problem now? In the progressive search one. Okay, so now I'm going to set a price. So below it we need to make a component with some array of values just so we have something to 60,000, and we need to make the tooltip the min and max again. Price. So now if we just look at the most expensive cars, is it gonna... And again, like, if we get the thing is in euro, so we have to convert it. These are in euro. We need to convert to this. So times 1,000 basically. So is it true? So 200,000. So 200,000 Korean money to euro. Right, so 2 million, I think it was 2 million. What was it, 20 million? What was the value? 100 million. Okay, so they have no currency. 100 million. 60,000. So, okay, 60,000 formula. Alright. So, euro to Korean won. So we just multiply by this. Yeah, I like that. So we're gonna be like min max. Let's do like 53 to something and search. Oh, and let's disable the mode. Yeah, let's disable the mock. Why is it like this? Because I don't want to show my environmental configuration. So now price min, price max. Let's see. Didn't work. Let's see what we get. Nothing. Oh, because I'm an idiot. So search filters. We have to give them parameters for the ones we added. And add again. So, is it going to be close to the max? That's okay, it's close to the max. It's like 100 million. 100 million. It's a bit too much, I think. Forget this. Yeah, it's a bit too much. So the one we got is 53,000. Okay, euro to 1 is like almost like this value. So we basically have to get this, divide by 53,000, get 16. Oh, I'm such an idiot, like .92, this is like comma, or like dot. Idiots. Okay, and now also we have to like const format for API is this price min price, so price min format for API, and then we essentially to fixed is the first thing. First of all, we divide by 1,000. That's how the website likes it. They divide by, or like 10,000. So for them, the max one is 200 million. Right? 100 million is 200, right? Click this. Oh no, it's like 100. It's like this thing. They convert 100 to they multiply by 100. So okay, they multiply by 100. So we are going to divide. So basically, if you have to get from 100 million divided by this amount, it's 10,000. So we just have to like, it's 10,000 less. So 10,000 less. So max, and then this, and then this, and refresh. Didn't work. Okay, so that looks okay. That looks okay. So we release. The initial value didn't set, but that's fine. So that totally didn't work. That didn't work. No. If I put in the original website from 45 million to over 100 million, so they just, what do? They just put on a really massive value there. 45 million to that. So now if I search Genesis, is their API even working? Like if I click this massive, okay, what about 60 million? Their own API is not working. That's very frustrating. Let's go back. It's very frustrating. It's like I'm setting everything correctly and it's like I don't know what to do with it. It's just not working. Their API is wrong. It doesn't filter by price. So I might as well just disable the price filter on my website anyway. So mobile. Why did it give me the mobile view? Oh, I hate this website. So if we set the price to something very big, okay, it works now. Now these are very expensive cars. And what did it send when I did this? So we have to do like 8,000 to something more. Otherwise, if I just set like this, does it make a difference? Yeah. So still, like these cars that look very expensive, to me at least. In my website, if I try to do the same, Because like 60, how much is like 98 million? 57,000. Really? So if I do like search for cars in this giant price range, absolutely nothing. That is very weird. What am I giving to the website? What is my actual URL at the end? You know what I mean? Like, if I click search and I produce like this URL, I just open the URL. What am I gonna get? Do these look like expensive cars to me? So 900, so 9,800 something. So we just have to do this. Are we gonna get the same response? Oh, that was fast. Definitely some caching there. If I do like 1,000, 2,000, and what is that gonna bring me? If I do 0, 1,000. These are the cars now. Very cheap cars. So 9,9999. If I do this, if I make this like really massive, is the server gonna break? Did I just break their server? No. So it's just like these are the cars that they have. So 9,000 up to 999 is gonna be this. It's gonna be this. So that means if I do like 9,000, which I'm very close to, even higher than 9,000. So these cost all 9,000 something. So 990. So 99 million is 1 in euro is 58,000. This is like the max value of a car, 58,000. There's no more than 58,000. The problem is why is this like costing this much is the question. Like the values for here, who computes these values for the pricing? Let's have one config file. Let's just have like one config file where we just specify the config proxy allow list. Convert one. We shouldn't even like let the conversion go through. Like hooks server. So we're gonna do like a config. Exchange rate. Let's just get this exchange rate in. So what we want is 1 to euro. 1 euro to 1. I'll take that. That's going to be like euro to 1. So it's going to be like euro to 1. We're going to convert euro to 1 and then put it for the API. So when the cars come back, when they do come back eventually, I'm gonna be like, search URL, search, they're gonna come back, data, get car list, rounds, around. So get car list, we're gonna get some cars back, price. So we're gonna copy them, but like there's no types here, unfortunately. So yeah, we translate them. Maybe we have to process again for the because this response is going to contain a KB data struct. This is going to have a bunch of items, and they have price. Price euro. Who puts price euro? Who made this page? I don't remember this page. Anyway, so price euro is format euro. So, okay. So in the scraping they do this. When they scrape it, price euro. We don't need to do that in the scraping, but API key, access the exchange rate. Oh, I don't like this code that I'm seeing now. It's also caching it like in a global variable instead of caching the route, which is get blame. Who did this? Yeah, I merged this, but I didn't write this code. I would never. I refuse to believe that I wrote this code. It's not my code. I wouldn't do it like this. I would do it with a route that's cached. But anyway, let's see. But I have to like leak my API key to check how to do this request. So instead, I'm gonna do this. Over here. So I'm gonna do search again. What is the exchange rate? Of course, missing API access key. Exchange rate. We don't have an API key for that. I have to leak all my API keys to check it because it's some streaming. I maybe have to fix this off stage, fix the API key, and then like this can become a route, and essentially be called not by the scraper but by the route, and the route is going to cache the result for that many hours. And I really think it's coming over here. And this is what it's using. Approximately, but that's why it's wrong, because that's not how it works. So, well, yeah. So, Korean 1 to euro. 00059. Yeah, it's changed a bit. So, yeah. I mean, it would be nice if we cached the route. Let me try to fix this off script. We're back. So I added the API key for this. Hopefully I do not leak it. and I hit this over here, and I can't even access the page, so I close it. I can close it like this, but without leaking it. Okay, close. And now we do the same thing. I'm gonna refresh and see if it comes back with an answer for us. And also 600. Let's make it like revalidate. Do we even have such a parameter? I think we do. So yeah, if it's mock, we won't be hitting real API. But also we have like cached for the local host, so that otherwise we would be hitting real APIs. So once we get the rate, we multiply it by the rate, right? So if we search, missing API key. Oh my god. Undefined. Well, again, debugging the API key. And continuing. So, the API key we're not going to figure out. Let's just get the rest of the game going. So, getting... and also it might be wise to just comment this out for now because we don't have an API key correctly. So let's just comment this out and... comment this out like that. We're gonna come back to this value and we're gonna use the value to then convert the price. So what are we seeing for the price? What's the price full text? It's 99, which is correct. And now for 99 whatever, original price. What? Normally, what is price element? 0. This is basically from the reverse, basically scraping it to see from the original website what the price is. So price element. So we're gonna be like normalize spaces. So find this element del. Is there an element, a thing called del at all? I don't see such a thing. So full price comes from price element.text. So that is the price, right? So let me see if I'm recording correctly. Okay. So we're gonna be like full price. So original price we won't use because it's God knows what this is. I didn't write this. So full price, get the full price raw, and now if it includes million, so it's made, if it includes that, replace that to a number. This is correct. And then why is it multiplying? Oh no, why is it multiplying it by 10k? Who wrote this? The whole point was like we have a conversion rate, right? So there is a euro to 1. So if we go back to the place where we are debugging over there, and we're like, instead of multiplying by 10,000, we divide by euro to 1, right, because the number is 9 something. So the thing is, yeah, oh yeah, that's why we multiply by 1,000. But we have to actually multiply, so this thing is, so yeah, 10,000, we have to multiply by 10,000. And, oh, this is just parsing it. Okay, we're parsing the number, just that. So where is it used? Show usage. Go to references. Right there. And then in the formatting is where we want to be. So in the formatting, when we multiply it to the rate, and this is going to be 58,000. Correct. Price euro is correct. Okay. Again, this is going to be something very similar. 58, something else. This is like a normal price for an expensive car. 58,000 euro. So let's go back to the other function. The scraping is called by this function, and it's going to give us a price euro. So when we display the car in the thing, so we have a place where we display the cars. So it's search form, not in the search form, outside the search form. We have a place where we display the cars, its data, KB results. It has in euro as well. So let's see what we display there. Data, get in, price. Now, what is car? Light car. So similar structure. It's saying price euro. Let's put a breakpoint there and see what we get. Because I don't like the fact that, like, we have a euro tag. Someone put this euro tag, right? I grab the euro tag and I Google it in the project. This got displayed there by somebody. They said format. Oh, in the format itself it got displayed. So if I go back, format, and that's where it displayed. Format. Let's see if I go here and I Google again. Invalid environment variables. What's the problem? Oh, something is I disabled the optionals. Let me bring back the optionals. We will remove them at some point, but for now we want to run the project. So something is missing, obviously, but whatever. Now, remove this breakpoint. Go. And also these values are probably not going back to the some removal breakpoints for now. These values didn't go to the pricing correctly. What is the problem in the elements? Server error. Yeah, the DNS disappeared. Is the website still available? Because the website sometimes disappears. Okay, it seems to be available. Right. So we need to so a few things are not working for now. This needs to display immediately in the value. So we need to put the initial value for the for the price min max. So the price is this. We need to so the default values are going to depend on initial value range, right? And default value is going to be the initial value range. It's going to be price min, price max. Now, if I refresh, it's going to set the values in the thing correctly, please. Price min, price max. Let's see if it's using them. Is it called mileage? It's called mileage. So we're going to do mileage min, mileage max. Yeah, so let's see now if it works. Yes, now it's set to 58. If we set a mileage, is it going to set some mileage for us? Is it going to set the thing back correctly? Yes. Oh, and it actually, even the cars showed up with high prices. Wow. If I put the mileage back and I search, look at the cars. The cars are very expensive now. And I think that we need to, it's possible that the last value needs to be infinity as well, but we're not going to handle that now because there are more expensive cars, I presume. And this works. Let's save our work. What did I add here? Maybe also in the other language. Common in Bulgarian, mileage tooltip, max price. Yeah, we need to add this for this language as well. And min price, max price. Yes, correct. And we implemented the pricing slider. Commit. What else? We got sheet color. Oh my god, vehicle color and sheet color is, and also area. I haven't even done area. I haven't even done area. I mean, I don't really need to do the area for now. I've just done it for completeness because we don't really need the area because we are delivering them. So cha-cha surface as well. Okay. I think now we're going to add the rest of the options, but what we want to do, because this is boring now if I'm going to add all the options. We have a lot of options. We need to now implement, for this thing, we need to implement, whenever I make an option change, we need to call the options API with the same things, and with the options API, it's going to return new things back as well. So basically, like, make this refresh. This whole thing needs to start refreshing if there is a change to that. So I do boom, 5, it's going to refresh. Everything is going to disable, it's going to refresh. It's going to call and refresh the possible options for our cars. And if I put the mileage like this, 100k, it's going to refresh and it's going to remove that, and that's going to be the new minimum. Perhaps. Possible. I mean, I'm gonna try to have the reasonable default values as well for it. Like for the seats, it's gonna come back with things like which limit things. So my idea was like the years are gonna get limited. Everything's all the values are gonna come back different. And I'm thinking of having to implement this in a way that basically the approach we're going to take is every single time we make, like the search, use search, progressive search. You know, we're going to have another one, which is going to be like basically like search, like refresh options. It's going to do like, where do we get the options from now? Do we have an options? Yeah, we have an options where we get the marker code, the class, and whatever. And now from this, we're going to also bring up all the values from search, from the progressive search with the filters. All of these filters that we see, all of that we go to the search for with, we are going to take them, this whole thing, and use it as well. It's gonna be, it's so similar that I'm even gonna be like URL search params, export function, build options search params. And I need the whole thing to be the same. I mean, build search URL. Let's just use the build search URL because it's basically the same thing. We are gonna build the search URL, but it's not the same endpoint. We're gonna be passing it to, like, if I click a bunch of things, click a price, click some color, click some fuel, and you click this. Every time it's making all these requests, and it's passing the exact same options to both APIs. Car class, option sale. So if we want to implement that for option sale, the endpoint is going to be search option sale.json. So we want to extract that function. Export function. So we want to extract the build search params. And we're going to basically build these search params, but without the URL, because we're going to use it twice. And this is something that repeats, and also we're going to, like, I would say, like, just move it out. So we're going to do, like, get the search params. Yeah, and it's basically set. Return URL. What page are we in? Isn't the page in site? It should be inside. I would personally put the page in. I just use the page. Yeah, and now search page is going to be like search URL. That's fine. That's all fine. Now that where we're going to be like dot search page. And now the reason we did this is because this is used in a bunch of places. What we want to do is where we want to call the options, we want to build the options, but not on the front end. We're going to call an endpoint called options with not like that. We're gonna have to pass the, like, how do we do this? How do we do the perform search? Basically passing it like that. The same thing. We want the same thing. So we want to extract that over here. Build search params. Combine search params. So it depends on the filters are passed. What else is it doing? It looks fine. And now what we need is for this one to get the params, and also for this one to get the params. So it's gonna get the parameters for the options, and now we go to the right one over here, and we're going to extract all of the parameters. Class code, car code, marker code. Can we like, the thing is, like, how do we do it in the other one? Search. We set it, and then like, because I const URL. Oh, because I passed the URL parameters. Search parameter. Oh, I can't do that. I thought I could like do this and be like URL dot set anything. Add all, get all, set. Oh my god, set. How do I even use this search parameters? It doesn't even let me use it. So pass the thing. Get all. Has append. I mean, essentially, it's making me like do it the dumb way, which is I might as well not have done it like this. But basically, like const params equals build params, and then for all the entries set, which is very dumb, but that's how we have to do it. And now we on the route, once we get the stuff, it would be nice if we didn't have to do everything manually, but it seems like we might have to do everything manually. We're gonna get but no, we don't have to do everything manually, because wait, we give it the whole structure. That's fine. The page, we don't need a page because the page is over here. Okay. We're not even using any of that. So we have to just deconstruct it. Get car options. It's going to be a search filter. Build the parameters. Set them. But this is literally the same thing. Why don't you just do this? Const params equals build. You remove that part, and then you just have params. That's it. And now we pass all the parameters to the options, so we get the new options back. So the options are over here. We have to get the filters now. Construct the filters object. So class code. But it's possible for it to be, wait, class code, maker code. It's all possible for it to be null. Why is it complaining? Oh, null. Okay. So make it undefined because it's null apparently, or like even better, or undefined. And now we have to take men. So take men with commas. Split the commas correct as well. All the values, mileage max, price min, price max. The only thing I'm worried about is this. I mean, if it's in options, and it's just giving it, that's bad, obviously. No, it's not bad. It's actually converting it over here, so it's okay. So now our goal is, over here what we did is refresh options. We get the new options. What we want to do is, we have to give back, like, the thing was, we return the, every single time we have options. We have options loading. Yeah, refresh, let's call it refresh options. And also we have, so yeah, that's going to give us the options. And also options loading. Set loading. Give us the data back, and let's make a thing for the options loading. And now go back to this. I have this whole thing. So basically we need a like a thing. Let's see if it even works, what we've done. Cannot read properties of undefined page. Oh. Where is this? Annoying. Page. So get car options. What is this? We can give it empty filters for here. I mean, if you've given it filters, you know, just give it the previous filters, and it's going to give us like the new filters for that thing. So if you refresh now, it's still going to break somewhere, so that's to be expected in a way. So invalid option. So what is it saying? Undefined. It got something bad as a result. Let's go there and see what's going on. Let's see if that catches the breakpoint. That catches the breakpoint. Take the value, filters. That is going to be, basically it's going to have the price and mileage. Price, mileage, and page, which always is a page. We add it to the URL. Let's see if this URL even, let's go to this URL, see if something happens. 200, and he got some stuff back, but some things disappeared, and that's the thing. The thing that disappeared in our case is, so options JSON. So it crashed. It really wanted the option sale. So let's prettify this JSON. So option sale, but there is an option sale. So result city code. So city codes. So some of the city codes disappeared. Apparently, do we have a? Yeah. So all of these codes that we've made, these might not exist. So optional. What's the problem? No, so yeah, Z optional. Okay, so and now we put like dot optional, optional. Come on, but not the count. That was fine. That was fine. We have to. I'm actually like, if we just. Okay, so Zod object, Zod optional of that. Okay, make all these optional now. Come on, Copilot. Optional. There's a faster way to do this, but I have memorized my Vim bindings enough to use the things I'm doing the stupid way. Whoops. This is embarrassing, but whoever hasn't memorized their Vim bindings is going to have to do it the stupid way. So now we refresh. We see what's missing. Oh no, it's completely fine. It came back with more things. And so now the goal is, of course, every single time when we change anything, essentially, change car type, change this, change that, we wanna not only set the filters but also refresh the options. And where do we get the refresh options from? From this function that comes. Perform search, perform progressive search, and refresh options, options loading. We want to have these as well as hooks. So refresh options, if we do this, we also refresh options. And what is refresh options? It gives us back options, like not options, but like refresh options is the one. So it gives us back the actual, so like another value for options. Do we want to do that? Because the thing is, the way I see this is, we should give this the old options, initial options that we have, which we have over there, like they're called like options, initial options, give it to it. And then with this is going to handle everything for us. So we're going to, where do we handle the options exactly? There's like an options thing, set options, loading, return date, refresh options. So refresh options isn't going to return anything. It's going to set options. And so now we get the options over here. We set them with initial options. And now at the end of our thing, we're just going to give it options. Right now, where is it? So use progressive search state. We just, instead of, we give it options as well. So basically, it handles everything for us without us having to do anything. So blah 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 blah. Set options. Use effect. So set. We don't have to. Yeah, exactly. We don't have to like set the option because something else does it for us. And that's basically it. Do we need this? I don't know. I don't know if we need this. The thing I want to do now is options loading is here. We have the refresh options and we have options. Right? We have options. But there's also other options somewhere, like now this handles them for us. So now set options. Whenever we load options, who loads options? Let's see. Whenever we click on one of these, we load options. Instead of that, we're going to call refresh options. That's the new function we're going to call. Load options, we're going to delete because we don't need it. Now, every like load models, load whatever, that's going to be like refresh options. Whenever you load a model, load models. No, so load models is fine, it's a separate function. But whenever we change any of the options, like for example, anytime you set filters, we can also like do it in a very hacky way where when you set the filter, whenever you set the filter, it's gonna automatically like you can solve the whole thing with use effects, I think. Have filters over here in like refresh options. So just console log refreshing options. Console log options refreshed. It's not going to have them there, but why not just also, for the purpose of debugging. Oh, that was really bad. It wasn't even passing the parameters. Also return data, just so we debug it. In the other function over here, we just get the options and can I just please, it doesn't let me. Okay, so then we're gonna do a dot then we're gonna do that and we're gonna print the options. Okay, and now any other place where we call refresh options is stupid now because we don't need to. We're gonna set anyway. Oh, I saw another one. There, we remove. And now it's going to refresh the options for us. And so anytime it refreshes options, we have to change the value of things. So anytime I do that, it's going to make a request now. Which didn't work. Bad request. Marker code, maker code is required. And we didn't give any parameters for maker code. Yada 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 yada. Oh, when there is no maker code, you can't change any options. That's why it's disabling them in a way. But you can, in fact. I think you can. Why not? Why not? If I refresh this page like that, and I clear this, and it should. So it did. So it's fine. So who is requiring this? Is it me? Am I the one who's requiring this field? Yeah, we don't need to require it. It's fine. So now, oh no, not this one. We want to do, come on. Come on now. We want to do like, if I change this, it will make a request, which will succeed. And so React problem. Rendered fewer hooks than expected. Where is this in the page component? Where are the if statements? Where are these these pesky if statements? Oh, but these are not used? No, they are used. What are you doing? We're gonna get the options. What's the problem? Passive, progressive, search form. Fewer hooks than expected. That's weird. Okay, now we refresh. What's going on? Like, what is this problem? Early return statement. What? Finish rendering hooks. I mean, I would definitely say 369 in a histogram. Ah, this thing. So that's the problem. Apparently, it costs us a thing that's less than 1. So the histogram is empty for the years. We need a way to fill in the histogram. So for this histogram, I mean, I was thinking about this problem, like, because it's like, you know, the years are structured, and we need a way to essentially fill up the part where it's empty with either 0 or do something to the returning. Fill the histogram with bars of 0 for the empty spots. So it's gonna generate, if it's less than 1, I mean, basically it's gonna generate, like, the idea is we have to, like, basically return like an array of 2 things. If it's less than 1, basically just one thing maybe, of like, not even return, like, just hit the histogram region blah 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 equals this, and key is min initial count 0, so key is it number? Yeah, or 0. Just, I think this is gonna save us for now. At least it's gonna render, so we're gonna continue working whatever we're working. Oh, come on. Again. Oh, return. We have to not return. Fair enough. 2 children with the same key. Oh, key should be unique. Same key. Oh. Okay. Again, like, I mean, I appreciate, like, normal HTML doesn't break like that, but histogram, the histogram. If we just, like, if it's less than 1, what if we just make it 1? Let's just make it 1, because it's gonna be, it has nothing there anyway. Let's just make it 1, and render something. Oh, okay, so now infinite set states calling. I mean, this thing with the use effect, we need to be very careful with. Oh, I mean, yeah, use effect. You see use effect. The thing, yeah, use effect is gonna call use effect, which is gonna come back and call use effect within the options. It's gonna call use effect again. Use effect is a time bomb. So yeah, use effect with a refresh of options, and like, if the filters change, it's gonna be very dangerous for us. And also load models. Loading models, we don't need that. Let's hit a breakpoint there and refresh. Google's gonna verify me. Okay, let's Google how can get rid of this. Maximum depth. I'm toggling inside the render method. This is one of these not nice errors where I want to be thinking like, what am I doing? You know, what are these errors? Okay, let's think about this. The slider, what happens when you component? If we just like remove the histogram component, is that the problem? Let's save our work for now. Let's just get this guy out the game. Okay. So now if I change the price, it's going to make an options call, get new options, and it got the new options, but it's not going to update. Also no fuel type, I see. So if I do this, definitely it's a bit tricky to get it right. Okay. Also, the thing with the year is completely disappeared. Yeah, it's the histogram. Definitely, it's the fault of the histogram for updating things. So I think I changed this, and it's like illegal to do that apparently. So yeah, let's just say like let histogram, filled histogram, and just like wherever we use histogram, let's just change the name, red histogram unsafe, and just this, and then Reggie histogram. I think that might also do the trick. Might do the trick. Might. So, did I uncomment the thing? I didn't. Okay. Now, is it gonna break again? It is gonna break again. Maximum depth exceeded. Let's ask Gemini. Maximum depth exceeded. I don't see it. I don't see the problem. So is it this use effect? It's saying it's this use. Let's just see if this use effect is the one that's causing the problem. No, so now it's fine. So this is the problem. This is the culprit. Min entry, max entry. And it's calling set all the time. (2008, 2025). It's calling set. Okay. It's calling set again with 2008, 2025. It's calling. Then it became 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. Huh. That's weird. The fact that it's calling it even though it's a use effect. It shouldn't. Nothing changed. It shouldn't call it again. That is like traumatic. What about JSON stringify? JSON stringify these. So refresh. So 2025, 25, 25, 0, and that fixed it. Okay. We have to stringify everything. I didn't know that. If it's an object, it doesn't get compared by type, which is very dumb in JavaScript. If it's like a basic object with basic properties, they don't get compared by type. They get compared by whatever, by reference, which is so dumb. Yeah. And now, if I remove all the filters, is it going to work? And show me normal options. No. So it's never going to show me normal options. And never going to show me car types as well. So we just have to debug why the car types are disappearing. And the next thing we have to do is whenever the capacity changes or something changes, we have to update it and refresh the options for it, even though the state for it is local. The min-max should be coming from the refresh state. So yeah, whenever you click something, the thing is, again, something else I don't like is use progressive search is refreshing the page, which is super weird. It shouldn't do that. So yeah, progressive search shouldn't change the page. So the thing is, yeah, the search form and the page are different parts of the page, and I'm thinking of getting this. Where is it? It's in a, and just this should be the inside of that. Otherwise it makes no sense. This has its own states, has its own things for no reason. Very dumb. It's done in a very dumb way. Whoever's done this should be ashamed of themselves. If I just get this component and down over there, I whoop it like this. Oh my god, this is so much code. Where is this? Yes. Format this. Let me just format the whole thing. And now data. Data is the chat thing. So now whenever the use progressive thing, it should also give me cars back, right? Because this is a dynamic form, for god damn it. It's a dynamic form. It doesn't need to fucking make a new page request for it. So set data. So data is going to come back. It's going to set it to complete. Yeah, so over here we get the data back. It's like, oh, great, we're not using the data. Why are we not using the data? Because we're stupid. Because we're stupid, we're not using the fucking data. filters page. It's okay. And translations. And I save it. Save it. And let's see if it works. Yeah. No cars found. It's saying searching. Because we need to give it initial cars. Right? Like in the original page. I mean, no cars found because we didn't search. And all of this needs to go there as initial data. Search page. Fuck. Yes, so now doesn't have any data, and we are basically out of data until we search. So if we search, it should in theory return back some data, and hopefully it doesn't refresh the page. Yeah, it brought us back some data, and didn't refresh the page. Who told you? Why does it refresh the page? I just didn't. I don't know who says it. I need to track it, perhaps, to see why the page refreshes. And again, why this doesn't work. We also need to check why this doesn't work. When we wire everything up together, some things don't work. But if I put the price very high, click search, is it going to give me the things back? And also you've got new options back. Yes, this works. I don't know why it teleports me back in the beginning. I need to debug it to understand. So what's the next thing that's not working? The next thing that's not working is definitely I would say the years are not working. What is the years? Histogram. Reggie. The histogram is coming back, but it's not working in the options. Let's save our work. Make refresh. Is it like? It shouldn't be right. If I clear all this and I click search, it should literally just not make any more requests. And I think it just teleports me in the beginning for no reason. I think that's what it's doing. Yeah. So let's just figure out why the days don't work. Feed wire cars. Wire search options refresh. So our goal now is to basically we have to go to the histogram and figure out why the histogram just stopped working for no reason. Oh, my neck. Debug. Again, it's hitting this, which means probably it means that this is empty. Let's verify. Click. Click. No, it's not empty at all. And then it comes back with the same stuff. Same stuff. Same stuff. Same. And now it disappeared. So something is clearing them. Something is deleting the histograms from outside. Options. Who sets the set options? Who calls this fucking function? So is refresh options called at any point in time? Because that might fuck things up. This is bad. It shouldn't be called. You shouldn't be calling this. Because filters changed. You see this? This is now bad because filters didn't actually change. I didn't change anything. So filters should not be changing. But I need to do option JSON stringify in every single part one of these. Where it says filters. Stringified filters is this. I can't use memo on this. Stringified filters. Stringify, because otherwise the object is not valuable to me in that way. It runs all use effects all the time. So let's stringify it. And now that this is a string, let's see if it calls refresh options so many times. Again it calls it. Fuck. Like, why? Stringified options is what? I can't even access in this context. I can't access it, but I can do in the other context. I can go back. Set. Closure is another closure, which I don't like this closure, and the global. Is there a universe where I see that this is what this is set to? Because the fact that this called set options is bad. It shouldn't be calling them because they got provided in, you know, stringified filters. By the way, like, why are we even like, this function shouldn't even exist here. It should be literally be in this one. It should like give it initial options, and whenever the options change, whenever the filters change, we pass it the filters, and this gives us the new options back. This is becoming really big, by the way. I might have to split this in two separate ones. That one handles the data and the other one handles the options, like options, loading options, loading whatever. But that's fine. Refresh options is in the same thing, so let's go down and do it over here. The only thing that's missing is filters. It needs to know the filters. I mean, it was actually fine outside. It was fine. But the problem is it's calling refresh. It shouldn't call refresh. Stringified filters. Did the filters change in any significant way? Set filters. Somebody changes the filters. But this is a callback, so these are fine. Stringified filters. I don't see anywhere where it's happening, frankly. Gonna set initial filters. Why are we even setting initial filters? I think that's what's causing it. Okay, now it's refreshing. And it flipped back into the original thing. Something is calling refresh options again, and I will die, but I'll figure out why. And also, like, when we do refresh the options, they come back and they have Regiday, they have a histogram again, but they don't get parsed correctly. I don't know, like, what's going on. So refresh options, set options. So if I go here and I'm like, I search what's going on, and I hit the breakpoint. Hit the breakpoint. What is the problem now with oh, I don't validate the data, but I did that in the route in the option. So it's valid because I validated it on the server, so it must be valid. Yeah. So again, options. Let's watch this variable on the watch. So next. So nonetheless, it got transferred back as it not existing. So we need to figure out why the years are null, solving this problem. Okay, so refreshing options. How many times is it refreshing the options? Many times. Many times. That is not great. The fact that I mean, I liked to do this use effect like that, but let's just also log the stringify filters to see why it's making this request. So we don't want to make this request initially. It's always going to do a use effect initially. The first time we don't want to do this. What is a JavaScript way of yeah, with a reference? Okay, doing it with a reference. Let's refresh. See how many times it's calling it. So stringify filters, it became from so it refreshed once, but I still don't understand why it's refreshing even once. That is crazy to me. If it's first run, it's gonna skip the refresh. But it's still, I want to know like the parameters for this. So let's, now that I have the parameters, let's refresh. So it became from this to this. which must mean that the function changed. It has only the locale. Doesn't even need a locale. It doesn't even need a locale. So you should never change, sir. Let's go, try again. It shouldn't even display a single time. Twice? It did it twice? So it's first run, which is okay. And the second time, what did it change to? Nothing. And it refreshed it. Like, that's crazy stupid. Like, why are we... It just makes no sense. The thing is running for the same filter. It executed the use effects, even though it didn't change. Maybe I should like make the refresh options not a dependency. I don't know if I do this. Maybe is it gonna comply? This is bad code, but like still, is it gonna work? We don't know. Still refreshed. It came back as this the second time. And it was like, oh, this is obviously different from this, which is not. It's not different. That's so dumb. I can't really. That's why I don't like React, because in React you can't debug the use effect properly. I'm gonna go to some definition. And where is the... It's in types. So it's all the way in types. If I want to actually get the React, I have to go to React and debug React code. So just React and then index. So development and go to use effect. It's like, please explain why you are doing this. Create dependency, yada 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 yada. Dispatcher use effect. So who is dispatcher? Resolve dispatcher. So it's gonna deeply in React components. So dispatcher, so .h, React internals, who sets this object? This is the ugliest object. Is there not like an MJS file, please? Like a simple, no, it's just CJS. Well, at least it's not production. Because like there ain't gonna be no use effect here. Create effect. Like I just don't have access to debug it correctly. So now what I'm left with is figuring out why this is refreshing twice. Let's ask the mighty Gemini, why is this refreshing multiple times for the same? Like why? I want to know why. I don't really understand. Filters is an object and changes for the same parameters, for the same stuff it has inside. I don't like stabilizing the dependency. Use memo. A parent component might pass in your filters object reference. How is that different from just putting filters in the user effect array? So why that runs too often? Because putting an object directly, this check uses equality check. If a component re-renders, why this works value equality. Runs first, checks its own dependency array. Since filters change reference, use memo runs to this function. Compares the resulting string to the string from. Oh. So things passed to use effect should always be memoized, otherwise React is stupid and doesn't memoize it. Okay, so I understand now. So this needs to be in the use memo. And now if I refresh the page, we shouldn't get that many re-renders. And the same shit happened, would you know? Same shit. So React strict mode. Missing cleanup logic. Remount simulation. Refine the is first run logic. React strict mode. React strict mode double re-render. Any problems with your code? If you have strict mode enabled, you don't remember enabling it. Yeah, it renders twice, but like rendering twice is fine, but refreshing, but use effect twice isn't fine. That's the issue. Like this code is running twice. I'm not happy with this. Like, the use effect is running twice. It shouldn't be running twice. That makes no sense to me. I just got stuck here. This use effect. I mean, still, even if it runs twice, we accept it runs twice. The options I get back shouldn't be like, I'm setting the options with something. There's only one place where this happens. And the histogram is very unhappy with my new options. Console log. Options.reggie day histogram. Undefined. Options. Oh, I think I know what's going on. So options sale is not just dot thing, it's dot a bunch of shit. Okay, fair enough. So progressive search is set options is bad because the API doesn't return that. The route options API. So I know what's going on. Dot results. Oh no. So dot options sale So it returns options for filters. It doesn't return like, fair enough. So I was wrong. So the data it returns back is any, and I passed it like that. It should be like data dot option sale dot result. And now if I refresh it, and boom, come on, refresh. Yeah. So now if I select a car, I don't see no undefined anymore. Okay, toilet break. And we're back. What was the problem now? Year is nothing. Oh, God. Okay. So it should be a relatively easy process to figure out if we just see where the data is coming from and then track it along the way. So let's see if we search again, we're gonna hit this breakpoint. Dot results, so data options result. If you undefined option sale, how about option sale? Options sale data. Okay, so it has items and it has this other thing. Okay, so okay, meta. So it got transformed to items essentially, and the items are the actual. But what am I doing? This is just data. What am I doing? Set search data. I'm just an idiot. What we need is in the options. We need to do that result option sale dot result. I think like this is going to be correct. And then we refresh. Yeah. Now it works. What? It refreshes the options once I do that, and like when I do this, it's gonna tell me like which options are available. Oh no, because it makes multiple requests, which is also unfortunate. Year of min max. It sent year of min max now. Okay, since just one request, min max and min max returned another thing with a year of 2017, I think. Yeah, it's the histogram. Oh yeah, I think if I do this, it's gonna be 19. It's gonna be 18. Yes. So the more you do this, the more it's gonna shrink until you do this at some point. It's just two things, and it becomes just like 24. And this didn't change much. It works in a kind of weird way. So, latest cars with 9 doors, and is there a way to clear up everything? Yes. So now if we click on SUV and then click on very low mileage, It should, in theory, reduce the years of the cars. Does it not do that? Mileage max. Yeah. It should reduce the years in the histogram. So, city code. So there's still two cars which are on very low mileage. If you do this, just brand new, it will definitely reduce the cars, right? Brand new cars, brand new. No way. There's still a few ones left which are brand new. What about like zero, like literally brand new? It won't send the request. So mileage, and so now it reduced it to 1990. And now I click search, and it's gonna bring me a very weird chunk of vehicles. But finally I can search for actual things. Search data, skip. So these are all very expensive ones. And now if we go back all the way back, and all of them, it says all of them are SUV, and all of them are diesel. The ones from 1990. Come on. The price makes no sense for these. There's no way this is 20,000. Makes no sense. What is it searching for? Yeah, it's not including the year. I mean the price. Let's do the price like this. And search. So it never puts the price in. It never puts the price in. Save the work. And price. Min price, max price. Never uses that. Very weird. KB search. It builds the parameters. Yeah, it gets the price. Let's see if it sees the price. I click search. Is it gonna stop on the breakpoint? Now we're gonna find out if it stops on the breakpoint. So nothing. Nothing. It's very weird. So undefined. Price min, price max. Is there something that sets the parameters, is the question. dot set, the thing that sets parameters as a function. We want to see that the part of it that sends the one that sets parameters. So when you make the request, there is a piece of code that sets the parameters. And this piece of code is in the use something something progressive search, and then there it sets the parameters for the thing, right? So we are going to find that place, params to string, so combine search params, and now sets them as a value. So let's see what it's receiving when we do that. So let this request go through. It's going to come back with some cars, which is okay, and then we're going to rerun the request again because it's not considering the price. The price is too low for this. We want to be seeing the price change. So now the options again, search again, and now let's see what we come up with. Mileage. There is absolutely nothing about price. Price min, price max. I don't see anything with price being passed, so let's put a breakpoint there. Very weird. Very. Maybe my assumption is because I didn't change it, but then how did it get set to this? If I reset the whole page, reset the server, reset the page, it should be full options. They shouldn't be constrained at all. And also I'm gonna stop, like, this thing is going to be, I'm gonna make the histogram not shrink. It's gonna make the values disappear, but it wouldn't shrink. So definitely I'll do that. Like, I'll disable options, but I won't. We want to make sure the options disappear, but or like get grayed out, but they don't just shrink like that. Undefined. Well, yeah, that's fine, because we don't have them set yet. So what is a filter? It has nothing to do with price min, price max, so that's okay. That's fine, still fine. Fine. Now, fuck, I went back. Okay, stop all the breakpoints. Why is this from 58,000? Oh, well, because of price min, price max. Now, if I click search, is it going to search correctly, is the question. Yes, so it's going to search for expensive ones now. These are expensive cars now. And not all of them are this type. So if we go expensive and we kind of go back, because we have the option to, and then search again. Okay, that's cool. There's only 3 cars. Um, one unit. That makes sense. 1 unit available, and then multiple types. Gasoline. There's 6 gasoline cars. If I click gasoline and search, which one of these is gasoline? What would you guess? It looks like this is gasoline, and that, my assumption is. All of them are gasoline and diesel, probably. I have no idea how this works. I'm just a worker here. Also, the whole thing is like it should show us like the range. We can make it smarter, like show us the range of things. If there is no range of cars which are in this range, so look, this shifted from 2014. If we just make this like that would like limit it to 1 car probably. Because it's like 13, 10. Yeah, so from 2013, the 10th month, that's the only car. So we rounded it down to 1 car in the filter. You know. Yeah, this was actually quite fast. The options API just was instant, very fast. So now what we want to do is, if we do this, it shouldn't shrink. It shouldn't shrink. Like, at least I would like it not to shrink as much, because it's kind of weird, like it just reset back. So we're gonna go to the histogram. If it's less, no. So okay. For every single time, you will get some data. Fill in the date. I mean, let's not use AI. Let's do it ourselves. It's a histogram. So this type, we need to start adding things. So run a loop. Let's run a loop. So use a memo. We can use like use memo. Yeah. So JSON stringify. Oh, I don't like this code, but whatever. So what we want to do is essentially make it so that this is if this guy goes back with the thing, the histogram is still full and keeps space. And the minimum value for the slider is always going to be 1976. So what was the thing? What was the minimum value? Again, the minimum value is 1989. 1989. So let's just do it like this. If someone adds an older car, we don't mind that. And this is 2025. So max entry, if it's more than 989, if it's less than 98 and 2025, put 2025. I like that. Now it's going to add us more values, and then for this one we're going to be like, for 999 to 2025, we're going to push if we didn't find an entry. That's very inefficient code, by the way. It's very inefficient code, and it doesn't. Yeah. So we're gonna push an entry. unfilled. We can make it unfilled. And then for this one, something like this. Doesn't let me do anything. Let's refresh the page. Oh, that's ugly. Okay, so we start from first entry from 1989 and go forward to 2025. If we don't have an entry, we add a bar of 0. We're going to be like object entries, and if you can find it, so it's not about finding an entry, like not really about finding an entry. It's like the way you know if this is your entry is const entry equals entries of I, and then no, of I. They are sorted by year. So this is your entry. No, not not like that, but we're gonna be like from min entry. How do I do this again? How do I do this? Min entry max, so min initial, max initial. So for 0 until, so for these entries, 1989, and now we have to run a second loop. Fill in the entries that are missing up to when an entry is found. I don't like algorithms. So we're going to be like, take the entry of, basically like we're going to do a second loop. For j, and then we're going to get the key and the value. String is, so if the key is, you know, if the number of key is that thing, what does splice do? Removes elements. No, we want to push. So the way the logic works is we loop through from the year, from min initial to max initial, which ideally they are going to be 1989. So it's going to be like the year where it's allowed to scroll. This is going to be really a bomb code. I don't want to even keep this code. I prefer something which is like I'm going to loop twice than something which, because this code is, there's multiple ways this code can blow up, and I don't want to deal with this. So fill in missing entries. So for entries and missing entries, we need to insert entries as it's doing. What's the best way to do that? If we visualize it, we have all the boxes with entries. We loop through the boxes, and if we find that we start from 1989, 2025, and we're gonna loop through this. So the moment we find there is no such entry, we don't push an entry like that. We don't push it. We insert. Is there an insert? Insert there. It's like I have to find the index as well. If not exists, insert at that index. Is it going to understand me? Splice. Removes elements in the array, inserts new elements. It's gonna. This is kind of like idiotic, but it's gonna run once. It's in the use memo, okay? So it's going to remove from I, basically this is gonna get 0 from the index, essentially from 0. It's gonna insert. It's going to remove these elements. What is it going to do? What does this do? With key of I and count of 0, the correct index, whatever year is missing. At what index? At this index, it's going to insert a thing. Start, delete, count. So it doesn't delete anything, just insert. Okay. Oh, that is disgusting. Regday histogram. We don't want to modify it. We actually want to histogram. Now, let's refresh. This is very dumb. It did not to 2025. I don't see anything like that happening. Also, this is from up to 2014, which is wrong. If it's less than this, no, if it's less than 2025, do 2025. If it's more than 989, yeah, that's how I want it. Yeah. This is really strange. You know what, like I shouldn't have done anything probably with this and just left it for later, because it's just not necessary for now. When you remove things, it's gonna, so whether this lights up. First of all, is this even the correct shape? How do we know? If I come here and, come here and just stash this change, it's gonna change to this. Price max. So refresh the page. Yeah, because for the options for these parameters are from 2013 and 14, so there's very few cars available for searching. Yeah, it's just one car, so that's why I can't displaying everything is, but now otherwise I wouldn't like it much. So if you unstash it, where is the unstash? Stash pop. If we unstash it and merge conflict conflict, accept incoming changes. Now, it has only two things which are available. These ones. And I see what's going on. Everything else is 0. And this is 2013 or 14. And whenever I go up to there, it's fine. But then it's inserting the things in the wrong place. I see what's going on. It's inserting them in the wrong place. So it's just the indexing is wrong. So whenever you encounter a thing that's missing, indexing is wrong. Is it gonna figure out how to do this? Let's see. It has two. Remember, it has two things only. For these 2 years, it would light up. Okay, I think that works. Yes. So for all of the other ones, but now, the values are wrong for this for the selector. So the selector needs to be over here on initialization. So default to value is going to be min entry, max entry. Okay, so min entry, max entry. We actually need to find the min entry now. We have to find the entry which has the smallest year and still accounts above 0. So find basically so basically its count has to be more than 0, and that's going to fix this one. This got fixed now. For the last one, we have to sort the array, find last, and then account. Find last doesn't exist, I think. Yeah, so there's no find last, even though I would love for it to exist. It doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist. So basically, what we want is from back to start, find one with positive count. That's the max entry, right? Regday, not return, but like, if it has a count, possibly undefined. Dot. This is number. Yeah. So now, can I go beyond? I click this, and it refreshes. And I click this, and it refreshes more data. I come back to this, and it just cuts everything off. There's a off by 1 error, as you guys see, but if I expand 1, it expands by 2. Like, it's possible to fix this. If I go to 2012, what does it come back as? 2013, it comes back as, which is kind of stupid. This is fixed, which is off by 1. I'm not dealing with off by 1 errors now. The point is, if you expand it, 1999. It's also that there are cars, but if I go over here, there is just not a car in this range for this amount. That's why it went back a bit, because there is no car there. So it's kind of weird to interact with it. If I do this, nothing. So expensive cars in such an old interval don't exist. And that's why it just broke. It just broke. And also, like, it should modify the URL as well. Definitely, if I do this, it would exist because most expensive things are at the front. So it makes sense that it would show you a statistic of how many cars are available for each option as you are clicking. If it's diesel, they would reduce, right? And so diesel means that only that gas, so LPG or diesel, and also compact. Very weird. It's not changing. What about small in search? Such a specific thing I'm searching for, and still it's giving me like a histogram. What is the histogram of this? So okay, there are actually things like that. So I think now it's time to, and also if I select Hyundai, which also should have refreshed, by the way, this didn't refresh because we haven't made it to refresh yet. When you know, the counts for these things should be able to refresh, hopefully. So I think this is functional. Let's commit the work up to now. It's possibly undefined. It's possibly undefined. Let's just, you know, just do it so it compiles. It's fine. Wire search options refresh plus histogram is prettier. Okay, we're done as well. There's quite a lot of options that show up. Also, we might have to like make the options become grayed out instead of just disappearing from the menu. That would be nice. Yeah. So, and again, the point of this thing is that it will purposefully give you options to choose from. It's going to come back because there are for this price back from there. The oldest one is 2013, so it's not, there is no other car. Like if I do this and I search, it will be like one thing from 2013. There's one super expensive bus, super luxurious bus that shows up. This filtering. Come on. Come on. Doesn't it like... Because this is like 2022, 2023. And I put the year in. Oh, so the year didn't get put in for some reason. And now, you know, this is buggy, but overall, if I click search now, yeah, it's gonna give me something from 2019 probably. So 2015, 2016, it found things for this price. Okay. What's left now? Let's commit. we'll commit this, and this one is like on a lot of kilometers. This one is quite new. How can it be so expensive? Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Now, the next thing we'll have to implement is changing the select. So also color. We have to implement color. So options. So there is color as well here. Color schema. Gonna get the color shape. And be like, make a component for it. Select. So color selector. Basically, select the color. And I'll just like give it this, like make a pretty color selection, and it's gonna give us some nice color selection. So now we are just going to close this and come back and use it. So can't read properties of what is the problem with this? It's not imported. Initial value. So again, this was because they're using the new thing to generate things. The new code generator. This looks fine, but it's not liking this part where it's the color is an array of things. So what is going to be the initial value? Well, the initial value, it can't be. It has to be. It has to be a bunch of color keys. So not like that, not just one entry. We want a bunch of entries. So, and then to get why split by why string handle value change? Do we want to do this in the original website? The color is with a nice thing with going to select from. I mean, it's checkboxes. Because you can select multiple colors. If I click on the red, it would, in theory, give me the ones that have red as well. And this color only. And this is doing it with a select. The cursor switched to this new model where it's terrible. It's not assignable to string. Yeah, because it's no longer going to be this. And now because they use strings, the initial value is going to be one color, and they want it to be maybe like you can only select one color with this, which I can't do. Use checkboxes. select multiple colors. So I'm going to use checkboxes, because otherwise this is going to take too long to implement. And here they have a checkbox. So that's why, let's see if this, now this should have multiple ones. And the initial value is going to be color, which is a number. It won't be a number, it will be a string. And so we wouldn't need to map it, just say, we wouldn't even need to map it, yeah. Just as color keys. Color, and then these are the color options. And then for all of them there is a, how many cars there are with this. So we have to click on this, which is kind of weird. Handle selected colors. So we would like this to be like clickable through this as well. Mainly, we don't even need a checkbox. Checkbox is ugly. And also this might look like this on mobile. So just heads up, we don't have much space on mobile. If we make this a pixel. This is really nice. That's nice. I like that. And it's going to increase the number of things. We move back to 2025. It's going to massively increase the number of things available. So if you clear all, and now they increased. So all that, so basically if we click red in this and this, it will drastically, I mean the options API, that's how it works probably. So we have to like make it clickable for the whole thing. We don't even necessarily need a checkbox for this. The whole thing is a checkbox. Handle color change. So now we get like beige cars. Okay, add color. Progressive search form. What is the problem now? Options. Options is a problem because it's possibly undefined. It wants this. No, it wants color key of number. So this. And now save. Add colors. We are done. What else? We have to also like basically the functionality wise, what we have to do is handle every single time you select any option. We have to change and fetch the cars depending on what's chosen. Fetch the cars. So we have to have a function. So every time you choose an option, every single time you choose an option, so it sets. So like if we choose an option, it's going to be get options something. It's going to be in the use things. So combine search. It's every time we reset the options, we have to also reset. We have to also reset the models as well to see which models are available. So every single time this happens, this needs to change, or this needs to change, or that needs to change. If we've selected that, Avante is going to have a bunch of things. Depending on what we've selected, this thing should call the right endpoint. But I think for now that's okay. We can search for the cars, and I think it's okay as a state for now.